As his eyelids flutter open, agony floods through every inch of him. His body feels savagely battered. He cannot even twitch. A quick glance around tells him he is sprawled inside a rundown shack deep in the slums. His sister is seated next to him, yet there is something unsettling about her appearance. He recalls the night a gang of thugs assaulted them, and how she shielded him, enduring every blow meant for him. Afterward, she did everything she could to tend to his wounds while brushing off his concerns, all the while neglecting the grave injuries she herself had suffered. Now those same criminals storm back into their shabby room. Without hesitation, they begin by kicking his sister. She makes no sound as she collapses. Only then does he realize she has already passed away. The scum show no remorse, merely surprised their earlier beating proved fatal. Even in the slums, however, everyone understands that everything carries a value. Even a corpse can be sold, so they attempt to drag her away. But Tiny refuses to let that happen. He struggles desperately to rise, yet his frail frame will not obey. All he can manage is lifting his shaking hands slightly. At that instant, a blue glow of mana ignites around his palm. A surge of power suddenly courses through him. He shouts for them to stop and hurls himself toward them, even succeeds in shoving one of the thugs backward. Then he plants himself firmly over the lifeless form of his sister. The attackers bristle at his defiance. They retaliate by kicking him over and over without mercy. Tiny withstands the assault, refusing to move an inch from her side. Eventually, they abandon the idea of taking the girls, Buddy, and storm out of the shack. Once they leave, Tiny begins assessing his circumstances. Events are unfolding unlike his previous life. He cannot grasp what is happening. Most puzzling of all, he distinctly recalls he should not yet possess the ability to wield mana. Truth dawns on him that he has regressed in time. In his former life, he was the mightiest hammer-wielding warrior when monsters invaded. Nearly the entire continent was annihilated. He ultimately slew the Beast Lord alone, but suffered fatal injuries in the process. At that critical moment, an old knight barely clinging to life named Esgard, lying close by, called out to him. He entrusted Tiny with his most guarded secret, urging him to seek him out in the past without delay. Then, with the aid of a magical ring, he hurled the boy back through time. Now, remembering Esgard's final message, Tiny clings to the hope that he can alter destiny this time. Once he accepts that he has truly returned to the past, he burns with anger that Esgard did not send him further back to save his sister. He cannot fathom why this exact moment was chosen. Suddenly, he coughs up blood. He realizes his current body remains weak and unstable, so he resolves not to dwell uselessly on what cannot be changed. Even Esgard may have been unsure whether the time reversal would succeed. Instead, Tiny decides to use this opportunity to bid his sister a proper farewell. He recalls Esgard stressing that he must locate him swiftly. Tiny swears he will, but only after avenging himself on Wolf, the culprit behind his sister's demise. In his former life, he barely settled the score with Wolf. This time, he intends to execute vengeance flawlessly. Before anything else, he must arrange a dignified burial for her. Later, Tiny stands before his sister's remains, resting within a coffin as the funeral rites commence. Irina was not related to him by blood. They both bore black hair and black eyes, traits considered ominous on this continent. Because of this, Tiny was ostracized by society. Irina, having lost her own sibling, chose to accept him as family. Tiny laments that he never truly repaid her compassion. The priest proceeds with the concluding prayers. Meanwhile, Emma, Irina's close friend, observes Tiny's grave demeanor. She senses he is different now and attributes it to losing the only kin he had. She recalls visiting his house earlier and discovering him eating beside Irina's corpse. The sight unsettled her profoundly. To her further disbelief, all his wounds had mysteriously vanished. Moments later, he lifted Irina's body. Emma was disturbed by how emotionally detached he seemed. She had scolded him before, complaining he never heeded her words as he did Irina's. Quietly thanked her for the soup and vowed to repay the favor some. Even now, she cannot decipher what thoughts truly occupy his mind. At the same time, Tiny reflects on how to honor his sister's kindness. He remembers her urging him to stand proud and confident. He resolves to follow that advice rather than wallow in guilt. Inwardly, he promises her that he will live this life without regret. A month passes. After weeks of relentless training, his mana consumption has intensified. The moment to confront Wolf has finally arrived. He arrives at Wolf's hideout. The lackeys spot him and assume he is merely another beggar. They grow irritated when Tiny casually inquires whether Wolf is present. One thug swings a hand to slap him, but Tiny intercepts the strike effortlessly in midair, clamping down on the wrist with crushing force. He taunts the man for underestimating a child. The thug screams and collapses to his knees. Tiny advances toward another henchman, who cannot comprehend how a mere boy possesses such strength. He assumes it must be some kind of drug, comforting himself with the belief that a child is still weak. He seizes Tiny by the collar, attempting to fling him aside, yet all he accomplishes is stretching the fabric of Tiny's shirt. Feels as though he is trying to hoist a block of iron rather than a boy. Tiny jeers that he weighs more than expected, and that the effort is pointless. He then sends the thug flying with a kick. In truth, Tiny is delighted by his progress, as his mana now harmonizes perfectly with his physique, a feat he failed to attain in his previous existence. This hidden cultivation method strengthens him by maintaining continuous synergy between mana and muscle. Drawback is his need to consume enormous quantities of food to sustain the growth. With Emma's support, he managed to meet that demand. As he stands lost in thought, the remaining thugs stare at him in utter confusion and fear. He notes that freshly awakened mana is feeble, yet easily integrates into an already injured body. He hurls the thug high into the air, mockingly expressing gratitude for their earlier beating. The man rockets straight into the headquarters building, smashing through it as everyone inside looks on in shock. They snap to attention the instant they spot the trespasser. The men quickly realize it is the same beggar boy they saw earlier. They jeer at him for daring to show up alone without any weapon. Tiny merely answers with a faint, confident grin, as he suddenly seizes one thug by the ankle. He calmly announces that he is in fact armed. The captured man screams in fear and agony as Tiny whirls him around like a crude mace, slamming the flailing body into the surrounding goons. The rest are horrified by the brutal spectacle. Before long, they are all sprawled on the ground, crushed by their own companion. With the underlings eliminated, he shifts his focus to tougher foes. Only the Lander brothers remain. He crooks a finger at them in open provocation. One brother raises his sword, prepared to run it through the bull. Yet he hesitates upon noticing the mana circling Tiny's small body. Greed flares in his eyes since mana users fetch a steep price. Tiny, however, looks almost bored as the human weapon in his grip grows limp and too drained to continue. Recalls his master reprimanding him for wielding a person as a tool. To temper that savage style, his mentor trained him in hand-to-hand combat. Now he prepares to employ that very discipline against the brothers. Two charge him at the same time. He slips back just beyond their blades, having already read their intentions. He drives a fist into one and lashes out with a kick at the other. The next breath, he snatches one of them, hurls him violently toward the ground. Before the man even makes contact, Tiny darts in with blinding speed and delivers another crushing kick. In moments, both brothers lie defeated. Then Wolf, the gang's leader, finally emerges. Familiar figure from Tiny's previous life. Tiny already knows that Wolf is truly a werebeast. Not an ordinary one, but a silver werebeast, descendants of the royal line. In the past, he never learned how such a rare creature ended up in the slums, because defeating him took everything he had. This time, he is determined to uncover that mystery. Wolf is stunned to see his subordinates crushed so effortlessly. Tiny declares he will kill him as well. Wolf immediately begins transforming, intent on teaching the boy a harsh lesson. Tiny is pleased that he resorts to full strength right away. He is startled once the transformation completes. This is no silver werebeast, just an ordinary mongrel. Wolf bristles with rage at what he takes as mockery, lunges at Tiny, slashing wildly with his claws. As Tiny evades him, he calmly evaluates the fight. Wolf surpasses the Lander brothers in speed and power, but he falls far short of the silver werebeast Tiny once battled. Tiny clamps a hand around Wolf's jaw and crushes it using concentrated mock. He flings him aside. He recalls advice from a werebeast ally on handling their kind when they lose control and decides to follow it now. Enraged, Wolf charges again, but every swipe of his claws meets empty air. From his blind spot, Tiny delivers a heavy kick, declaring punishment is due. Feeling satisfied, prepares to beat him to the brink of death. Blow after blow rains down without mercy. He remembers being told to beat the beast out of them, since their regenerative powers can endure the damage. Then smashes Wolf into a wall, leaving cracks spidering across it, and something tumbles out from within. Wolf reverts to his human shape. Tiny notices clarity returning to his eyes. Wolf looks bewildered, unable to grasp why Tiny is attacking him or what he wants. And he intends to shatter his spine and force him to apologize to his sister. Once it is finished, he hopes her spirit will finally rest. When he openly states he plans to kill him, a panicked Wolf begins begging forgiveness from both Tiny and his sister. Tiny admits that though he longs to kill him and lay the body at his sister's grave, he knows she would not want such a sight, so he chooses to question him instead. He warns Wolf that silence will earn him another beating. Then Tiny spots a strange mana rock on the floor. He lifts it, certain it was not there in his former life. The moment his fingers touch it, he senses a sinister energy with. Suddenly, he perceives a silver werebeast bound in chains, howling from inside the stone. His eyes widen in sudden realization. He recalls his elf companion explaining spirit beasts, entities that gather mana for centuries before undergoing rebirth. Such beings are exceedingly rare and usually dwell in Elfenheim. That was all he knew then, especially after she once showed him a spirit stone, a crystal that contains a spirit's core essence. Understanding what he now holds, he wonders how Wolf ever obtained something so invaluable. Worse still, the stone is tainted with dark demonic power. Tiny first shatters the dark chains restraining the creature. Instantly, he is flooded with the beast's memories. Witnesses a silver wolf surrounded by shadowy figures radiating sinister energy. They strike it from every direction. After overpowering it, they stab its body with dark blades to rip out the spirit stone. The vision shifts to a child receiving the stone. Moments later, the child absorbs it and becomes wolf. Tiny understands this perverse ritual creates artificial werebeasts from humans. Now it is clear that Wolf failed to fully assimilate the stone, explaining why he never became a silver werebeast. Silver Wolf's spirit advances, intent on avenging itself against the human wolf. Tiny halts it, stating he wants Wolf to suffer longer before death. Surprised when the silver wolf appears to comprehend his words. He recalls Estina mentioning that a pure soul with ample mana can awaken as a spirit may. He hinted that children often have the greatest potential, figures that being young again may grant him that affinity, allowing the spirit to understand him. Though he doubts his own soul could be called pure, explanation comes directly from the spirit beast. It tells him that when he shattered the chains, his mana seeped into the fractured stone, bridging the gap and enabling their minds to connect. And he inquires whether they can seal a pact. The spirit creature nods without hesitation. He stretches out his hand, eager to formalize the bond. He understands that unlike conventional magic, spirits require no constant supervision from a mage. They function as independent physical allies sustained by a steady flow of mana. Moreover, they evolve in strength alongside their summoner, which is why Estina stood at the pinnacle of the 10 Knights. The spirit beast presents a single demand, seeks vengeance against those who wronged it, and he agrees at once, since he already intends to confront the dark forces. After setting mutual terms, they finalize the contract. Tiny decides his new ally deserves a proper name. He names him Wolong, a playful twist on Moonwolf. Pressing issue now is identifying those who secretly supported Wolf. The dark aura he sensed leaves no doubt they are tied to sinister powers. They are demon devotees, zealots who revere demons over the divine. Before the Beast Lord's Legion arrived, these cultists were already spreading chaos. That time, Tiny was trapped within a labyrinth, so he knew little about their activities. He kicks Wolf and demands to know if those demon followers supplied the spirit stone. When Wolf remains dazed, Tiny signals Wolong to intervene. Wolong roars fiercely, snapping Wolf back to awareness. Tiny repeats his question and presses for the cult's whereabouts and intentions. Wolf responds with a chilling laugh. He claims he was merely their test subject and warns that they will not forgive Tiny's interference. As he boasts about their immense power, his skull suddenly bursts. Tiny instantly realizes a spell had been placed on him to ensure silence. He recalls how Wolf once threatened that unseen forces would pursue him. Back then, he thought Wolf meant his own gang. Yet when he later investigated, none of those men even knew Wolf's true nature. Choosing to postpone the matter, Tiny studies the damaged wall, curious about what else might be concealed. He flings Wolf's corpse against it. The added impact shatters the wall completely, exposing a hidden safe. Tiny resolves to inform Esgard of this discovery when the opportunity arises. He states he trusts his former comrades, then amends himself. Esgard will soon become his ally in this timeline. Opening the safe, he finds an enormous cache of valuables, yet only one item matters to him. The ring bearing Valanche's seal, which he needs to approach Esgard, is the same ring Chloe once entrusted to him. She told him to seek her out with it and promised her assistance. She hinted that he should already know her identity. Tiny is aware that throughout the Azran Empire, everyone recognizes her as Chloe von Valanche, the youngest daughter of Esgard, celebrated for her kindness and called the Angel of Valanche. Upon turning 16, she toured the region. It is Valanche tradition for heirs reaching adulthood to present flowers at every temple within their lands to announce their coming of age. That was when he met her in the Invetter district of the Philly estate, bordering the Duke's domain. In his past life, he avenged himself too late to retrieve the ring in time. Therefore, he never used it then. This time it will secure him an audience with Esgard. He senses another arrival drawing near. Sure enough, a knight steps into the devastated scene. The knight concludes the perpetrator must wield mana. Seeing how someone was swung by the leg like a weapon, he refuses to believe a child could do this. Even when the surviving thugs insist, he doubts their words, accusing them of concocting lies under the influence. Kicks one man for failing to stay under Wolf's control. This is Sir Ram, captain of the Phyla Estate Guard, who intends to extract more bribes from Wolf once matters settle. However, his scheme halts when Tiny appears atop the stairs. Ram demands to know if he caused this destruction. Tiny admits it without concern. Ram seethes at the boy's boldness. Tiny remarks that he only punished a mere commoner like Wolf, hardly worth a knight of Ram's stature. He dryly implies Ram must be collecting generous hush payments to appear in person. The jab drives the captain into fury. He instantly channels mana to attack, earning only Tiny's quiet disdain. Tiny notes Ram has not even mastered the second stage of mana control. Before Ram can strike, Tiny swats his hand aside, confident he can subdue him without revealing full strength. Lunges forward, aiming a knee at Ram, but Ram intercepts the blow. Ram admits the boy's power is remarkable and shoves him back. Tiny only seeks to display enough might to negotiate. He cannot risk antagonizing the Lord yet. He springs backward into the air. With many knights under Ram, he merely needs leverage to make him yield, while Ram grows irritated at missing every strike. Ram reaches to draw his sword, but freezes upon spotting Wolong behind Tiny. Tiny watches Ram's reaction carefully. A spirit beast is unheard of in the invader district, and Tiny wastes no time. Knowing Ram values coin above all, he offers to match Wolf's payment. Ram scoffs at the idea a child could afford it, suspecting Tiny is an adult mage disguised by magic. Tiny insists he has earned quite the name in this district. Ram gambles, claiming Wolf paid 5 platinum coins, and asking if Tiny can equal that. Tiny refuses to be fooled. Guessing Wolf paid only 1 platinum, he proposes 1.5 instead. Ram bristles at the offer before he can threaten. Wolong's roar halts him. Tiny coolly warns that refusal means death. At last Ram sheathes his blade, astonished by such audacity from a child. Tiny presses him for a final answer. Ram agrees, expecting payment before the month ends. Battered thugs beg Ram not to abandon them, but he angrily shoves one aside. Tiny tosses the coins toward Ram. He requests a meeting with the Lord to claim authority over the invader district. Ram says he will report the incident, but warns that failure to pay will bring the Lord's fury. After he departs, Tiny wonders arrogantly whether that threat will ever materialize. He turns to the thugs attempting to slip away. He orders them to gather every working woman and beggar child in the district. He adds that for each minute of delay, 1 person will die. Should they attempt escape, his spirit beast will hunt them down. He grants them 1 hour. Horrified, they scatter to carry out his command. If his plan unfolds properly, he will control this place within a week and then meet Esgard. Soon the frightened men return with everyone assembled. Emma is among them, anxious upon seeing him. Her gaze lingers on the blood covering his fists. He clarifies it belongs to Wolf, not him. He displays Wolf's corpse and announces his death. Crowd trembles since Wolf had the Lord's backing. They fear retaliation. When they mention deceiving a noble is a grave offense, Tiny calmly agrees. States that the Duke of Valentia will soon learn the Lord has deceived him. With evidence now in hand, he plans to expose the Lord's corruption to the Duke. A few days later, 2 guards chat idly about Ram's sudden disappearance. He has been placed under scrutiny following the turmoil in the invader district. They believe it was nothing more than infighting among criminals. Though rumors speak of a phantom or an enormous wolf, they dismiss such tales out. In their view, thugs exaggerate everything, and besides, Wolf is dead. His entire wealth has vanished as well. Ram ultimately faced punishment for failing to control the new leader. Since that upheaval, every shop in the district has shut its doors, prompting merchants to flood the Lord with complaints. Lord grows increasingly furious as his chief stream of revenue dries up. At last, he summons the new boss to his manor, while Tiny quietly listens to the guards' gossip. Earlier, Tiny had pondered what fate would befall the Lord of Philes if Esgard uncovered his crimes. In his previous life, even after securing the ledgers, he took no action, believing all nobles were equally corrupt. Back then, he handed over half of Wolf's fortune, along with the books in exchange, for freeing a few acquaintances. He lacked wisdom then. Only after becoming a knight did he understand that even lesser nobles answer to greater powers above them. He turned to Emma and declared the most crucial thing was that they were finally liberated from Wolf's tyranny, then invited them to vent their anger. Without hesitation, Emma kicked Wolf's corpse to release her pent-up rage. Inspired by her, the others struck the body as well, pouring out their sorrow. Tiny understood that whatever he did, their wounds would never fully heal. Nevertheless, he distributed Wolf's fortune among them, urging them to take what they wished and abandon the district with the gold. They were stunned to realize he meant to give away everything. Emma asked about his portion. He replied he had already taken what he required. She insisted he needed money too, even if he did not yet grasp its value. He then faced the women whose eyes gleamed with greed, warning that if they used the money for crime or approached the Lord, Wolong would show no mercy. Mere sight of the spirit beast left everyone shaken. He advised Emma to head to Diane if she planned to depart. He suggested they travel together under mercenary escort. When she questioned his own plans, he said he had another path to follow. Emma worried briefly, but seeing Wolong beside him reassured her. She agreed to go to Diane and told him to seek her out if he ever needed aid. Expressed his gratitude, From that day forward, the Phillies entertainment district shut down entirely. In the present, a guard asks about the new boss's name. At that moment, they notice Tiny, who calmly states that the new boss is Tiny. He cautions that a commoner child cannot loiter near the Lord's residence. Then one guard suddenly questions how this boy even knows the boss's identity. Tiny summons his silver wolf and reveals that he himself holds that title. Inside the castle, he finds the situation tiresome. Once again judged solely by his small stature, he faces Cran, commander of the Knights of Philes, who remarks on his youth after hearing about him from Ram. Tiny mocks him, saying it is rude to keep a guest waiting while appraising him. The commander bristles and reminds Tiny of his station. Tiny counters that Cran should remember his own rank, which stands beneath the Lord. Therefore, he should not dare raise a hand against the Lord's guest. Cran scoffs that Tiny reeks of the slums. Tiny fires back that Cran himself smells worse. Enraged, Cran draws his sword. Butler intervenes, reminding Cran that the Lord awaits. Cran grudgingly apologizes and returns his blade to its sheath. He warns Tiny to mind his tongue before the stern Lord. Tiny ignores the caution. Still seething, Cran resolves to kill the boy if the Lord permits it. He then announces Tiny's arrival to the Lord. The Lord grants them entry. Once inside, Tiny is startled by the Lord's appearance. Asking his surprise, he bows flawlessly, leaving Cran wondering where he learned such etiquette. Tiny answers that he practiced diligently to greet the Lord properly. In truth, Tiny remembers him from his former life. Back then, he was a bloated addict. This version appears to be before that downfall. Healthy or not, he remains corrupt. Sending the ledger to Esgard will surely ruin Timon. All Tiny must do is keep him here for now. The Lord remarks that Tiny's manners toward him exceed those shown to Cran. Tiny humbly replies that one cannot treat a sword the same as its master. Then he drops a bold declaration, expressing his wish to become Timon's knight. Timon interprets this as rivalry with Cran and is intrigued by the boy's ambition. Still, he doubts Tiny is truly human, suspecting dwarf or elf lineage. Tiny insists he is merely 13, astonishing Cran. Timon rises and shifts to the heart of the matter. For someone aspiring to knighthood, Tiny has crippled the Lord's revenue from the district. Timon demands justification for his actions. Tiny calmly replies that everything was done for the Lord's benefit. Timon is momentarily speechless. Tiny elaborates that although Timon seems clever, he may not grasp the broader picture. Cran offers to execute him immediately, but Tiny proceeds with his explanation. He claims whispers suggested Valentia had learned of the prostitution and narcotics trade in Timon's lands. Cran visibly stiffens at the accusation. Tiny references Chloe's coming-of-age visit to the district, saying he heard details from her entourage. He argues he resolved the issue preemptively for Timon before it escalated. Internally, he smiles, having manipulated the narrative as Timon weighs the claim. Timon wonders if Esgard plots something ahead of Chloe's visit. Cran attempts to dismiss Tiny's reasoning. Timon sharply orders him to remain silent. Cran apologizes at once. In the end, Timon commends Tiny's initiative, albeit noting his rough methods. Tiny expresses gratitude, though Timon still eyes him warily. He has already heard that Tiny commands a spirit wolf. He coldly asks whether Tiny stole it from Wolf's spirit stone. Tiny had not anticipated that Timon knew of the stone. Wolong materializes beside him. With his companion's aid, Tiny perceives what ordinary sight cannot. A vortex of dark energy coiling around Timon, proof that he is a practitioner of dark magic. He recalls that demons grant power in exchange for sacrifices. The twins' circles around Timon suggest hundreds of corpses or many living victims were offered. It suddenly makes sense, as Tiny remembers the thugs seeking his sister's body. They had mentioned buyers paying well for corpses. He realizes Timon must be purchasing bodies from the district. This reveals Wolf enjoyed protection from a dark mage all along. Tiny questions Wolf's true identity. Timon demands a reply, yet Tiny feigns ignorance. Timon signals his knight, who draws his sword toward Tiny. Knowing he cannot defeat both at his current level, he nonetheless summons his familiar. Wolong appears behind him, and his thunderous roar halts Cran instantly. Timon, however, remains completely unfazed. He curses Wolf for his incompetence and decides he will simply replace his failed experiment. During that, Tiny suspects they might intend to experiment on him next. Timon asks Cran about the boy's abilities. Cran replies that Tiny is close to reaching the second stage. Timon notes that would place him on par with a knight. Cran remarks that Tiny must be a prodigy to awaken mana by himself, especially since he is not a noble trained from childhood. Timon is surprised, and Cran adds that although self-awakening is rare, Tiny's mana is refined and shows no leakage. His mana circles are steady, implying instruction through a secret growth method. Timon demands to know his teacher. Tiny realizes Timon would never accept that he invented such a technique alone. So he lies, claiming his parents trained him before he arrived in Phil's. He says they taught him breathing methods since infancy, though he only grasped their value later. Timon pauses, considering the explanation. Tiny knows Timon cannot verify it. as countless refugees entered the district under Timon's own greed. He boldly states that his strength itself should serve as proof. Unexpectedly, Timon appears to accept it. Tiny did not anticipate such an easy dismissal. Yet Timon is not finished. He decides someone else should judge and orders Tiny to remarks that killing Wolf has complicated matters. Tiny wonders who this unseen figure might be. His eyes widen at the possibility that it could be one of Wolf's mysterious backers. Since Timon is a dark mage, he suspects the newcomer might be one as well. Facing such power would be disastrous. Timon snaps him back from his thoughts, asking whether he accepts the proposal. Tiny immediately pledges loyalty. He then inquires if the arriving guest holds importance. Timon confirms and warns him to display utmost courtesy. Tiny begins weighing his remaining options. In 3 days, Esgard should finish reviewing the ledgers and uncover the truth. It will require another 3 days to mobilize a punitive force, additional travel time to reach Philes. Altogether, assistance should come in roughly half a month. He hopes the special visitor arrives after that deadline. He asks when they are expected, pretending he wishes to prepare proper etiquette. Timon replies that the arrival is set for about a week from now. Tiny stiffens upon hearing this. Later, he reflects on his worsening predicament. The unknown guest will appear within 7 days. He sees 2 paths. First, he could flee, as the district's residents have already dispersed, making escape simple. But that would brand him a fugitive and complicate his future meeting with Esgard. He needs that encounter to proceed without hindrance. Moreover, the thought of running fills him with anger. Though not yet strong enough, he believes victory might still be possible. His second option depends entirely on the identity of the visitor arriving in a week, perhaps some official. He recalls Timon saying the person would judge matters personally. He reasons that if a high noble were coming, the estate would not be this quiet. From what he sees, the visitor must be someone operating in the shadows. Tiny resolves to stir chaos in Philes before the arrival. He plans to create a spectacle large enough to attract public attention, hoping that such turmoil might postpone or cancel the visit. It is a risky strategy, yet his best opportunity. To execute it, he must be capable of defeating both Timon and Cran. His thoughts halt abruptly because, after the earlier exertion, he feels overwhelmingly hungry. Soon after, everyone is astonished, watching Tiny consume enormous portions for someone his age. Some speculate he may have dwarf blood since dwarves eat like orcs. Ignoring their stares, he continues eating freely. With his mana fully synchronized to his body, he requires ample fuel to grow. He realizes he no longer needs rare spirit medicines or secret elixirs to maintain progress. His feast is interrupted by a knight. Sir Grant, clearly intent on scolding him for his appetite. Tiny casually asks whether the man has an issue. The knight demands respect for his seniority. Tiny sees no reason to honor someone who came merely to provoke a child. Coolly escalates the situation by calling the man foolish. Enraged, Grant swings a fist at him for the insult. Another knight, Gren, observes the altercation and urges Grant to calm down, reminding him Tiny is still a boy. At that moment, Cran steps in and tells Gren not to interfere. Tiny smirks, recognizing this as a deliberate test of his abilities. He rises, prepared to display his strength. He understands Timon orchestrates everything behind the scenes. Outside, Sir Grant prepares to discipline him. Tiny points out he is unarmed and warns Grant he may regret it later. The knight only laughs. Grant tells him to take up a sword, boasting he will end him instantly. He even mocks him, asking if fear has taken hold. Instead of replying verbally, Tiny kicks his ankle, causing him to lose balance. Grant steadies himself to avoid, falling and throws a punch, but Tiny ducks beneath it, channeling mana into his foot. Tiny strikes the shin once more. The knight groans, astonished at such force from someone at the first stage. Though pain throbs through his legs, refuses to concede defeat. Tiny notes his stubborn determination. Consumed by anger, Grant prepares another assault, but Tiny evades swiftly and springs upward and lands perched upon Grant's shoulder. Grabbing his face with mana-infused hands, he taunts that he will not kill him. In the next instant, he slams him down, declaring that knights are hardly extraordinary. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Whispers spread as they witness a knight defeated by a mere child. Cran narrows his eyes, unaware this outcome was precisely Tiny's intention. He has proven himself by toppling a knight publicly, without even summoning his familiar. His aim was to display rare talent, knowing such potential would deter the Lord from killing him, thus advancing his broader scheme. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his body, forcing him to stagger. He steadies himself before collapsing, wondering if he pushed beyond his limits. During the fight, he expended all his mana in a single decisive strike when Grant faltered. It was the only way to overcome someone stronger. In his former life, such tactics left him struggling, because although his mana body healed his flesh, mana itself recovered slowly. Now that his physical and mana bodies are synchronized, that weakness no longer plagues him. This harmony also accelerates his overall training. He resolves to push himself until he becomes far more powerful than he is now. Afterward, he receives an invitation to dine with the Lord. He learns that Esgard has already taken action. During the meal, Timon confesses he misjudged him at first. Tiny expresses appreciation for the faith placed in his skills after they were tested. Maid brings out his dishes, and Timon explains the main course is veal steak. In addition, numerous other plates have been specially prepared for him. Tiny remarks that eating meat so early in the day feels rather heavy. Timon appears taken aback, aware that all the food Tiny consumed contributed to defeating his knight. Tiny brushes it off, claiming Grant simply dropped his guard and allowed himself to be beat. Timon notes his modesty before shifting the discussion to the unfortunate lack of a suitable mentor capable of guiding someone of Tiny's caliber. Tiny responds that many legendary knights throughout history honed their strength without relying on a master. Timon listens with focused attention. He then observes that Tiny is knowledgeable about history and surprisingly refined in his table etiquette. Tiny is puzzled by Timon's implication. He cannot reveal that these manners and knowledge were acquired in his former adult life. Timon seems to suspect Tiny may have noble origins, though individuals with black hair and eyes are rare within their empire and neighboring realms alike. Still, there exists one region where such traits would not be unusual. Tiny remains utterly bewildered, while Timon grows increasingly excited by his own conclusion. Timon considers Tiny a potentially valuable asset, yet Tiny has no idea what he is rambling about. Timon reveals he has reported everything concerning Tiny to someone important, and that individual is pleased with Tiny's rapid improvement. Meanwhile, unaware of the scheme, Tiny reflects on Timon's future descent into drug dependency. At present, Timon possesses the power of a second circle dark mage, and the demon eventually comes to claim him. Even his assistant will stand by his side. Timon goes on to say that Tiny will hold significant value to that mysterious person, suggesting that this individual wields tremendous influence. Tiny feigns gratitude for the supposed opportunity. Later on, Tiny intensifies his training regimen. He assumes that person and their faction are formidable, yet his immediate priority is overcoming Timon and the commander. Timon is a two-circle mage, while Jean stands at stage 2 as a skilled fighter. Cran may surpass Timon slightly, but their development stages appear nearly identical given the parallel growth of mana users and mages. In his previous existence, Tiny advanced beyond stage 2. This time, he must achieve that milestone within merely 6 days. After 3 days of rigorous practice, he enhances his flexibility by compressing both his mass and strength. His agility now exceeds what he possessed in his former life. As he revisits fundamental techniques, he becomes aware of errors he once made. Previously, he concentrated on bulking up, believing that sheer size and muscle equated to greater strength. However, his oversized physique disrupted the harmony between his inner energy and physical form. This time, he is determined not to repeat that miscalculation. He now understands that increased size does not automatically translate into increased power. Suddenly, he catches the sound of soldiers gasping nearby. After witnessing his battle with Grant, they choose to keep their distance. Reaction leaves him quietly pleased. Those 3 days, he focuses solely on eating and training. Gradually, people lose interest in him, which suits him perfectly. Soon after, Cran arrives to escort him to the armory. He explains that Timon wishes for him to be equipped with proper armor and a weapon. Noticing Cran's blade, Tiny smiles, knowing his own time to choose has come. Before entering, Cran reminds him to show gratitude to the Lord. Inside, Tiny carefully inspects the available arms and protective gear. Most of the armor sets appear too large for his small frame. As for weaponry, there are no warhammers or maces present. The selection holds nothing suitable for him. Needle Cran, he casually mentions the possibility of selecting a sword similar to Cran's. Cran responds with a smug grin, stating that his blade is far from ordinary. He boasts that the renowned smith Rogers forged his sword, now known as Gria's. Cran doubts Tiny has the ability to wield such a weapon. Upon hearing that, Tiny silently wonders how many lives were sacrificed in its creation. Tiny taunts Cran, claiming superior talent, and implying he is therefore more deserving of a weapon of such high caliber. Cran is enraged by the audacity of that statement. His furious shout echoes loudly enough for the guards outside to hear. Within the armory, Tiny proposes a contest to settle the matter. Seizing a sword, he escalates things by declaring Cran may kill him if he loses, a reckless challenge. Cran lifts his blade and points it at Tiny. Outside, the onlookers overhear Tiny begging Cran, promising never to repeat such behavior. Eventually, a battered and injured Tiny emerges from the armory. Others assume Cran beat him and feel sympathy for him. A guard quietly spreads rumors that Cran resents Tiny for aiming to replace him as commander. A maid murmurs that Cran went too far, regardless of his dislike. In the end, they choose to leave Tiny be. As he continues on, more maids notice his injured state. He repeats the same tale to them, blaming Cran for his condition. They advise him to rest and recover, In Timon's chamber, his butler pours him a glass of wine. He inquires about the prepared sacrifices. The butler assures him all arrangements are complete. He asks if Wolf's men were used once more as offerings. Subordinate confirms it, prompting him to recall how Tiny defeated the intruder. He dismisses the servant, still contemplating Tiny. Though uncertain of the boy's true motives, he believes Tiny can be exploited effectively. When his anticipated guest arrives, he intends to verify Tiny's lineage. The concern lies in the possibility that Tiny does not belong to the family he suspects. Superiors would not overlook the incident involving Wolf. In that case, both Tiny and he as Wolf's overseer would face severe consequences. Nevertheless, he reassures himself by reviewing the facts he has gathered about Tiny. From refined manners to the strength required to defeat a knight, such traits exceed those of a mere commoner regardless of talent. He remains convinced Tiny descends from the distinguished house he suspects. His lingering doubts fade when he considers Tiny's distinctive black hair and eyes. He feels content with the conclusions he has drawn. He lies back, pondering his guest's imminent arrival. Abruptly, a magical alarm triggers within his senses. He jolts awake, visibly annoyed, ready to sacrifice whoever dared disturb his rest. The next instant, he sees Tiny driving Cran's sword into him. Before he can comprehend the situation, his life ends. Tiny leaves his body where it falls. Following morning, a maid enters to wake Timon and screams upon discovering his corpse. Soon after, Ram arrives to examine the scene. He is stunned to learn Timon practiced dark magic. A priest had already verified it before departing. They detect lingering dark energy and plan to notify the parish. Ren adds that the royal investigation team is expected to arrive shortly. Everyone notices that his body appears as though it has been dead for several weeks. This rapid decay is typical of dark mages. Gren questions why Timon chose such a corrupted path when he was already tainted. Yet there is no point dwelling on it now that Timon is gone. Another issue arises as the murder weapon, the sword, is identified as belonging to the commander. Ram struggles to accept that possibility. Later, guards gossip about Cran's resentment toward Tiny, fueled by Tiny gaining the Lord's favor. Some even speculate Tiny was poised to become the next commander, explaining Cran's fury. Still, they hesitate to believe a commander would commit murder over a mere promotion. Pressing question becomes the whereabouts of Cran. Gren addresses his men and commands them to commence the investigation at once. They start by interrogating the guards, as well as the guards and maids about the events of the previous day. All of them insist they witnessed the commander beating Tiny. Upon hearing that, Gren immediately requests to see Tiny. When questioned later, Tiny repeats the same version of events. Claims Cran brought him to the armory and then assaulted him. Gren remains unconvinced because after that encounter no one has seen Cran at all. They even check the storage area, but he is not found there either. Gren presses Tiny, asking whether he has seen Cran since the altercation. Gren carries on with his inquiry. Tiny insists he has not laid eyes on the commander since yesterday. When asked if anything unusual happened, Tiny mentions that Cran opposed the idea of him becoming the next commander. Gren feels reassured, as this aligns with the testimonies of the witnesses. Then, Tiny innocently inquires about the position the Lord had promised him. Gren instructs him to meet again the following day. After stepping outside, Tiny starts questioning who Gren really is. He cannot recall him from his previous life when he fought the Lord's corrupted knights. He briefly considers that he might have forgotten him, but dismisses the idea because he clearly remembers every soldier he ever defeated. Finding Gren's request suspicious, he decides to remain on guard. Next morning, he is surprised by Gren's unexpected generosity, as Gren hands him a mercenary license along with some coins. For a commoner, this card allows him to travel between regions freely, since only knights or mercenaries are permitted to move about. Gren is essentially endorsing him. Tiny questions his reason for offering such support. Gren replies that someone with his potential should aim higher, as this estate cannot provide the future he deserves. Tiny wonders if Gren is actually speaking from personal experience. That would explain why he does not recall him. Perhaps Gren also left in the previous timeline. Tiny expresses gratitude and reveals he had already planned to depart. He is aware that the Imperial investigation team will soon arrive after discovering Timon's involvement with dark magic. The expected guest may never appear, and Esgard will likely stay away as well. It would be wiser for Tiny to seek him out on his own. Gren concludes by saying he hopes Tiny will remember his name once he achieves greatness. He is slightly taken aback when the boy asks him what that name is. Gren introduces himself nonetheless. Tiny responds by saying he hopes Gren will remember his name too. Afterward, he departs from the estate. He realizes that managing the Phillies' estate now rests on Gren's shoulders as the new commander. However, Gren faces mounting pressure as he searches for the missing commander and investigates the case. He already plans to hire a tracking mage to locate Cran. Tiny feels some sympathy but cannot intervene. Using his mercenary card, he plans to purchase a horse from the guild. Sensing his thoughts, Walling suddenly appears and offers him a ride. Tiny remarks that enduring a long journey on his back might be difficult. He recalls his orc companion mocking humans for being unable to ride direwolves without getting sick. Supposedly, only orcs manage it due to their unusual balance. Yet when walling persists, Tiny decides to test it himself. He is pleased to discover that walling's physical manifestation is well built. Spirit beasts typically retain their original size in spirit form, while their tangible size depends on the strength of their spirit mate. Suddenly he realizes he must connect his soul with walling to synchronize their senses, so he attempts it. He successfully activates his second stage spirit mage ability, allowing his soul to merge with Walling's. He immediately notices a transformation in Walling's physique. Recalls Estina explaining that as a spirit mage advances, their familiar inherits part of their power. Now Walling's body appears more resilient and formed, demonstrating the magnitude of Tiny's strength. In the next instant, Walling surges forward with incredible speed. Their souls link. Tiny's perception sharpens dramatically. He senses every motion of the journey and sees through Walling's eyes. He can even detect sense just as Walling does. He hopes this method will bring him to Valentino quickly. Later, it will also help him travel to distant lands like Karan, where the first catastrophe will unfold. In his former life, disasters erupted across the continent as a prelude to the demon army's arrival. These calamities gradually weakened humanity's defenses. It began with the theft of the sacred relic in Karan. This time he intends to prevent that event. Essentially, the 7 sacred relics are divine treasures granted by the goddess, serving as humanity's ultimate safeguard. After Karan's relic vanished, the rest were stolen one after another. In this life, Tiny plans to stop that chain of events. To succeed, he must grow powerful enough to confront the demon army at its peak. He intends to travel to Karan immediately after meeting Esgard. Meanwhile, rumors spread an invader about the Imperial army arriving to investigate. People whisper about Timon's death and the revelation of his dark magic. At the gates of Timon's residence, a mysterious individual appears. Guards ask for identification, but with a simple snap of her fingers, she renders them unconscious. She proceeds inside and confronts Gren. Gren immediately becomes alert, yet she immobilizes him with another snap and demands details about the Lord's death. Gren reveals everything he is aware of. She asks about the location of the corpse, and Gren explains it was sealed in a coffin in the bedroom under the investigation team's orders. Stranger then commands Gren to sleep for 1 hour. An hour later, Gren awakens abruptly. He retains no memory of the encounter. Assuming exhaustion caused him to doze off. Suddenly, a frantic guard reports that Timon's body has vanished. Gren curses, realizing the corpse was their only solid clue regarding the dark magic. Meanwhile, the same enigmatic woman stands in a forest beyond the Phillies' estate. She examines Cran's sword to analyze the murder. She senses that its wielder has already died. From this, she concludes that Tiny must be responsible for the wolves' deaths. She vows to make Tiny pay for ruining her organization's plans. At the same time, Tiny arrives at Lucentia's western gate. He observes a large number of travelers heading toward Valentine. Though everything seems calm for now, he senses the mysterious figure may soon disturb his peace. Therefore, he decides to purchase better equipment without delay. Checking his funds, he finds only 2 gold coins. He appreciates Gren's help, but knows it is insufficient for his needs. Out of nowhere, 2 thugs confront him and demand his money. One repeats the threat more aggressively, warning him to comply, while they are still being reasonable. Instead of trembling with fear, Tiny asks them whether they carry any money themselves. In his previous life, he was a towering figure in the underworld. It was said that if someone spotted his shadow in an alley, they should hide immediately. He recalls disposing of a group of criminals. A priest approached him, warning that repeated killing would corrupt his soul. Priest urged him to show mercy to ease his guilt. Tiny replied that he was not killing anyone. He was merely taking out the garbage. In the present, he swiftly defeats the 2 men from the Lupus family. Onlookers stare in disbelief, as those thugs were rumored to possess strength comparable to knights. Tiny remarks that the 2 of them are disappointingly feeble. Furious at his insult, they charge at him together. Suddenly hurls his coin pouch at them with all his strength. The impact causes one thug to trip and crash into the other. Taking advantage of the opening, he springs upward and strikes them with a kick. Once they are down, he calmly robs them of their belongings. They shout that their boss will hunt him down, yet he ignores the warning. A grin spreads across his face as he counts the hefty stack of gold he just gained. With his new funds, he heads straight to a blacksmith to purchase gear. He examines a suit of armor the merchant claims was crafted from the hide of an iron bull from the southern peaks. Seller boasts that it can deflect arrows, and Tiny admits the craftsmanship is impressive. Soon after, he overhears chatter about a beautiful lady. Curious, he asks the shopkeeper what the commotion is about. The merchant explains that Lady Valencia will personally patrol the city today. Tiny recalls that although Irina first showed him affection, it was Chloe who truly gave him hope. Things, however, had not turned out well when it came to Irina. He believes that if Chloe recognizes him, It will prove he is living according to Irina's wishes. In his former life, he had grown overwhelmingly large in stature. By the time he approached Chloe, his appearance had changed so much she failed to recognize him. This time far less time has passed, so she should still remember his face. Determined, he hurries off hoping to gain an audience with Esgard. Meanwhile, Chloe is being escorted around by Edmund von Lucen. As the Count's eldest son, he proudly claims the city is among the largest in the central region. He proceeds to guide her through its notable landmarks, offering lengthy explanations about every location they pass. Abruptly, she requests to visit the slums rather than the bustling trade districts, leaving him startled. She insists that the slum dwellers are citizens as well. Reluctantly, he agrees and leads the way. Internally, she questions why people react so strangely to her wishes, especially when Edmund, as heir, should understand his duty to the populace. Father always taught her that uplifting workers strengthens the entire kingdom. She wonders if his teachings differ from those of other nobles. She longs to reshape society's views, though she knows marriage will limit her freedom. She briefly considers dedicating herself to the temple, as many there hope she will join. However, she knows such a choice would grieve her father, who does not want her to live alone. At that moment, she notices Tiny attempting to approach, but being blocked by guards. Edmund also questions how Tiny managed to appear so suddenly. Displaying the ring Chloe once gave him, Tiny claims she was the one who gifted it. He bows deeply, reminding her of her promise to find her again. He expresses his gratitude on the spot as she studies the ring. He recognizes the jewelry but not the boy, recalling giving it to a slum child. Yet Tiny now looks like a young noble. He cannot comprehend how it came into his possession. Tiny is genuinely stunned by her reaction. Meanwhile, the guards lift their weapons toward him. Chloe's personal knight, Vivian, demands an explanation. Regretting his impulsiveness, Tiny nevertheless insists he is the same boy she once helped. He is surprised by his claim, though Tiny expected disbelief since he has grown much stronger since then. To support his words, he points to his black hair, noting he is the only one in the duchy with such coloring. Chloe finds the argument convincing yet struggles to reconcile it with the frail child she once met. In truth, the wolf had altered his appearance to make him a convincing beggar. And Chloe remarks on how tiny he used to be. Tiny recalls her fondness for small and adorable things. Hoping to win her favor, he summons Walling in a small and charming physical form. She is instantly captivated by the adorable sight, while Vivian cautions her that Walling belongs to a stranger. Chloe argues that only pure-hearted children can form spirit contracts. Though she agrees, she remains wary of Tiny, especially since he carries a weapon and possesses the rare ability of a spirit contractor. Chloe inquires about the familiar's name. He explains he named him Walling, meaning moonlight wolf in an Eastern language. The knight is surprised by his knowledge of the Eastern tongue, while Chloe praises the name. He did not expect such a transformation in just 2 months. He appears barely 10, yet she recalls his name once implied something small. He clarifies that he is 13 and called Tiny, adding that awakening his mana hastened his growth. At last, Chloe remembers him. Vivian, however, remains suspicious and questions whether he might be of mixed heritage, prompting Chloe to object. Vivian reminds her that safeguarding her is her sworn responsibility. Edmund supports her concerns, suggesting Tiny be detained and interrogated. Ignoring them, Tiny states he only cares that Chloe honors her promise to help him when he found her. He recalls her vow and asks what he seeks. He replies that he wishes to meet Esgard. The guards and Vivian react angrily to such a bold request. Remaining composed, Tiny asks whether they truly believe he could harm someone like Esgard. After all, Esgard is a famed swordsman, counted among the 7 strongest knights on the continent, with the power to wield devastating aura and force. Chloe smiles and remarks that her father would feel awkward being called a swordmaster, as he was only recently acknowledged among the continent's elite. Tiny begins to sweat, realizing Esgard has not yet earned the swordmaster title in this timeline. Dismisses his concern, saying the title will suit Esgard eventually. The guards beam with pride at hearing their leader praised, and Tiny notices the favorable reaction. At last, he explains he wants to inform Esgard about the events in Philes, since he was directly involved in that affair. Later, Chloe and Vivian discuss what Tiny revealed about the Philes incident. Chloe senses that Vivian may be withholding something. Vivian insists she relayed everything accurately, including Timon's dark magic and the presence of a mastermind. Chloe agrees his account could help uncover the true culprit. She also sees it as a chance to return home, since he requested to meet her father. Vivian warns that Walling might pose a threat, given how close Chloe allows him to be. Chloe waves away the concern, claiming someone so small and cute could never harm her. Vivian admits she finds him charming as well, yet she resolves to stay cautious. Chloe then asks where Tiny has gone. Vivian explains Edmund took him aside for supposed business matters, leaving Chloe curious about his intentions. Suddenly, Walling vanishes from her arms. Meanwhile, Edmund escorts Tiny away under the pretext of discussing information about the Dark Maid. Instead, he lectures Tiny about knowing his station, but Tiny interrupts and demands clarity. He asks directly about the Dark Maid. Edmund admits he knows nothing and merely used it as an excuse to isolate him, claiming he intends to teach Tiny proper manners. He raises his hand to slap him for insolence, but Tiny catches his wrist midair. Edmund fumes at the audacity. His outrage is cut short when Tiny tightens his grip so firmly he cannot pull away. Edmund threatens to report him to Chloe for disrespecting a noble. Tiny feigns ignorance, saying he has no idea what a noble even is. He tells Edmund to act however he pleases and go ahead and show what courage he truly has. Convinced that Edmund must be backed by someone powerful. Delighted, Edmund accepts at once and orders Tiny to come with him. At the same time, Vivian sets out to look for Tiny. The moment Walling vanished, they understood Edmund must have taken Tiny far beyond the spirit's reign. Since a familiar cannot remain separated from its master over great distances, she rushes forward anxiously, hoping she can reach him before anything terrible happens. Meanwhile, Edmund wears a satisfied, convinced he is about to put the boy in his place. Tiny, however, appears completely uninterested. Edmund drags him to the Lupus family headquarters, where the thugs immediately recognize him and question his sudden visit. They assume he has come to inspect the tribute they prepared as payment for his protection. Tiny feels let down when he sees them, while Edmund simply intends for the gang to rough the boy up. Men hesitate, shocked that he expects them to beat up a child. Lupus receives a slap from Edmund for daring to question him. Understanding the signal, Lupus commands his men to eliminate Tiny. They are the same thugs Tiny defeated earlier. The instant they recognize him, fear overtakes them. Furious at their cowardice, Lupus orders them forward. They protest that Tiny is the monster who humiliated them before, leaving Lupus to face him alone. Lupus braces himself for combat. Edmund watches eagerly, thrilled by the tension. To his disbelief, Lupus' strike is effortlessly blocked. In the blink of an eye, Tiny sends Lupus flying into the dirt. Edmund pales at the unexpected outcome, frantically shouting for Lupus to shield him. Tiny coldly dares Lupus to try protecting his master. In the next instant, both collapse unconscious from sheer fright. Tiny sighs, having anticipated a tougher opponent. Smirking, he turns his attention to the remaining lackeys, who stand shaking in terror. Not long after, Vivian bursts into the headquarters searching for Tiny. He freezes at the sight before her, especially Edmund's condition. Tiny casually asks what brought her there. Vivian explains Chloe sent her, then questions the ledger in his hands. He passes it to her, stating it records the bribes Edmund paid and reveals their involvement in trafficking people. He is certain that with this evidence, Edmund cannot deny his crimes, leaving Vivian shaken by the harsh life Tiny must have endured. The following day, Edmund is banished from the Count's lands. His long-running human trafficking scheme with the Lupus gang forces the Count to exile his own son to salvage their reputation. Vivian offers an apology for the trouble caused. Chloe asks if she truly believes she did anything wrong. Tiny bluntly admits he feels no sympathy whatsoever. Chloe laughs at his honesty. He remarks that status means nothing when wrongdoing must be punished, a lesson her father instilled in her. Vivian is puzzled by the disappointed look Chloe still wears. Chloe explains she regrets not personally thrashing Edmund before he was sent away, and Tiny finally grasps the depth of their bond. Chloe, the youngest daughter of Esgard, and Vivian, a gifted swordswoman, form a remarkable duo who have remained inseparable despite changing circumstances. Tiny finds it amusing that Chloe acts like the elder despite being younger than Vivian. Catching his expression, Chloe asks what is on his mind. He replies that Edmund's pride in his noble birth made his punishment well-deserved. Vivian once again questions whether he is truly just a child, while Chloe begins playfully petting Walling and shortening his name, since she finds the full name too troublesome to pronounce. Observing her relaxed attitude, Tiny asks if she ever doubted him. He says she had already heard rumors of him dismantling the Wolf organization and rescuing its captives, and now he has uncovered Edmund's crimes as well. He feels relieved knowing she believes in him. Chloe cautions him to inform her beforehand next time he takes such risks. He readily promises to do so. 3 days later, during their travels, the carriage driver halts abruptly. They are told that an elf wishes to accompany them. The request surprises everyone. Elf introduces herself as Irina, claiming to serve the World Tree. Her beauty and graceful manners instantly captivate both girls. Tiny, however, immediately sees through her facade. Irina is in truth a 5-circle dark maid. In his understanding, elves descend from fairies and reside in distant Elfenheim far to the west. It is extremely uncommon to encounter one in the central lands of the Azran Empire. Apart from their striking looks, elves are famed for their gentle and peaceful nature. That is why seeing one who is also a high-level dark maid confuses him. Irina tells Chloe she is merely passing through Valentino on her way to the northern Werebeast Kingdom. He asks whether her destination makes them uneasy given the tension between the Empire and the Werebeasts. Chloe dismisses the concern and instead asks why she travels so far. to which Irina replies it is for training. Chloe assumes she aims to become an elite warrior. Irina confirms, but appears more intrigued by discovering who contracted the spirit. Chloe explains that Walling belongs to Tiny. Observing him, Irina remarks that human spirit mages are exceedingly rare. Tiny has already deduced she is the very guest Timon awaited, though he never expected such strength. Knowing he cannot confront her directly at present, he feigns amazement, acting as though he has never seen an elf before. The girls are startled by his sudden theatrics, realizes they are not convinced. Fortunately, Irina cannot perceive Walling's true power, which only he as the master fully understands. He silently curses her skill at concealing such immense magic, while Irina demonstrates a small spell for him. He observes the mana radiating from her body. It recalls Argon's lesson on sensing and distinguishing mana types, advice he once ignored. Now he carefully assesses everyone's strength against Irina. They possess 12 third-stage expert-rank knights and 1 4th-stage blade-rank knight, namely Vivian. Essentially, a mage's circles correspond to a warrior's mana stages. With only 1 4th-stage fighter, it would take 5 of that level to defeat Irina, meaning roughly 100 lower-ranked fighters would be needed to overwhelm her. He realizes victory requires strategy, striking when she lowers her guard. Moreover, he holds a hidden trump card. Suddenly, Walling leaps from Chloe's lap onto Vivian's. Irina comments on Walling's charm and asks to hold him as well. He hesitates, asking if she is certain, and Irina nods without doubt. Just as she reaches out, Walling shifts into an enormous wolf, prompting her to instantly conjure a protective barrier. And in that very second, Vivian lunges and drives her blade toward Irina's flank. Every knight freezes in shock as dark energy pours from her body. Disguise collapses, exposing her as a dark maid. She demands to know how they uncovered her secret. Chloe, meanwhile, feels relieved she chose to believe Tiny. Moments earlier, he had used Walling to secretly inform her of Irina's true nature. He sought Vivian's cooperation, yet Chloe warned that acting rashly could spark political trouble for the Empire. Tiny insisted Irina masterminded the Philes affair, and letting her escape would endanger countless lives. He declared he was willing to risk his own life to prove it. That was the reason Walling leapt onto Vivian, so he could relay the truth to her as well. Back in the present, Irina is blasted backward. Vivian curses under her breath for failing to pierce her heart. Irina swiftly conjures a protective barrier. Vivian commands her knights to advance and shield Chloe, and he also throws himself into the fray. Yet her barrier deflects him. Irina retaliates against the knights, hurls spells at Vivian, enraged that her identity has been exposed. Tiny taunts her, claiming the foul aura of her dark magic stings his nose. He burns with anger, blaming him for ruining her scheme. Irina gathers immense power, forming a volatile sphere of explosive magic between her palms. An instant later, a thunderous blast erupts. Tiny immediately activates his divine steel armor along with his iron body technique to endure the explosion. The shockwave hurls him backward, but he survives the impact. It is the first time he has used this ability in this life, and it proves effective. Seeing cracks form, Vivian orders the knights to press on and shatter the weakening shield. Irina responds with another barrage of dark spells. Tiny vaults onto Walling, and together they charge. He smashes his weapon against her barrier, while Irina focuses on him. Vivian and her knights strike from behind, prompting Irina to vow that though she only meant to kill Tiny at first, she will now slaughter them all. Vivian counters fiercely, promising they will not allow it. As she slashes the barrier again, Tiny immediately follows with another blow. Yet the shield repels them once more. They know this opportunity may be their last, but the barrier still holds firm. Irina realizes she must unleash her full strength, regardless of the aftermath. She shakes the ground violently with a surge of magic. Vivian's eyes widen in alarm. The spell is aimed directly at Chloe. Vivian throws herself in front to intercept it, urging everyone to stand firm. Suddenly she notices Tiny, charging straight at Irina through relentless flames, protected by his divine steel armor. Technique has grown far stronger, thanks to his hidden growth ability. He signals Vivian that now is the moment. As he crashes into the barrier again, determined to fracture it further, both renew their assault. Tiny exclaims in triumph as he spots a crack in Irina's shield, but another explosion detonates abruptly, sending both attackers flying. Irina is wounded and breathing heavily. Her counterattack only fuels their resolve. They surge forward once more to overwhelm her, Vivian closing in from the opposite flank. Irina seethes at being challenged so boldly and unleashes a torrent of scorching flames. The sheer force nearly overwhelms Vivian, who wonders how much magic Irina still possesses. To her astonishment, Tiny bursts through the blazing inferno, shielding himself and Walling within his armor, closes the gap until he stands before Irina, strikes her without hesitation, sensing that Irina is finally attempting to withdraw. Vivian commands her knights to end it. Cornered, Irina resorts to sacrificing her own life force to amplify her spell, preparing a catastrophic blaze to incinerate everything around her. The battlefield erupts into chaos as everyone scrambles, retreating from the impending blast. Tiny sees the knights are spent, leaving him to create the decisive opening. He shouts to Chloe that he has bought her time, and she must act now. Vivian guards her closely as Chloe gathers mana. Chloe begins her incantation. She wields holy power typically granted only after years of devotion and divine favor. Ordinarily, one must become a priest through strict rites, undergo baptism and master sacred arts before gaining the power to purge evil. Chloe, however, is among the rare natural clerics born with holy power. Seeing the knights' stunned expressions, Tiny realizes even they were unaware of her gift, likely concealed by the Valentia family to spare her from a forced priesthood. He senses her strength has not yet fully matured, yet it is sufficient to counter dark magic and overpower Irina. Moments later, Chloe's holy strike hits Irina squarely. The elf gasps in disbelief at being defeated by a human. Tiny steps forward to deliver the final blow as the others are exhausted. Chloe halts him, explaining they need Irina alive for questioning. She notes that even as a cleric she could not sense Irina's corruption and wants answers, prompting Tiny to apologize for acting rashly. Chloe considers healing her to interrogate her, soon realizes there is no time left. The dark mage has already perished. Knights express awe upon learning their lady is a cleric. Chloe observes that Tiny does not appear surprised, meaning he already knew, which he admits, astonishing her since it was meant to remain a family secret. Tiny says he cannot reveal how he learned it for now, but he vows to explain everything to her someday. Much to his astonishment, she agrees without hesitation. Tiny continues by revealing that Irina targeted him because of certain events from his past, long before he ever met Chloe. Chloe assumes those past troubles must resemble what happened with Edmund. Tiny nods in agreement and confesses he fears she could be endangered because of her connection to him. Chloe dismisses his worries, insisting that as a noble it is her responsibility to eradicate demon followers, and if she were to fall it would only mean she lacked strength, not that he was at fault. In the end, he chooses to go along with her reasoning. Noticing his uneasy look, Chloe teases that he must be fretting over her reaction, then laughs and says he finally looks like a boy his own age. Vivian joins the exchange. She relentlessly pokes fun at him for being so endearing. Amid the playful banter, Chloe reminds them that the incident must be reported to her father. She resolves to submit an official account once they arrive at the closest city. Upon reaching the main gates of T-Bon, they are met with an astonishing sight. Tiny already understood Esgard treasured his daughter, yet dispatching the blue-winged knights to receive her was far beyond expectation. Chloe cannot hide her embarrassment at such a grand display. Blue-winged knights represent the finest warriors of Valentia 4. Each member holds a rank surpassing expert level. Their vice-captain, Garen, lowers his head respectfully before Chloe, along with 100 subordinates. Chloe offers her gratitude with composed courtesy. Yet when Garen speaks of her father's deep concern, her expression shifts. He complains that deploying such a large force solely for her protection was excessive. Garen replies that her father's anxiety is justified, especially after a dark mage targeted her, and explains that an urgent matter prevented the Lord from coming himself. Curious, Chloe asks what that urgent matter was. Garen reveals that a month and a half earlier the family treasure, Tempest, vanished, prompting Chloe to note that her father always kept it close at hand. That moment, Tiny understands the true nature of Tempest. He carefully inquires whether the heirloom might be an artifact. Chloe admits she cannot be certain since only the family head knows Tempest's secrets, though she believes it to be a formidable artifact. Tiny, meanwhile, has pieced everything together. He announces that he knows precisely how the item disappeared. The group is left speechless, but instead of elaborating, he insists on speaking directly to the Lord and refuses to explain further there. After hearing Tiny's bold statement, Aaron questions the boy's true identity. The knights inform him that Tiny was instrumental in defeating the Dark Mage. Learning that Tiny is nearing expert rank leaves Garen utterly stunned. Even the famed Seven Knights only achieved such heights at a young age, marking it as an accomplishment beyond ordinary genius. Garen already imagines recruiting the talented youth. He recalls where he previously encountered the name. Tiny was the sender of the letter concerning Philly's affair. Chloe beams with joy at returning to her birthplace. She gazes fondly at the stretching lilac fields around them. Tiny asks whether she is fond of those blossoms. She answers warmly, explaining her parents adored the flowers so much they nicknamed her Lilac as an infant. Vivian comments on Esgard's devotion to his wife, stirring an old memory within Tiny. In his former life, Esgard's dying words claimed he never cared for those blooms. Tiny now realizes that, in that timeline, Esgard was unaware of his real identity. That explains why the Lord urged him to seek him out quickly in this life, to cultivate his strength. Tiny vows to achieve the rank of Aura Master under Esgard's guidance. He understands he must advance to the next tier without delay. Without mastering Aura, he would be powerless against the upper ranks of the demon army. He resolves to wipe out every single demon. Eventually they arrive at Valentino, the Asran Empire's largest metropolis. The knights feel delighted to set foot in their homeland again. Chloe asks Tiny whether he has visited the city before. He replies carefully that this is his first visit in this lifetime. Before she can press him for clarification, father rushes forward eager to embrace her. Chloe sidesteps, causing him to tumble face first onto the ground. She reprimands him for forgetting his dignity and demands he apologize to the knights for the commotion. The Lord quickly regains composure and expresses gratitude to his knights for escorting his daughter safely home. Invites them all to partake in the feast he arranged. At last, he turns his attention to Tiny and inquires about his identity. Chloe reminds him that Tiny was mentioned in her report regarding critical information on the Dark Mages, and the Lord apologizes, explaining he has been overwhelmed recently. Then, astonishing everyone present, Tiny declares he knows where Tempest is located. Lord cautions him sharply, saying it takes audacity to make such a bold claim. He unleashes his soul pressure toward the boy. Tiny senses that the Lord has not yet attained Swordmaster rank. He has only recently advanced to becoming a proficient Aura wielder. Tiny recalls his former allies, Estina who reached Aura Expert and Jerk who nearly did. Drawing on the soul energy accumulated from his previous life, Tiny effortlessly withstands the pressure. Calmly asks whether the Lord truly intends for him to reveal everything before such a crowd. Chloe hastily apologizes for him, assuming he is simply an ignorant child. Asgard, however, recognizes that Tiny is acting with full awareness. He concludes that a private discussion would be wiser. After they are left alone, Asgard immediately asks about Tempest's whereabouts, and Tiny responds that he has formed a hypothesis. Though doubtful, Asgard allows him to elaborate. Tiny states that Tempest ranks among the rare high-tier artifacts in existence. He adds that its name signifies time or opportunity. Choosing to speak plainly, meets Asgard's gaze and asks directly whether Tempest can reverse time. Grasping his implication, Asgard requests further explanation. Tiny describes an impending catastrophe destined to occur 2 decades later. After hearing the magnitude of the looming crisis, Asgard understands that such details could not be fabricated by a mere child. He is particularly stunned that Tiny knows the names of the World Tree's guardians, the dwarves, Greatest Hammer, and the orcs, Supreme Warrior. Tiny affirms they were once his comrades in a previous life. Asgard ultimately admits that Tempest truly has the ability to send someone back through time. However, it demands the life force of a powerful individual as payment. He inherited the relic. He was warned of both its peril and its purpose. At the time, he doubted the power would genuinely function. Now he accepts the truth that he indeed sent Tiny into the past. Still, he questions his future self's judgment, wondering why someone like Tiny was chosen for such a heavy responsibility. Tiny is stunned upon hearing this confession. Asgard reflects that he could have used the artifact on himself, and with his rank, knowledge, and experience, he might have built a vast army to destroy the demon lord before the war began. He cannot comprehend why his future self selected Tiny instead, rather than bearing the burden personally. Tiny also finds himself questioning the decision. He answers sincerely that the future Asgard must have had clear reasons, believing it related to cultivating his potential. Back then, Tiny had even suspected Asgard had lost his sanity. Asgard accepts the reasoning, but admits he never knew how far back Tiny would travel, leaving Tiny shocked that the artifact was used without fully grasping its limits. Asgard admits he had never activated the artifact before, yet he believed it would send Tiny back to the most life-altering moment he had ever experienced, the instant when he first discovered his true identity. And as Tiny absorbs those words, his face grows grim as the weight of that realization settles in, because that very day was when his sister lost her life. Sensing the sudden gloom, Asgard cautiously asks whether sending him there had been a mistake. Tiny quietly shakes his head in response. He says he does not blame the Lord, and is instead thankful for the opportunity to see his sister one final time. Even so, Asgard still has one lingering doubt. He asks if Tiny can offer any undeniable proof, something so clear that disbelief would be impossible. Recognizing the seriousness of the request, Tiny carefully considers his answer. He mentions that Chloe's name, Lilac, comes from her mother's beloved flower, and when Asgard remarks that this is common knowledge, Tiny reveals the true shock. The real point is that Asgard personally cannot stand those flowers. At this revelation, Asgard breaks into loud laughter. He concedes that Tiny is indeed speaking the truth. confesses he never dared admit his dislike to his wife, and now that she has passed, it no longer matters. Muttering a curse, he struggles between sorrow and relief as he accepts the bleak future ahead. Tiny feels relieved to be trusted, though he notes that the younger Esgard has a fiery temper. Abruptly, the Lord summons one of his knights, Royer. Esgard explains that while his future self may have believed in Tiny, the present version has no reason to. He orders Tiny to demonstrate the remarkable talent his future self valued. Tiny eagerly prepares, determined to prove his worth. Yet once they step outside, reality sinks in. It feels unfair to be tested like this, when it was the future Esgard who urged him to seek him out quickly. Trying to tease him, Tiny smugly asks if he wants to hear details about the future, fully expecting agreement. Instead, Tiny is startled by the Lord's reply. Esgard says he has no interest in his own fate and only cares about preventing the looming catastrophe. He strictly prohibits Tiny from revealing anything about his or his children's personal destinies. He explains that true growth comes from making and overcoming one's own mistakes. He believes Chloe must confront her trials on her own. He refuses to let Tiny deprive her of that chance to mature. Tiny casually replies that he knows little about their private lives anyway, as he was too busy surviving his own hardships back then. Esgard stares at him in disbelief. Grabbing Tiny by the shoulders, he demands to know if he truly possesses knowledge of the world's future, and Tiny answers that he remembers the major upheavals that shook society, at least in broad terms. When Tiny asks what else he expects, Esgard presses for details about the years in between the disasters he mentioned. Seeing Tiny's blank look, Esgard declares he may need to knock some sense into him to jog his memory. Later, as the Lord reviews the information Tiny shared, his expression gradually darkens. He is clearly displeased that out of 10 looming calamities, Tiny remembers only fragments. Tiny nervously admits that much of his knowledge came from rumors, second-hand stories, and casual remarks from companions. Watching Esgard's reaction, Tiny wishes he were older so he could be treated as an equal. Esgard remarks that the most valuable information was the Oracle's prophecy about a warrior and a saint who would end the war. Assuming they would be around 20 by now, he plans to locate and train them immediately. Tiny hesitantly suggests they might not even have been born yet. That comment pushes the Lord over the edge. Frustrated beyond measure, Esgard calls Tiny utterly useless. When the butler reports that Royer has arrived, Esgard changes course and orders Drexler to be summoned instead. He wants Drexler to properly discipline Tiny. Soon, the boy finds himself facing the vice-captain of the Blue-Winged Knights, Drexler Anon, a powerful warrior of the 5th stage. Drexler offers a formal greeting, yet confusion flashes across his face when the Lord asks him to assess Tiny's ability. His thoughts begin to spiral. He briefly wonders if this means he is being demoted. His gloomy speculation is cut short by Esgard's stern voice. The Lord instructs him to observe Tiny carefully during their spar. Standing before the child, Drexler studies him intently. The moment he senses Tiny's mana, he is astonished. Tiny has already reached the 2nd stage and is nearing expert level, despite appearing no older than 10. Meanwhile, Tiny's thoughts drift to the craftsman who forged his weapon, admiring its quality. He even begins imagining upgrading to something larger and superior. Esgard snaps at him to focus, warning that carelessness will make him reconsider any promises. He orders Drexler not to restrain himself, only to ensure the boy survives. Turning to Tiny, he clarifies that he is not the future self who made pledges and must see genuine talent before offering support. Tiny asks if defeating Drexler outright is required, and the Lord explains the condition. Landing even a single wound on the knight will count as victory. Tiny accepts with a self-assured smile. He grips his weapon, poised and ready. Esgard observes the unusual way Tiny manipulates his mana. He realizes the technique stems from Tiny's unique growth method, marking him as exceptionally gifted. Still, Esgard struggles to understand why his future self chose not to return personally, since with his knowledge he believes he could have attained Aura Master status. He assumes there must be a hidden quality in Tiny, and resolves to uncover it. With a signal, he commands them to begin at full strength. Tiny immediately summons Walling. The knight remains still. Tiny decides to take the first move. Drexler instantly recognizes Walling as a spirit. Nevertheless, he is confident that such a summon alone cannot defeat him. That confidence falters when Tiny surprises him, effortlessly evading his initial counterstrike. Tiny retaliates without delay. When his blade fails to leave a mark, he wonders if Drexler is one of those rare warriors, skilled equally in attack and defense. Growing intrigued by the boy's agility, Drexler stops restraining himself and unleashes a powerful blow. Even so, Tiny dodges again, realizing he needs greater force to break through. Tiny accelerates to his utmost speed, shocking Drexler with his swiftness. In response, the burly knight tightens his grip. He smashes his weapon into the ground, fracturing the earth to disrupt Tiny's footing and reduce his speed. As Tiny vaults upward to avoid the shockwave, Drexler's hammer is already arcing toward him, forcing him into a desperate near miss. He notes that despite its massive size, Drexler swings the hammer effortlessly and deduces that he typically fights with a shield. Realizing Drexler's style emphasizes defense, Tiny decides to alter his approach. As the hammer sweeps toward him again, Tiny propels himself high into the air once more. Drexler roars at the boy, telling him to quit darting around like a trapped beast. Watching from the edge of the field, Esgard notices that Tiny is beginning to grasp the flow of the fight. He weaves past each crushing swing with increasing smoothness. Seeing him evade so effortlessly, Esgard starts to think that the boast about standing among the 10 knights may hold some truth. Even though he admits the child's skill is extraordinary, Esgard remains unsatisfied. Losing patience, he yells at Drexler for making a spectacle of himself. Irritated and stung by the criticism, Drexler surges ahead, pouring all his strength into the attack. Chill runs through Esgard as he senses the knight drawing on the destructive force of his soul weapon. He realizes he must step in, but his order to stop arrives a fraction too late. Instead of retreating to safety, Tiny rushes straight toward the raging assault. Esgard wonders if the boy has completely lost his senses. The atmosphere seems to split apart as a violent blast detonates at the clash point, engulfing both fighters in a blinding burst of light and shock. The tremendous impact sends Tiny crashing to the ground. He lies there severely wounded, and the sight ignites Esgard's fury as he turns on Drexler, who tries to explain it was accidental, but the Lord refuses to hear excuses. Esgard rushes over and scolds Tiny for acting recklessly when the aim was merely to measure his skill, not endanger his life. Despite his injuries, Tiny grins and claims the result should count as his win. Esgard glances toward Drexler and pieces together what truly happened from the aftermath. When Drexler released his soul weapon, Tiny did not simply endure the blow. He struck back at the same moment. Although Drexler's power hurled Tiny to the ground, the boy managed to connect a hit squarely against Drexler's face. Esgard points out that risking death for such a shallow triumph was foolish. Tiny refuses to back down. He explains that his life has always been a struggle for survival, and without pushing himself to extremes, he would never have overcome past hardships. What matters most to him is not his wounds, but whether he proved his value. Touched by his unyielding resolve, Esgard finally understands why his future self placed faith in him. He acknowledges Tiny's determination and vows to provide the support he promised. Soon after Tiny passes out, he awakens later, startled by how rapidly his body is recovering. Esgard is there, remarking on the boy's remarkable healing speed, then guides him away to speak privately. During their walk, Tiny learns he had been unconscious for half a day. He wonders if a high priest might have treated his wounds. Their conversation is cut short by an irritated Chloe. She scolds her father for dragging an injured boy out of bed. Esgard defends himself, saying Tiny's injuries were self-inflicted, and reminding her he would never harm the one who saved her. The statement leaves Tiny momentarily puzzled. He believes Chloe saved him, yet Esgard suggests the opposite, and when she voices concern, Tiny accepts responsibility for his own recklessness and apologizes for worrying her. Chloe tells him to behave like the child he is, but when she looks at him with sincere gratitude, Esgard's overprotective instincts flare up. He warns Tiny not to entertain improper thoughts about his daughter. Tiny hurriedly explains that his surprise came from being labeled a savior, because he remembers a different timeline where he failed to defeat the Dark Mage. Esgard quickly ends the topic, noting those events no longer exist due to the time shift. He sends Chloe away to prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony, choosing to remain alone with Tiny for serious matters. She departs reluctantly. Later, Esgard issues a stern warning that Tiny must conceal his time traveler status, especially from the clergy. He explains that time and space belong to the Creator, and even the goddess cannot lawfully tamper with them, so a human doing so would be condemned as committing the gravest sin. That is why the Valentia family guards this secret so carefully. When Tiny questions the goddess's authority, Esgard reveals that the original scriptures detailing the world's true history were removed from public temples. They are now safeguarded only by ancient noble houses. They agree to confine Tiny's secret to a small, trusted circle, including knights who may become future allies. They deliberately leave out a faction called God's Hand, while Tiny expresses eagerness to locate the 10 Knights of Azran, plans to use his knowledge of the future to forge them into an unstoppable force. When Esgard presses him for detailed techniques from the future, Tiny boldly replies that he expects something in return before sharing more. He even teases the Lord as a forgetful old man, which earns him a swift knock on the head. Esgard drags him outside, and decides that before anything else, the boy must learn proper respect. Nevertheless, he intends to honor his promise. He begins instructing Tiny in a secret growth method passed down through the Valentia lineage. This technique centers on controlling gravity. Lesson starts poorly when Tiny dozes off and begins snoring. Esgard immediately smacks him for his lack of focus. He'd been eager to commence serious training. Esgard explains that the family's development system rests on 4 foundations: mana mastery, specialized sword techniques, obtaining a 3rd stage attribute, and eventually awakening a 7th stage aura. Tiny realizes this balanced approach explains the family's enduring dominance. Since he favors a heavy warhammer over a slender blade, Esgard decides to bypass advanced sword offense. Tiny contemplates his ambitions. He believes that mastering Esgard's famed defensive skills would perfect his overall combat style. However, Esgard proposes something even more valuable, teaching him how to gain a specific attribute. Tiny does not seem thrilled by this revelation. Meanwhile, a shadowy circle of mages convenes to discuss Elaine's death. The leader remarks that she was a crucial pawn meant to destroy Elfheim's core. They suspect her killer is a young descendant of the Morse family, referring to Tiny. Worried the Empire might reach him first, the leader orders immediate surveillance on the boy. Still, he stresses that their dealings with the Karen Kingdom remain their priority. Back at training, Tiny doubts one can deliberately select an attribute. He assumes he will naturally regain his former explosive attribute upon reaching the 3rd stage. Esgard corrects him, noting that despite his youth, Tiny's body carries unusual weight from his growth method. He reminds him of his use of heavy weapons and armor, linking mass with energy. Explains that greater weight typically slows a person down. Esgard introduces gravity, a force recognized by only a few mages, explaining that mastering it would let Tiny turn his heavy mass into stored energy and tremendous strength. He adds that with this power, even basic attributes could be achieved at expert rank. As he elaborates further, Tiny struggles to understand the theoretical explanation. When Esgard describes gravity as the pull drawing objects toward the earth, Tiny dismisses the notion as absurd. He argues that if the ground were pulling them, everyone would be stuck flat against it. The argument intensifies as Esgard attempts to explain why things fall from heights, while Tiny shrugs it off as a simple fact not worth overthinking. Irritated by Tiny's obstinacy and refusal to think deeper, Esgard concludes that only a hands-on demonstration will get through to him. He hauls the boy up to the edge of a tall rooftop, and Tiny notices mana gathering in the Lord's clenched fist. Faced with the threat of being tossed off, Tiny hurriedly concedes that gravity could indeed explain why people fall. Even with that admission, the Lord releases him, determined to make the lesson unforgettable. As Tiny hurtles downward, panic sets in, and he activates his divine steel armor to endure the crash. He slams straight into Walong, who has just stepped into the area. Esgard lands beside them and asks if gravity finally makes sense. Tiny, shaken, and desperate for a simple explanation instead, finds Esgard insisting on more practical demonstrations and drops him again several times. Eventually, Tiny wakes to see a soft glow radiating from his chest under Chloe's healing magic. He remarks in disbelief that he has already advanced to expert rank. Tiny is baffled about when he broke through during that brutal training and sits there stunned, realizing he has truly reached expert level. He connects the dots and understands that being repeatedly thrown from the rooftop by Esgard forced his body to adapt to gravitational pressure. Chloe comments on her father's ruthless method, yet admits she is impressed he climbed to expert rank so quickly. She adds that the entire Blue Wing Knight Order is buzzing with talk of his brilliance. Tiny reminds her she should be focused on preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony. Chloe shrugs it off, saying all she needs is to rehearse a bit of etiquette. Tiny casually assures her she will do great, catching her off guard. In response, she playfully smacks him, then proudly declares that as the star of the day, success is guaranteed. Her tone softens as she tells Tiny that since her father trained him, he is practically family now. She grants him permission to call her sister. He looks startled, and she reminds him this is a rare honor from a duke's daughter, so he chuckles and goes along with it. Chloe makes him promise to keep their sibling bond private. Before leaving, she informs him that Drexler has been searching for him. Sometime later, Tiny finds the knight standing in the arena. An audience of high-ranking figures surrounds the field. Drexler acknowledges that Tiny has reached expert rank. Tiny confirms it while noting the gathered spectators, which tells him this is no casual meeting. Without warning, Drexler discards his weapon. He proposes a rematch fought bare-handed. He admits his earlier showing was disgraceful for a knight of his stature, and offers to help Tiny adjust to his new strength in this rematch. Tiny accepts instantly. He rushes forward with overwhelming force, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Drexler is stunned by the sheer speed and weight behind the boy's movements. Unable to believe this is the same child from a week prior. Tiny smashes a heavy strike against Drexler's shield, driving the seasoned knight backward. Their clash releases shockwaves that ripple through the arena. Drexler's arms tremble under the crushing force of Tiny's blows. Tiny presses forward again. The weapon pounds against the shield as he accelerates, unleashing a rapid sequence of 23 strikes. Drexler senses the increasing tempo of the assault. The crowd watches in awe as Tiny swings his massive mace with incredible speed. Drexler retrieves his own weapon, deciding it is time to stop holding back. As they collide once more, Tiny begins to settle into a steady rhythm. He feels the mana flow and applies the gravity principles he just learned. Adjusting his weight, he can make his strikes either light and swift or crushingly heavy. To test it, he launches another full-powered blow. Drexler's eyes widen as he absorbs the tremendous impact. To conclude the duel, Tiny leaps high into the air and triggers his battle art. Form one lightning smash. The explosion from the strike fractures the arena floor. When the dust clears over the shattered ground, Drexler knows the fight is decided. Tiny thanks him sincerely for the training. Drexler jokes that he was still restraining himself the entire time. Tiny fires back that he has not even used his spirit abilities yet, then summons Walling to prove his point. Laughing at his confidence and obvious talent, Drexler formally welcomes him into the Blue Wing Knights. Tiny promptly ruins the mood by saying he has no plans to join, leaving Drexler stunned in silence. Recognizing Tiny's strength, Drexler realizes the boy has already grasped the inner teachings of the Valentia family. Later, Esgard casually tells Tiny he neglected to mention his future travel plans to the Order, and that staying unaffiliated is wiser. Even so, Tiny has surpassed his expectations. Tiny modestly attributes his rapid progress to Esgard's guidance. Sensing the first great disaster approaching, Esgard says preparations are nearly finished. As a final gift, he presents Tiny with an artifact-grade warhammer. The weapon carries semi-permanent enchantments worth years of a knight's wages. Tiny humbly asks him not to go so far, and Esgard admits he has been crafting it for months. It was originally meant as a retirement present for Drexler. Later, Tiny visits Randall's Hammers, the workshop of an elderly dwarf smith, where Esgard wants adjustments made to fit the boy. At first, Randall feels insulted, thinking modifying a masterwork for a child wastes his skill. Tiny recalls from Heinen that master dwarves seek worthy wielders for their creations. To prove himself, Tiny reveals his expert-level mana control. Randall activates his truthful eye, a racial ability, lets him sense sincerity and emotions, and he realizes Tiny is genuine. He tells the boy to wait and agrees to bring out the weapon. Soon after, Tiny examines what will become his future armament. Randall explains that the Duke's artifact is being tuned with shock absorption magic, so additional defensive enchantments are required. Tiny inquires about adding offensive magic, which displeases the dwarf. Wanting the rare warhammer to be perfect, Tiny accepts it anyway since it already carries 3 enchantments. Randall mentions he has another piece stored away. It is a colossal black steel warhammer etched with weight-enhancing runes, abandoned by its last owner for being too heavy. And when Tiny hears it also boosts shock impact and self-repair, his eyes gleam with excitement. Tiny instantly insists on taking a look at it. Sometime afterward, even though the hammer tips the scale at more than 100 kilograms, Tiny hoists it effortlessly and brings it crashing down, cracking the workshop floor apart. He notes how strikingly it resembles Nocturne, the weapon he wielded in his former life. He requests that Randall adjust the handle so it can be extended as he grows, and the grumpy dwarf finally consents when Tiny points out that the Duke's household will pay twice the price. The weapon is ultimately christened. After heading back to the castle, Tiny reports everything to the Lord. Lord is pleased the stamp hammer has found its owner, allowing Drexler to keep his original present, and with 2 weeks before it is completed, Tiny decides to dedicate himself to training. When he casually uses a phrase from the Eastern tongue, Esgard reacts in surprise. Lord is clearly impressed that Tiny has been learning the Eastern language. He remarks that this conveniently explains the boy's mysterious origins. Tone darkens, however, once Chloe's betrothal to the crown prince is mentioned. Tiny cautions him again that the prince is fated to perish on the day of the wedding. That tragedy will trigger a second catastrophe that eradicates the imperial family. As a result, the kingdom itself will collapse. In his previous life, Chloe earned the grim title of the crown princess of misfortune. Esgard confesses he is aware of these events, yet he believes firmly that destiny can be altered. Tiny stresses that their knowledge remains incomplete and unreliable. Esgard speaks warmly about how extraordinary Chloe is. Still, he acknowledges she has much to learn. Tiny concedes as well, knowing she will eventually be left in charge of a shattered empire drowning in hardship. Esgard vows to choose his path far more carefully this time. Tiny does not object, but states he will protect Chloe in his own way should the Lord's strategy fail. Mood shifts abruptly when Tiny refers to Chloe a little too casually, igniting the Lord's overprotective instincts and earning him another sharp knock on the head, along with accusations of harboring feelings for her. Outside, the surroundings feel lively and celebratory. Stream toward the castle for the coming-of-age celebration. As the hour of the ceremony approaches, an aide by the window reports that far more visitors than expected have arrived, and since the event is hosted by the Valentia family, nobles have gathered in impressive numbers. Enos Freewell, commander of the Blue-Winged Knights, oversees every arrangement to ensure the event proceeds without incident. The Lord commends his diligence and notes that an envoy from Loiter is present as well. Regrettably, it is the notorious third son. Dukedom of Loheter wields significant influence and has rivaled the Valentia house for generations, so sending such a figure feels like a deliberate slight. The Lord, surprised, orders that the man be reminded he stands on Valentia soil, and Genus assures him all precautions have already been arranged. The Lord remarks that he can always count on him. He suddenly scrutinizes Genus more closely and questions whether he might be concealing some illness. Genus is baffled by the unexpected worry. The Lord quickly brushes it off, insisting it was nothing. He says Genus need not oversee the ceremony personally, but Genus declines since Chloe feels like a sister to him, and he wishes to remain involved. The Lord accepts this and tells him there is no reason to apologize, noting that Chloe has always looked up to Genus as though he were her elder brother. The Lord then unexpectedly brings up the subject of marriage. Genus looks utterly perplexed and firmly asks that such a topic not be raised again, prompting the Lord to grow flustered and blame the strain of the ceremony. He then dismisses Genus to resume his responsibility. Once alone, the Lord falls into quiet contemplation. Genus assumed command after his father passed away and has proven unwaveringly reliable ever since. He then remembers Tiny once saying that Genus's name never appeared in the future. The thought troubles him deeply, as neither marriage nor sickness accounts for such an absence. Sixth-tier mana wielder would not simply perish in a routine skirmish. Therefore, the Lord suspects the second disaster must explain it. Meanwhile, Tiny trains outdoors, panting as thoughts of Genus run through his mind. He admits Esgard has a point, for with numerous nobles entangled in rivalry, the ceremony is bound to attract trouble, and the presence of so many influential figures only heightens the danger. Before long, Chloe walks toward him. He worries it may seem improper for her to linger outside, while distinguished guests have already gathered. Vivian explains she has tried to stop Chloe from roaming, but Chloe confesses the room feels stifling, and she can breathe more easily out here. He also beams at the chance to see Walling. Tiny calls Walling over and offers to let her spend time with the creature. Delighted, she hugs Walling close, saying that being near it makes everything far less dull. At that instant, Tebron von Loeder strides in and greets Chloe with bold familiarity. He openly admires her beauty and introduces himself with clear self-satisfaction. Chloe is taken aback upon learning he is from the Loheter family, while he behaves confidently as though their relationship were already settled. Remarks that since this marks their first encounter, they ought to enjoy each other's company, and even suggests sharing drinks as if it were perfectly appropriate. Chloe is bewildered by his forwardness. Proposing alcohol before any formal engagement has been declared strikes her as improper. Vivian immediately intervenes and states that Chloe must greet other visitors. Gibran responds haughtily, questioning how a mere female knight dares interrupt him, and signals his burly retainer Graham to step forward. Graham moves to stand directly before her and declares that the discussion should concern only the young nobles themselves. Vivian answers coolly that his argument is unreasonable. Graham softens his tone, claiming his young master has waited earnestly for years and asking for sympathy. Tebron once more urges Chloe to grant him an opportunity. Tiny watches the unfolding scene with sharp attention. Graham's grin feels even more unsettling than Tebron's blatant arrogance. Tiny steps forward and chooses to step into the situation. Nonchalantly questions Chloe about what is going on. His inquiry only bewilders her and instantly sparks Tebron's irritation. Tebron immediately commands Graham to drag the boy away before he can properly respond. Tiny answers with a swift slap across his face. The force launches the man straight up into the air. Tebron slams hard against the ground below. Enraged, Graham charges at Tiny once again. Tiny effortlessly counters and strikes him with another slap, hurling him clear over a nearby structure. A noble inside that building stares out the window in utter disbelief. He is stunned that a mere child can topple a seasoned knight with such ease. As Graham plummets, he reflects on the chain of events that led here. He recalls the moment the Lord ordered him to escort his third son to Chloe's ceremony to stir up trouble. He had voiced concern, warning that such behavior would tarnish the Loeder name. The Lord brushed aside the objection without hesitation, Tibron was no longer considered part of law order, as he was destined for disownment and exile, little more than refuse. Eliminating a nuisance in exchange for expendable trash seemed practical, and he was told to obey quietly and forget everything afterward. Ram crashes heavily to the earth. From an upper window, two nobles observe in astonishment as a skilled knight is defeated by a child, leaving them deeply unsettled. One struggles to accept that Tiny is responsible, while the other insists no normal prodigy could accomplish that. It must be something monstrous. One remarks with amusement, finding it entertaining that Duke Valentia unknowingly raised such a being. The idea of meeting the boy personally begins to intrigue him. Discussion shifts to Duke Alan Khan Lauder, speculating that he feigns loyalty to the imperial family while secretly undermining ties between them and the Valentias. They dismiss the notion of Lauder rivaling Valentia, noting Duke Valentia's long-standing mastery of ore. One comments that the emperor is wary of letting Esgard grow, overly influential. Glance at the unconscious men, and remark that those two needed to be handled sooner or later. The other counters that it hardly matters now, because Valentia's young masters, fiercely protective of their sister, have just come back to the estate. Inside, Esgard explains to Tiny that Tibron's misconduct led to his expulsion from Lauder. Therefore, Tiny will not face legal consequences for striking a noble. Still, the Lord pounds the table in anger and cautions Tiny against resolving every issue with brute force. He reminds him he refuses to see the boy imprisoned before the Demon King's forces arrive. While Tiny notes the guests were behaving suspiciously, his words trigger an emotional reaction. Esgard loses composure and shouts about anyone daring to target his daughter under his own roof, and Tiny observes how he ignores his own advice about restraint. Tiny remains standing there. He is nearly knocked over by Chloe's two furious brothers racing past to hunt down Tibron. Amid the chaos, Tiny unintentionally bumps into one of them, sending him stumbling to the floor. The brother is astonished that a child could endure their charge. They connect him to the rumors of his duel with Drexler and realize he is their father's student. The eldest, Aaron, voices admiration for Tiny's remarkable skill. Yet he quickly ends the exchange to resume chasing Tibron, swearing the man will not leave their land alive. Tiny identifies Aaron as the future successor, but is startled to recall that the second brother did not exist in his previous timeline. He fears this sibling may meet a tragic fate like Genus once did. On his return, Tiny vents about the Azran imperial family, criticizing their fixation on pure golden dragon blood and their strict guest hierarchy. His complaints are overheard by two nobles who appear abruptly, with one mocking him for speaking so boldly. Tiny quickly detects a magical disguise, concealing the man's real appearance. The stranger introduces himself as Baron Narsar, attending the ceremony. Narsar ridicules the Duke's decision to shelter a child like Tiny. Tiny responds coldly, reminding him he stands on Valentia territory and should show respect. Narsar laughs it off and shifts to a friendly demeanor. He even offers to treat Tiny to dinner as a gesture of goodwill. Tiny briefly considers forcing the truth out of him to uncover his real identity, but he recalls Esgard's earlier warning and chooses to bide his time instead. When Narsar requests help arranging a meeting with Chloe, Tiny's restraint finally snaps. Without any warning, he unleashes a powerful slap that propels the man soaring upward. Narsar's companion stands stunned, while Tiny offers a faint smile. Tiny realizes he has once more let anger corner him. His thoughts are interrupted as Ixalan suddenly attacks. Tiny narrowly evades and meets the assault blade to blade. His opponent burns with fury, threatening to tear him apart. The clash quickly grows perilous. Tiny senses a tightening field of controlled energy surrounding him. He is shocked to understand he faces a ranked knight challenger. Ixalan vows to slice him down. Tiny depends on his iron god armor to withstand the threat. Taking advantage of an opening, he summons Walling behind Ixalan. The sudden appearance of the spirit beast startles the knight, allowing Tiny to drive in a solid punch. The blow proves useless, as Ixalan remains completely unfazed. Instead, he seizes Tiny by the collar, flings him aside with ease. Tiny barely steadies himself, while the knight readies a crushing strike. His spirit wolf leaps between them. Moments later, Tiny is smashed into the ground, just as Ixalan prepares to finish him off. Narsar steps in and orders Ixalan to stand down, claiming full blame for the misunderstanding. Later, Genus approaches Tiny to settle the issue. Tiny apologizes, admitting his actions were driven by suspicion. Genus agrees to drop the matter, since the offended noble has pardoned him. Nevertheless, he delivers a firm caution. He advises Tiny never to belittle Valentia or its specially authorized visitors. Tiny feels the weight of the man's overwhelming presence and listens as Genus urges him to act wisely to fulfill his vast potential. Before Genus departs, Tiny probes for more details, inquiring specifically about Narsar. Genus declines to reveal anything, calling it confidential. Tiny presses further, asking if the man belongs to the imperial family. Genus immediately regrets revealing even that much information. Knows that reaching challenger rank is an exceptionally rare achievement. He orders Tiny to keep everything confidential and Tiny agrees, quietly connecting the clues on his own. He deduces that the hidden powerhouse is likely an Imperial Inspector dispatched, because Chloe's ceremony will formally announce her engagement to the Crown Prince. A week slips by, and at last the ceremony day arrives. The castle overflows with distinguished guests, while Genus dedicates himself to ensuring every detail is flawless for his sister's special occasion. Tiny, meanwhile, devotes his attention to the banquet table. Genus watches in annoyance as Tiny keeps piling food into his mouth, warning him not to overeat and make himself sick. Tiny brushes off the advice without concern. Genus ultimately lets it go, reasoning that the growing boy genuinely needs the energy. The talk is cut short when Narsar approaches. He requests a private word with Tiny, since Genus is occupied with formal responsibilities. Tiny promptly apologizes for his earlier rudeness. To his surprise, Narsar responds warmly, saying he admired Tiny's bold decisiveness. He even jokes that Tiny should strike him again if he ever behaves arrogantly. Tiny feels unsettled, suspecting the man might have a rather strange disposition. The celebration officially commences as the host introduces the main attraction. Chloe steps into the grand hall beside her father and her two brothers, radiating elegance in her ceremonial gown. Narsar cannot hide his amazement at her appearance. Seeing the intensity of his gaze fixed on Chloe, Tiny instinctively grows protective. The gathered nobles also marvel at her breathtaking beauty. She remains composed, fully aware that her destiny changes from this day forward, permanently altering the course of her life. As Tiny observes her, he recalls the gentle moment when she asked him to become her brother. The memory stirs his emotions and releases his mana outward, summoning Walling into the grand hall, leaving the entire crowd stunned into silence. Even Esgard looks taken aback as Walling behaves playfully around Chloe like an oversized pup, until she calmly takes her seat and instructs him to remain still. Some guests whisper complaints about a dog attending such a refined gathering. Suddenly, Walling begins to emit a brilliant glow, transforms into an enormous wolf, freezing the audience in fear. They quickly grasp that this is no ordinary beast, but a formidable spirit entity. Narsar expresses appreciation for the dramatic display. Tiny finds the gratitude irritating and grows more suspicious of him. He quietly resolves that another slap might be necessary if the man continues acting oddly. Asgard approaches his daughter with visible emotion, saying her mother would have been immensely proud. The remark casts a somber mood over the hall. Only those familiar with the family's past truly understand its weight. Lord then places a ceremonial medal around her neck and proclaims the pivotal moment to all present. Raises his hand as brilliant light fills the room, revealing a magical projection of her future husband. Figure introduces himself as Bradley Vanna Slem. He explains his absence and expresses gratitude to be engaged to her. Vivian recognizes the voice and suspects he is the rebirth of an ancient king. Tiny remains unimpressed, recalling that in his previous life the prince met a pointless death. Narsar attempts to interject. Tiny restrains him lightly and tells him to calm down, mentioning he once reversed the spelling of Narsar, realizing that it reads Azran backward. As the implications settle in, Tiny grows anxious. He understands that the person he wanted to thrash is actually the crown prince himself. Chill runs through him as he imagines the consequences. Genus notices his trembling and asks what is wrong, and he casually blames it on the warmth of the hall. Genus reassures him that the prince has already pardoned the earlier incident, assuring him he remains protected within Valentia territory. He also explains that the crown prince personally insisted on this marriage, despite the emperor's objections, making it evident that the prince now stands firmly with them. Later, Genus relays that Esgard wishes to see Tiny after the event. During their meeting, the Lord thanks Tiny for summoning Walling, as it helped steady Chloe's nerves. They move on to weighty concerns, and he reflects on the warnings Tiny previously shared. A significant artifact is destined to disappear, and a colossal kraken will devastate the capital city. He questions why a kraken of all creatures would appear. Tiny proposes launching an investigation, then inquires about the hammer seal. The Lord explains the tuning process and instructs Tiny to visit the blacksmith the following day for his weapon. At the ford, Tiny discovers that the new weapon is revolutionary. The smith explains it is heavier for greater impact, self-repairing, and precisely synchronized with Tiny's mana. Confesses the weapon feels unsettlingly powerful and wonders how his son forged something so extraordinary. Tiny lifts it effortlessly as though it weighs nothing. Blacksmith suggests he give it a proper swing. The motion feels seamless, as if the weapon responds to him willingly, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Later, Tiny rides his familiar beyond the city walls to test how the weapon performs at high speed. He is impressed by the results and grateful to Randall for arranging everything. Walling becomes increasingly energetic and accelerates, which Tiny assumes is simply the wolf enjoying a run beneath the moon. He gauges their velocity and realizes they are traveling incredibly fast. Fast enough to reach the port city of Anixen within a single week. Elsewhere inside a shadowy chamber, the demon loyalists learn that Tiny has departed the Duke's territory, and he is frustrated that Tiny rides an elite spirit beast far swifter than any carrot. After confirming he is heading toward Anaxen en route to Chiron, they see their chance. The leader decides it is the ideal moment to eliminate him and orders the tamers to prepare the attack. Back on the road, several black-armored knights leap out to obstruct Tiny's path. They taunt him arrogantly, reminding him they stand on equal footing, claiming he cannot defeat them even with the aid of his spirit beast. They begin gathering mana, preparing to subdue him by force. One knight releases an arrow toward him, and he casually knocks it aside midair, as if swatting an insect. The display leaves them terrified, because that strike was meant to be a top-tier technique. They attempt to calm themselves by insisting it was some sort of illusion, and rush him again, convinced their numerical advantage will secure victory. Tiny pays no attention to their pointless noise. He brings his hammer down and obliterates one knight on the spot. Victim understands far too late that Tiny's strength is genuine. Before his body even touches the dirt, Tiny condemns them as parasites serving demons rather than honorable knights. Remaining fighters realize they were deceived about Tiny's true power. Fear takes over and they attempt to flee. However, Tiny refuses to grant them escape. He pursues them and smashes his hammer into the ground. The earth fractures violently beneath them, swallowing them within deep fissures. With the threat eliminated, he admires his new weapon, yet wonders how they knew his precise route. A trace of regret surfaces, since their deaths prevent any interrogation. Without warning, an enormous tree collapses behind him. A towering two-headed troll emerges from the darkness, and he realizes the situation has escalated drastically with such a high-rank monster present, and its murderous gaze fixes squarely on him. He notes the absurdity of a rank 5 creature appearing here where it clearly does not belong. Beasts of this caliber can contend with top-class mages. This one barrels toward him swinging a massive axe. He narrowly evades the deadly arc when a hidden voice commands the monster to finish him. The order confirms a magic tamer controls it and dispatched it specifically for assassination. Tiny recognizes the troll is under direct manipulation. He sends Walling to hunt down the controller. The mage brandishes a magical device that drives the troll berserk. The creature flings its axe once more, and although Tiny dodges, the brute force shatters nearby trees as if they were fragile sticks. The troll's surprising speed and relentless rear assaults begin to irritate Tiny. He recalls that rank 5 trolls rely on raw muscle and near-instant regeneration, so he steadies himself and waits patiently for an opening. Confrontation grows increasingly perilous. When the troll exhales a thick cloud of toxic fumes, Tiny feels his strength draining away, yet he channels mana to remain standing. Just as the axe descends toward his skull, drives his hammer upward with all his might. The collision reverberates thunderously. Weapon's added weight proves advantageous and briefly. It seems he has seized momentum, but the troll's injuries knit together before his eyes. Tiny retreats and keeps moving to avoid being crushed. Continues delivering punishing blows, yet the beast regenerates each time. Afar, the tamer observes calmly, assuming Tiny will eventually exhaust himself. The struggle drags on until Tiny finds himself cornered. He notices something about the troll. Its stamina is finally faltering. Ironically, the tamer's strategy collapses as the monster weakens first. Continuous regeneration consumes more energy than it can sustain. Panic sets in for the tamer as Walling tackles and pins him. With the controller restrained, Tiny charges for a decisive strike, infusing his hammer with crackling lightning. The blast that follows is immense. When the smoke clears, Tiny stands holding the severed heads of the troll. He approaches the captured tamer seeking answers. The captive claims their faction operates from a lawless city, led by a mayor heading a city alliance. Tiny doubts this explanation, since no group would sacrifice a valuable high-ranked tamer so easily. Under pressure, the man confesses their plan to steal the artifact from Chiron. Tiny warns that survival hinges on revealing the true mastermind. Captive insists disclosure would mean certain death. Tiny dismisses it as mere speculation and urges him to gamble on telling the truth. After concluding matters, Tiny proceeds toward the port city of Anixen. Recalls Esgard mentioning a contact waiting at a tavern. He locates the establishment and steps inside, only to halt abruptly upon recognizing the figure seated there. Supposed contact is none other than Esgard himself. Esgard offers a brief apology. His form shifts into that of an ordinary man who casually remarks the bar serves no alcohol to minors. Leaving Tiny stunned speechless, face is unfamiliar, and more unsettling is the complete absence of detectable mana. There is no illusion to dispel. The disguise is flawless. Nearby patrons laugh and mock Tiny, one even sneering at his dark hair. Falling swiftly slides between them. The wolf's presence sends the men scrambling away in terror. Tiny notes internally that perhaps that display was excessive, yet he decides some individuals require firm correction. Disguised man studies Walling and deduces Tiny is a spirit summoner. Realizing he must be the Duke's special client, he apologizes for the delayed introduction. He escorts Tiny into a secluded back room. Tiny presents a silver tablet, which the man identifies as the Duke of Valanche's official seal. He reveals himself as the head of Black Wing, the Duke's covert intelligence network. Not merely warriors, they are unparalleled spies. He introduces himself as Jay, commander of the entire unit. Tiny is puzzled since someone in Jay's role should possess formidable strength. He senses absolutely no mana from him. Jay reveals astonishingly that his mana never awakened at all. Though shocked, Tiny listens as Jay laughs and briefly shifts into Esgard's likeness, explaining that lacking mana complicates disguises. It also ensures no one can trace him. Tiny acknowledges the strategy is daring and risky. Jay replies that the excitement makes it worthwhile. Getting down to business, Jay reports that Gale Anderson, a 7th Circle mage called the Warlock of Tsunami, has disappeared. Tiny immediately grasps the gravity of the news. Sorcerer of immense power who commands the ocean itself. Jay reveals that Gale vanished 2 weeks earlier during a voyage at sea, and all contact was abruptly lost. This poses a serious issue, because Gale was meant to issue a recommendation letter for Tiny's assignment. Jay passes Tiny a replacement identity tablet, explaining they had already prepared an alternative arrangement. Tiny feels relieved that Esgard has honored his word, then shares the name he forced out of the captured tamer earlier, Hustle. Jay notes that the name belongs to a devil worshipper tied to the Karun calamity. He speculates the individual may be an orc or werebeast, and vows to investigate further. The discussion is cut short by frantic knocking at the door. An operative informs Jay that he must come immediately because they have arrived. Tiny assumes a grave danger has appeared. Instead, the looming presence turns out to be a flood of starving patrons. Jay spends the rest of the day serving meals in an overcrowded tavern. Tiny observes the bustling disorder, puzzled how a cover establishment for espionage manages to thrive commercially. 2 days later, Tiny reaches the Flaxen docks. Disguised with his features concealed, he prepares to board a vessel bound for Karun. When a dock official requests identification, Tiny channels a trace of mana into the seal. The official nearly recoils in shock, astonished that a noble is traveling alone. Tiny fabricates a tale of belonging to a disgraced noble lineage. The official grows apologetic for his tone and sincerely wishes him a safe journey. Stepping onto the deck, Tiny reflects on the background Jay crafted for him. He is posing as a descendant of the Moor's house, nobles falsely accused of devil worship who vanished 4 decades ago. Their trademark black hair and eyes suit him perfectly, making him a believable survivor of a ruined bloodline. He does think the addition about being the son of a chivalrous elf feels excessive. As he settles into place, his instincts suddenly flare. He senses dark mana shifting nearby and realizes it originates from within the ship. Sinister energy coils around him, unmistakably malevolent. It is not limited to a few individuals, but spreads throughout the passengers. He concludes this is no random assault, but preparation for mass human sacrifice. Chaos erupts when a man lunges at him, driving a dagger toward his skull. Tiny remains utterly calm. He seizes the attacker's wrist barehanded and snaps it effortlessly as blood sprays, and the man screams. The surrounding crowd freezes in horror, realizing the man Tiny crippled is bleeding heavily. When someone shouts for him to release the attacker, Tiny tightens his grip instead. He flicks the fallen dagger upward and catches it midair. Then in one fluid motion plunges it into another conspirator's chest. Victim collapses instantly, choking on blood. Foul smoke begins rising from the corpse. The stench of decay spreads and passengers descend into panic, crying out that the fallen man was a demon devotee. Another approaches to thank Tiny, while edging closer under pretense of procedure. Tiny sees through the deception immediately. He grabs the would-be deceiver, twists his arm sharply, and hurls him into an accomplice, both crashing down coughing blood. Tiny calmly tallies the fallen. Remaining conspirators attempt to flee, shouting accusations, yet their allegiance is obvious. Every one of them serves demonic forces. The ship's captain rushes over, feigning outrage and disbelief. He offers hollow apologies and blames corrupt crew members, pleading for Tiny's help to restore order. Tiny scoffs at the performance and executes him without hesitation. As the captain's head strikes the deck, dark smoke billows thicker than before, revealing his deep corruption. Later, the focus shifts to the royal castle, where King Emud Van Karen receives a detailed report, revealing the crew had been corrupted for 5 years. Several sailors carried a minor demonic affliction granting them power, while the captain had reached blader-level corruption. The king is told that attaining such depravity requires sacrificing hundreds or even thousands of innocents. These rituals grant immense strength to demon followers, and can even enable powerful evil factions to breach dimensional barriers. Tiny remarks that such cultists spread like a disease among humanity. King admits he has not witnessed corruption this severe in 3 decades, and acknowledges his complacency. Using Tiny's fabricated identity as an elf-blooded summoner, he credits him with preventing a massacre. Curious about the spirit beast, the king requests a demonstration while his advisors protest nervously. They warn of the danger in revealing such a rare entity, but Tiny proceeds regardless. He summons Walling before them. King visibly trembles at the spirit's overwhelming presence and requests a private audience. Despite his guards' concerns about leaving him alone, he orders them to exit the chamber. Once alone, he wastes no time. He states bluntly that the quarter-elf narrative is false. Imud locks eyes with Tiny and demands the true motive behind his arrival. The king exposes the inconsistency in Tiny's claim about his lineage, explaining that black hair cannot coexist with elven blood, a revelation that shocks Tiny. He quickly adds that this biological truth is a guarded royal secret. Tiny apologizes sincerely and confesses his real objective: to hunt demon cultists and stop them from stealing a sacred artifact and unleashing catastrophe upon Karun. The king's perceptive gaze continues to scrutinize him, identifying him as an imperial native and noting the diplomatic complications, since Karun favors its alliance with the kingdom over imperial ties. Despite mistrust toward an imperial hiding his identity, the king chooses to place faith in him. He justifies this trust through Tiny's role as a spirit summoner, relying on the belief that those who command spirits must possess pure hearts. Tiny feels uneasy knowing the assumption is flawed, remembering from experience that summoners are not always righteous. Seizing the moment, Tiny requests an official audience with the artifact's guardians, pledging loyalty to Karun's safety. The king grants approval and resolves to trust him. Later, he dispenses with formal rituals and formally knights Tiny on the spot, assigns him the responsibility of safeguarding the sacred relic. As the insignia is fastened to his chest, Tiny reflects that this is his first time being knighted in this lifetime. Silently swears to make this second chance count by defending humanity. The mood soon grows more somber when Tiny reveals that a figure named Hustle appears to be the mastermind, emphasizing that the name sounds distinctly orcish. The king's face tightens with gravity at the mention, questions whether the intelligence can be trusted. Tiny answers that the source was a Fifth Circle mate. King requests time to consider and dismisses him. In another place, the tsunami sorcerer erects a magical barrier, channeling every ounce of strength through his weapon to contain the kraken. Panting heavily, he is approached by a man who applauds his effort. He startles before recognizing the visitor as Hustle. Hustle remarks that our boy has become a serious threat to their scheme. Meanwhile, Tiny reports to the Divine Artifact Protection Unit. His arrival is met with open hostility as seasoned soldiers doubt a child's credentials. A member named Mason loudly mocks him for gaining rank without earning it. Irritated, Tiny lets out a slow breath. He understands the king appointed him because the relic is largely symbolic now. The unit has become a dumping ground for underperformers. Realizing internal conflict is inevitable, Tiny chooses to establish authority immediately. He approaches Mason and casually begins speaking. When Mason attempts to intimidate him with seniority, Tiny calls forth his familiar. The overwhelming display of power leaves the knights shaken. Tiny calmly states he currently holds the advantage and mentions he was seeking a demon follower to make an example of. He asks whether any of them would volunteer. Panic spreads through the group instantly, deny involvement and salute him, prompting Tiny to urge them to improve their performance. Still uneasy, he recalls the king's reaction and suspects Hustle is already known to him. Voice interrupts his thoughts, laughing and praising Tiny for defeating demon cultists. The speaker expresses pleasure at finally meeting him, introducing himself as Truman, captain of the protection unit, and he greets him respectfully, while privately noting the captain's power seems modest for his rank. Since Truman is aware Tiny volunteered for this post, he directly asks about Tiny's interest in the sacred artifact. The abrupt question heightens Tiny's suspicion due to its link to the Karun incident. He feigns curiosity without revealing much, while Truman appears to anticipate his intrigue. Truman escorts him elsewhere to clarify matters, dropping several heavy books onto a table. He explains that public understanding of divine relics is flawed, using the holy barrier as an example. He notes it only repels minor evil and fails against true demonic force. Because of these shortcomings, many dismiss the artifacts as ceremonial props. Correct this notion, Truman suggests reading about an ancient covenant. He describes a promise from the mythical era, proving the relics were humanity's ultimate safeguard. And Tiny realizes he misjudged him and senses no malice, lowering his guard. Eventually, Truman admits that studying texts is dull and insists witnessing the artifact firsthand is better. He leads Tiny into the castle's most restricted chamber. Along the way, he asks Tiny's name and explains why guarding the relic is viewed as insignificant. Tiny assumes it is because the artifact serves merely as a symbol. Truman opens a secured door to reveal the truth. Within floats a colossal radiant relic named Humanitas, suspended beautifully in midair. It requires no guard, Truman explains, as it protects itself. He admits no one understands why it levitates, and that only someone truly worthy is believed capable of touching it. Because it seems self-sufficient, few consider the post prestigious. Curious, Tiny extends his hand toward it. The moment he draws, his body is engulfed in brilliant light, astonishing Truman as Tiny senses something unusual. Sensitive to mana, he detects the artifact's barrier resonating uniquely with his energy. Truman grips his shoulder in shock, realizing Tiny appears to be communicating with the relic. Later, they step back outside, and Truman admits Tiny continues to surprise him. He confesses years of service have never shown him anything similar. Tiny gains newfound respect, seeing that though not the strongest, Truman is dedicated. Their moment is interrupted by Greg Simbo of the Royal Knights. He struts in arrogantly as if he owns the grounds. He belittles Truman and directs insults at Tiny, calling him a holy half-elf. Tiny calmly corrects him to quarter-elf despite the lie. Greg mocks elven heroism and attempts to provoke a fight. Tiny remains unfazed, having anticipated the strike well in advance. He sidesteps effortlessly, seizes Greg's arm, and slams him onto the floor. When Greg continues protesting, Tiny lifts him and smashes him down again to silence him. Greg lies there conceding his mistake. Truman watches in stunned disbelief. Above them, a shadowy observer monitors events, thinking matters have grown far more intriguing since Tiny arrived. Soon Robert Dummel of the Royal Knights challenges Tiny, only to be felled instantly by a sharp slap. His defeat prompts other knights to charge. Tiny dispatches them one by one with ease. Tension rises further when Vice Captain Randolph Granchis steps forward to cross blades with Tiny. After being forced backward, Randolph earns mild praise from Tiny for his competence, prompting Tiny to ask if he recognizes the name Hustle. Randolph admits ignorance of such a person, leaving Tiny puzzled that the name draws no recognition. The mood shifts as a man radiating immense mana appears, remarking on Tiny's lack of mercy. Tiny identifies him as a formidable expert, likely challenger rank. The newcomer introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, captain of the Royal Knights. Tiny attempts formal courtesy, but Liam dismisses it, claiming he is merely an old man seeking entertainment. He proposes sharing information about Hustle if Tiny agrees to spar with him, recognizing the rare opportunity to face a top-tier fighter and gain crucial answers. Tiny readily rises to the challenge without hesitation. He immediately counters with an all-out assault. The impact splits the earth beneath them. He cautions Liam against taking him lightly. Their blades crash together with overwhelming strength. Tiny spins in for a follow-up kick. His opponent remains completely unmoved. Tiny quickly retreats, recognizing Liam's defense is as solid as rock. Observes that Liam's technique is built for brutal clashes, carrying the steadiness and presence of a true top-tier knight. Even with the gap in strength, Liam admires Tiny's precision and resolves to fight earnestly. He surges forward to press the battle on. A flurry of swift attacks erupts between them. Liam reflects that the young fighter only lacks polish and time. Tiny studies how Liam sustains his balance and stability under crushing force. Tiny successfully unleashes a four-strike combination, compelling Liam to admit that even genius falls short of describing him. Labeling him a monster instead, a title Tiny accepts calmly. He maintains relentless pressure until Liam chooses to conclude the match. Liam delivers a decisive final strike that throws Tiny off-center, driving him backward and ending the spar before it escalates further. Content with the lesson gained, Liam vows to honor his promise about sharing information. Later, Tiny reflects carefully on everything he discovered, pondering the hidden reality behind Hustle's true identity. Afterward, Liam remarks how refreshing such an encounter is at his age. Tiny likewise values the duel and quietly respects Liam's mastery. Staying true to his word, Liam provides details about a man named Rittman. He portrays Rittman as a royal knight loyal only to the crown, a seasoned traveler who might recognize Hustle. Liam even suggests arranging a direct introduction. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in calling for Tiny, announcing that the king urgently summons him. Upon arrival, the king states he has located the individual Tiny sought. Before him stands Rittman, famed for mastering the Eastern Sea routes. Tiny is taken aback, unsure when he requested such help, especially since this is the very name Liam mentioned moments earlier. Rittman greets him as the slayer of demon cultists and inquires whether Tiny had business with him. Caught off guard, Tiny strives to respond courteously, The king observes this as Tiny stands, irritated that no warning was given, so he could prepare a proper facade. To conceal his true intentions, he awkwardly explains that Ritman's appearance suggested Eastern origins, and he had merely expressed curiosity about traveling there. Ritman accepts the explanation, commenting that the king rewards merit without hesitation, and has consistently shown generosity whenever new routes are uncovered. King then reminds Tiny he cannot journey east until he completes his vow to eradicate the demon cult. Tiny wonders why this topic surfaces so abruptly, particularly with Ritman present. He inspects Ritman's mana and finds it entirely ordinary, suggesting Woling would have reacted if he were truly corrupted. Yet he detects that Ritman's mana signature blends beastly and human traits, reminding him of Jay's words about orcs and beastfolk. The king informs Ritman that he will assist in eliminating the cult. Ritman is startled since he planned to depart the following day in search of Gale, but the king firmly cancels it, declaring that the looming threat takes precedence. Ritman reluctantly bows to the command. Tiny concludes that despite the lack of dark aura, this individual must be Hustle. Later on, the king seeks Tiny's opinion. Tiny concedes the man does not resemble a cultist. The king insists Tiny remain close for certainty, prompting Tiny to question such extreme measures. King reveals a lightning-lit mana oath etched across his chest. A mana oath binds one's promise to their own energy, inflicting severe backlash if violated. Tiny worries that even a third-tier surge could endanger an elderly ruler. He asks why the king would gamble so much on someone barely acquainted. King reveals his lineage grants prophetic dreams. He repeatedly envisions the sacred artifact vanishing and beasts overrunning the capital. When Tiny mentioned the artifact's disappearance, the king understood the visions were warnings. He would rather seem like a resentful, fearful old ruler, keeping a suspicious subordinate close, than watch his realm collapse. That instant, Tiny detects a disturbance and understands. Hustle has slipped beyond the castle grounds. Mounting his moon wolf, Tiny dashes off in pursuit. Noticing the wolf senses no demonic trace, he briefly considers another suspect. Yet the man's abrupt escape from the palace answers everything. Tiny resolves to hunt him down and gather undeniable proof. Elsewhere, several men secretly load cargo onto a riverside vessel under cover of darkness. Hustle materializes behind them, startling the crew who expected him the following day. He informs them that complications arose because the king assigned someone to shadow him. The men are puzzled by the sudden shift in the king's actions. Hustle orders them to stop questioning and ready the ship at once. Without warning, a fiery blast tears through the vessel. Tiny emerges amid the shattered remains to confront them, accusing them of serving demons and demanding an explanation for their midnight activity. Panic spreads as they realize they have been discovered. Tiny lunges forward with a mana-infused blow, eliminating 4 in an instant. He lands confidently and offers the rest a chance to yield. Cultists recoil, branding him a monster. Hustle remains composed, telling his men Tiny is merely a skilled fighter drained by his dramatic attack. He argues that Tiny is stalling to recover his mana, making Tiny aware that his deception has been exposed. Hustle chooses to finish the confrontation on the spot and charges directly at Tiny. They collide and Tiny succeeds in halting Hustle's blade with his bare palm, opening space for Woling to ambush from behind. The wolf rakes its claws across Hustle's back, leaving him injured and roaring with fury. Hustle vows to rip Tiny limb from limb. He tries to trigger a reverse summoning on the wolf, hoping the backlash will surge through Tiny with violent force. His blade flashes as he strikes at the beast, yet Tiny shields the targeted spot precisely, conserving his mana with careful control. Hustle considers such mastery utterly absurd and concludes that Tiny must be eliminated without delay. Tiny cuts down the remaining cultists in a single sweeping blow. He orders his wolf to prioritize speed as his mana reserves dwindle. Amid the clash, Tiny recalls the king's account of Hustle's origins. Most beastmen inherit qualities from terrestrial animals. Hustle, however, is a rare anomaly bearing traits of a sea predator. Such mutations resemble an ancient tribe that defied their deity, so infants like him are usually executed at birth. King revealed that he spared the child, concealing his true nature through a binding mana oath, because his unusual talents were indispensable. Back in the present, Hustle asks whether the king disclosed anything further. His currents of water coil around his twin blades. Tiny suddenly recalls the king's warning to never battle him near the ocean, for he is in truth a killer whale. Senses the surrounding water amplifying Hustle's sole weapon, escalating the danger dramatically. Hustle balances atop the sea's surface, a sword in each hand, silently awaiting Tiny's move. Tiny lunges ahead, provoking him with bold taunts, channeling all his might into a crushing hammer strike. Hustle blocks with crossed blades, yet is driven to one knee by the sheer force, privately noting Tiny's unnatural recovery speed. Tiny refuses to relent, pressing forward with eyes blazing in anger. Hustle grows uneasy, aware that prolonged combat could draw reinforcements. Devastating punch from Tiny sends Hustle hurtling backward. Rather than regain footing, Hustle rides the momentum and plunges into the depths. Tiny assumes he is attempting to flee. Suddenly, a towering wave rises overhead as Hustle declares Tiny far from ordinary. Before the surge crashes forth, he promises they will finish this another day. Turns and speeds toward the open ocean. Recognizing the orca's speed across water is unmatched, Tiny feels frustration until he sees his wolf bounding through the air, as though stepping on solid wind. Tiny realizes Wolling has awakened a new ability. Deciding to keep this trump card hidden for their next clash, he gazes at the distant horizon, aware the orca vowed revenge, and pondering what other plots may be unfolding. Deep within a cavern, Ritman arrives, clearly pleased with how events progress. He tells Gale that everything met his expectations. Gale responds with anger and biting sarcasm. Ignoring the hostility, Ritman offers food and says Gale must stay alive to complete their task. He gestures toward the Kraken and asks how they intend to proceed. Gale trembles at the monster's looming presence. The Kraken opens one eye, and fractures spread across its barrier. Ritman explains that releasing the creature would let the young one call its mother telepathically, while killing it would also alert her. Either decision would doom Karan, and he reminds Gale that only cooperation can save his hometown. Gale insists divine judgment will fall upon him someday. Ritman merely laughs and lets the food drop, saying he has felt damned since birth and now exists solely for vengeance. Meanwhile, Tiny and Liam report back to the king. They reveal the recent shipment was orchestrated by demon worshippers. The cargo turns out to be ritual materials valued at half the kingdom's yearly revenue. King laments not suspecting Ritman earlier, describing him as someone desperate to validate himself in a world that cast him aside. Tiny breaks in to share insight gained from Liam. Notes Ritman operated so secretly that few even knew his name. The king suggests he sought obscurity to avoid werewolf hunters. Tiny argues that truly ambitious individuals rarely hide in the shadows. The king agrees and resolves not to dwell on past errors. He asks whether there is another method to track the remaining cultists. Tiny assures him he has a strategy that will work with proper royal backing. Later, he appears at the hotel, cloaked in a hood with baggage in tow. Jay greets him with a formal bow and apology, having failed to recognize him before official hours began. Once Tiny lowers his hood, Jay is utterly stunned by both his appearance and the mountain of equipment he carries. Tiny explains the entire complicated situation involving the cult, since he cannot detect any demonic aura from Hustle. He concludes Hustle chose betrayal rather than transformation. Jay feels ashamed because he had hoped to impress Tiny with Black Wing's strength. Tiny comforts him and suggests they still have the ideal chance to prove themselves. Places a box on the table, producing a royal decree granting control over the remaining cargo. He points out that Black Wing employs elite trackers. They should oversee analyzing the shipment to trace those responsible. Tiny begins unloading the crates. He hesitates, noting the challenge is immense as Tiny lifts out a live frog to stress urgency. Jay admits their earlier investigations failed because the cult meticulously erased evidence. Tiny briefly despairs, fearing his efforts were wasted. Jay quickly reassures him, explaining they now control nearly all essential ritual components. Many of these rare materials were destroyed in the Karan blaze. The cult cannot easily replace or recreate them. Jay proposes setting up a shop in Karan, selling precisely those scarce items. With time against them, the cultists will be compelled to visit that very store. Tiny is genuinely impressed, realizing Jay is more than a merchant but a brilliant tactician. Before starting preparations, Aide serves a regional chicken specialty. Tiny declines at first, saying he lacks time to eat. Jay persuades him to sample just a bite. The taste proves so astonishing that Tiny's plate is empty before he notices. He is left speechless by the incredible flavor. Jay eagerly asks how the dish tastes. Tiny casually tells him he could make a fortune just by cooking. Taking it as high praise, Jay beams with pride and remarks that their cover will now be effortless. He boldly announces the official start of their hunt for the demon cult. 2 months pass, and under the cover of night, 2 cloaked figures approach the storefront. They whisper anxiously, unsure if they have come to the correct place. One insists the proprietor is nothing more than a greedy merchant chasing profit. The other worries they ignored their superior's warning. Yet he reassures his companion that their scouting was thorough. They knock softly and step inside, eager to conclude their errand quickly. Jay greets them with a polite smile and begins reviewing the list of goods they hand over. As his eyes move down the page, he recognizes every item as a ritual material he had been instructed to monitor. Realizing the prey has walked straight into their snare, he knows it is time to notify Tiny. Maintaining composure, Jay asks them to wait while he retrieves the merchandise from storage. Feigning busyness, he overhears them murmuring about strict orders to remain cautious. Abruptly, another hooded figure enters, and amid their dispute, a looming presence fills the room. Alarm flashes across their faces at the unexpected arrival. The newcomer smirks and asks to join their discussion. The first 2 tense immediately, recognizing him as their superior. Jay assumes he is an accomplice and wonders if they plan to divide the goods. The elder voices irritation, stating he came to hurry them along, because the mission is far too important to risk mistakes. The subordinates quickly try to calm him, insisting they concealed their master's identity and verified every detail twice. In response, the elder releases a suffocating surge of black smoke that engulfs one man. The victim's body twists grotesquely before Jay's eyes. He collapses, pleading desperately for mercy. The elder casually tells Jay to have someone clean up the mess, and steps closer with sharp suspicion in his gaze, commenting that the shop's setup seems far too convenient. To probe further, he unleashes another cloud of dark particles. Thick haze overwhelms Jay and renders him unconscious. Sometime later, Tiny discovers him and shakes him awake, noticing his garments have been ripped in places. As Jay strains to piece together what happened, he mutters that he was fortunate. He remembers the elder observing that he possessed no mana, likely sparing his life. The intruder simply withdrew the dark aura back into his palm and warned Jay he would die if he revealed the encounter. Jay gestures toward a mound of ash, saying the elder could erase him just as easily. Tiny refuses to dismiss the threat merely because Jay lacks mana. He argues that such blatant traces reveal arrogance and proposes hiring an expert mage to track the source. Jay hesitates, fearing the enemy's strength exceeds their expectations. He compares the elder's presence to the crushing aura of a top captain from the 7th Corps, something that barely feels human. Tiny remains resolute, insisting they pursue the truth regardless of peril. He says if a scheme falters, they will force it to succeed. Jay admires this unwavering resolve and commits himself fully to Tiny's cause. Over the next month, the Knights intensify Dream Base, training drills while Tiny dedicates himself to research. Through careful study, he tracks enemy movements and uncovers plans for a grand ritual on nearby islands. To counter it, he arranges an ambush with Black Wing and shares limited intelligence with the royals to secure support. While immersed in books, Tiny overhears Knights whispering about Liam's absence, assuming he is on leave. Tiny casually mentions reinforcements from the king, surprising them. At that moment, a captain steps inside, grumbling about so many Knights taking leave, noting even Liam is gone and he has no one to drink with. Tiny asks if they share a close bond. The captain replies they are longtime friends who often spend time together. He invites Tiny to join him for dinner. Tiny declines with courtesy. The captain jokes that perhaps Tiny is planning a holiday too, and Tiny humorously agrees. The captain advises him to rest well and return refreshed. The operation day arrives. A band of treacherous Knights sneaks toward the divine artifact, confident due to a missing guard, believing it the ideal moment to seize it. They storm the chamber and boast of victory before the relic. Tiny steps out from concealment, explaining he anticipated this move. He is relieved he remained behind, leaving the group stunned. Tiny remarks their actions were painfully predictable. He confesses surprise at seeing Captain Truman among them. Tiny demands an explanation from him. Knight defends Truman, saying Tiny cannot grasp his history. The captain built the order and trained countless warriors, yet was relegated to guarding a relic he deems insignificant. Tiny asks if he always dreamed of knighthood, prompting reflection. Truman recalls discovering his physical limits early. Standing beside a far more talented peer, he chose administration over elite combat. Later, a baron and baroness reassigned him to this quiet post. He believes the king wronged him by ignoring his frustration. Because of that resentment, he allied with Rittman, who offered purpose after years of neglect. Trusts Rittman's vision of a new kingdom, serves the greater good. Tiny disagrees, seeing him as manipulated, a man rationalizing a pact with demons. Truman declares there is no retreat now and commands his men to seize Tiny, convinced history will vindicate him as they charge. Tiny confronts them without hesitation. He swings his weapon, smashing them aside in all directions. Truman watches in disbelief as one fighter crushes his squad. Tiny fights with visible exhilaration, displaying masterful technique that convinces the captain defeat is certain. As injured Knights lie scattered across bloodstained stone, Truman resorts to a desperate final measure. He hurls a crimson orb at Tiny. Tiny deflects it aside. Sphere strikes the ground and erupts into dense, toxic black smoke. The dark mass swells at an alarming pace until it takes shape as a towering demon, unleashes a thunderous roar that makes the entire chamber tremble. Truman's courage falters when he sees the fiend so near the sacred relic, and in that instant, the creature suddenly pivots toward the captain, hoisting him upward as if preparing to devour him whole. Tiny reacts instantly, smashing down with his hammer and severing the demon's arm. The severed limb crashes down, trapping the wounded captain beneath it. Stunned, Truman questions why Tiny would save him and demands to know the demon's origin. With fading strength, he admits Rittman entrusted him with the monster as a final measure. The demon shrieks in fury and readies another assault. Tiny observes the relic's holy barrier, already burning away at the fiend's body. He realizes Rittman deliberately armed Truman with a beast doomed to be destroyed by the very artifact he guarded. Ignoring its wounds, the demon charges straight for the divine treasure. Tiny cries out and propels himself upward to intercept. With a brutal strike, he blasts a gaping hole through the monster's chest. Yet hatred still blazes in the demon's eyes. Attempts to rise again for another attack. Tiny stands firm, determined to protect the relic at any cost. Meanwhile, on the island's edge, a cloaked man surveys several fallen bodies and notices the turmoil inland. He demands an explanation from his companion. The companion studies odd traces on the ground and identifies concealment magic at work. He concludes the island ritual is a diversion, and the real strike targets Karan. The thought fills him with dread as he realizes Tiny may be in grave danger. Tiny understands demons prize obedience above survival. The fiend lunges at him without the slightest hesitation, intent on carrying out its command. Tiny slips aside and circles behind, aiming for its blind spot. He brings his hammer down with overwhelming force onto its skull, spraying blood as the beast collapses to the ground. Even then, Tiny senses it has not truly fallen. Unwilling to risk failure, he climbs higher to build momentum, then hurls himself forward and delivers a final devastating blow that shatters the demon's body beyond repair. Tiny leaps clear just in time, leaving only a severed arm behind as he pants, realizing the Demon King's servants wield terrifying power far beyond expectation. As calm returns, he notices Captain Truman has vanished. Despite the betrayal, Tiny refuses to let him slip away, mounts his wolf and sets off in pursuit. Truman staggers ahead, gravely injured. Blood trails behind him as he stumbles through a shadowy tunnel, each breath heavier than the last. At the tunnel's end, he spots a faintly glowing door and believes he has reached safety. He collapses before it as his strength drains away. His thoughts drift to the demon he survived. Living through it feels miraculous, yet he knows his wounds are mortal. His vision of a new kingdom fades, and his former faith offers no solace. Suddenly, Tiny stands before him. Truman is astonished that the young warrior survived. Tiny remarks coldly that hiding in the sewers was foolish. Truman does not protest, offering only a faint smile as he accepts his fate. Tiny presses him for information about the enemy's scheme, but the captain's voice grows weaker. With effort, he murmurs something about a promise. Moments later, his head drops and his breathing ceases. Tiny gazes at the corpse, reflecting that this grim end came from choosing demons over honor. The quiet is brief. Woling senses a potent mana source beyond the nearby door. Remaining cautious, Tiny steps. Inside lies the Tsunami Warlock face down. Turning him over, Tiny discovers he is already dead. This puzzles him, since the mana detected could not belong to a corpse. His eyes fall upon a small Kraken hatchling nearby. It too is lifeless. When Tiny touches it, a torrent of memories and knowledge floods his mind. He learns the warlock spent his last strength shielding the infant. At once a dreadful aura fills the chamber, as oppressive as gluttony incarnate. Tiny knows delay is impossible. Channels his remaining mana into a powerful restoration spell. A radiant pillar of light erupts skyward, piercing the darkness. In the palace, the king sees the beam from his study, recognizes it as Gale's magic. He fears the legendary Kraken is already advancing on the kingdom. At that moment, Crown Prince Henry von Karin rushes in, reporting a colossal tsunami racing toward the city. The wave moves too swiftly to evacuate everyone. He urges immediate declaration of the highest alert, leaving the king in despair. If the Kraken legends are true, Karan may perish without divine intervention. Calm voice interrupts, asking if surrender is truly the king's choice. Tiny enters carrying Gale's lifeless body across his shoulders. The aide attempts to block him for breaching protocol. Tiny ignores the objection and gently lowers the body. States Gale fought bravely for Karan until slain by cultists. Fury ignites within the king as he realizes one of the 7 pillars has fallen. Yet Tiny insists hope remains, explaining Gale prepared a final shield to defend the city. The king doubts whether even sacred power has limits. A single artifact may not withstand a beast as vast as the Kraken. Tiny cites ancient scripture claiming divine relics surpass any monster if faith sustains them. His conviction rekindles the king's resolve. Orders fly out for full emergency measures. Mages shield citizens while soldiers guide them to safety or toward nearby islands. Night soon brings grim tidings. Every vessel in the harbor lies destroyed, cutting off escape. Beyond the walls, an enemy elder watches the wreckage with grim satisfaction. Confident the populace is trapped, since part of their earlier scheme was exposed by the knights. He commands his subordinate to summon reinforcements and crush resistance. Dark smoke coils around him as the Kraken approaches. He chuckles softly, declaring the true spectacle is about to unfold. Within the city, terror spreads as the tsunami looms closer. Mages exhaust themselves pouring out mana to restrain the waters, leaving them drained and barely upright. From afar, Hustle observes patiently, waiting for panic to peak before unleashing his seaborn dark magic to achieve his goal. His ambition is to wipe out the royal lineage and extinguish the sacred artifact's light for good. He proclaims to his disciples that the era of Malum has at last begun. 2 days later, floodwaters still drown the streets, while citizens grow weary from relentless fear. Tiny observes the exhausted townsfolk, and the fatigued king. He softly advises the ruler to rest briefly. Yet before any choice is made, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. Tiny senses a vast and oppressive force drawing near. His face hardens as he realizes the true enemy has arrived, and in the distance, a colossal wall of water towers like a mountain, and above it, gigantic tentacles rise skyward as the Kraken's immense silhouette blankets the city. In that instant, Karun's destiny hangs in the balance as the ocean explodes into motion. Terror erupts everywhere, people scattering at the sight of the monstrous form emerging from the sea. Liam struggles to comprehend the horrifying spectacle. King stands rigid as reality sinks in. The Kraken has truly come. Amid the turmoil, Tiny rushes toward the king with a heavy sack in hand. He says it holds what Anderson entrusted to them. The king nods at once and summons Woling, placing complete faith in Tiny without hesitation. Tiny leaps onto Woling and ascends, accepting this burden as his own. As he departs, a memory flashes through the king's mind. He recalls the demon follower, apologizing for departing his side. The man had claimed he fought to his last breath for king and country, and vowed to leave his devotion within Tiny, a memory that steels the king's resolve. Tiny soars through the sky on Woling, while the Kraken closes in behind. When the beast encircles him, he remains only human. He notes the creature's core body remains distant. Woling reacts sharply, prompting Tiny to believe a chance still exists. The sensation of flight stirs a familiar memory within him. Going on that recollection, he activates Spirit Summoner's third stage. Lightning binds him to the wolf at astonishing speed. The surge of strength feels both terrifying and exhilarating. He lands atop a writhing tentacle and prepares to advance toward the main body. Suddenly, the Kraken emits a piercing shriek. The sonic force rattles him, and he clamps his hands over his ears. He assumes the beast senses him through its offspring. The demon follower once mentioned residual traces left inside the hatchling. Even a creature ruled by instinct could identify its child's killer, and now that explanation proves true. Tiny swings his hammer with every ounce of strength, driving the baby Kraken's remains into its mother's flesh. For a heartbeat, he thinks the tactic succeeded, yet instead, the colossal Kraken roars even louder, unleashing a violent wave of power. The blast hurls Tiny off balance. As he falls from Woling, regret floods him and he questions his decision. Before striking the ground, strong arms catch him. A steady voice tells him to relax, and when he looks up, he sees Genus before him just as another enormous tentacle crashes down, triggering a fresh explosion. Yet they stand firm amid the devastation. Tiny worries Genus's presence could spark political complications. Genus replies that urgency outweighs politics and assures he is in disguise. Tiny knows Genus is far from ordinary. A prodigy with silver mana and icy traits who achieved challenger rank young is exceedingly rare. Knowledge comforts Tiny, though they notice the Kraken suddenly grow calm. The shift feels unnatural, and Tiny senses another anomaly. The devil's followers lie unconscious nearby. Presence clarifies the earlier detonation. He understands the explosion was part of their scheme, though Anderson's plan partly succeeded. Then the immense Kraken rises once more, startling them as fear surges again. Genus steps forward, puzzled since no cultists remain close. Tiny realizes something unseen is at play. Seeking clarity, he asks about the summoning spell Genus studied, who replies most of it should be destroyed. Its purpose was to conceal another presence. That revelation connects the dots for Tiny. The cult must be shielding something crucial. He grasps the truth that the divine artifact is their true objective, and wastes no time. And he calls upon the silver wolf spirit and shuts his eyes, seeing the palace in his vision. As he concentrates for precision, the image sharpens to reveal cultists heading for the castle, confirming his fear. He mounts Woling immediately and races off. Genus questions abandoning the Kraken. Tiny insists safeguarding the artifact is the higher priority. Only by protecting it can their sacred vows endure. The city descends into horror as tentacles smash through streets. Terror grips every district of the capital. Near the cathedral, the guardians of the artifact struggle to remain steady. Though the relic radiates protection, their hands tremble. Cling to hope that as long as the cathedral stands, salvation remains possible. That fragile hope shatters when a shadowed figure steps forth. The intruder mocks the protective spells and the knights' desperate defense. These cultists regard the knights as nothing more than a trivial obstacle. Hustle lifts his hand, releasing suffocating dark energy. A beam of shadow follows. Soldiers cry out as the dense mist engulfs them instantly. Meanwhile, Tiny and Genus charge ahead on their mounts, drawing near the artifact's location as Tiny assures it lies just ahead, though more cultists block them. Tiny tightens his grip on his hammer, burdened by the surrounding chaos. Genus steps forward decisively to clear the path. He unleashes a radiant beam that scatters foes with remarkable speed. Tiny watches in admiration of Genus's immense strength. As they advance, Genus questions whether the cult can even wield the artifact given its ancient seals. Tiny admits it is possible since he has witnessed it before. The recollection weighs heavily on him. Kraken's rampage seems too deliberate, suggesting a far greater calamity unfolding. That suspicion is confirmed when Liam suddenly appears with weapon ready. joining them amid the shattered streets. Before words can be exchanged, massive tentacle crashes down before them. The shock leaves the trio momentarily stunned as dust fills the. Tiny notices a demonic acolyte blocking the path ahead, clutching the heart of the sacred relic in his grasp. The scene confirms the dread he had been trying to ignore. The sacred relic is already gone from its rightful place. Loss explains the Kraken's sudden emergence. With the holy relic missing, the ancient seals have completely failed. At last, Genus grasps how dire their predicament truly is. This is no mere beast they face, but a dark sorcerer belonging to the notorious Seven Circle Warlocks. Foe grins faintly, clearly amused by those daring to confront him. He senses the power of Amur's descendant, alongside two high-ranking knights, and acknowledges them as a legitimate obstacle to his lord's scheme. Arcs of sinister lightning flicker and coil within his palm. Choosing not to prolong matters, he unleashes his attack without hesitation. Venus detects the bolt racing straight toward Tiny. He reacts in an instant, stepping forward to shield him. Liam reinforces the defense, planting his feet against the surging current. Demon Servant sneers at their resistance and intensifies the torrent of destructive force. Tiny understands they cannot endure a purely defensive stance much longer. The only solution is to recover the sacred relic and end this chaos. Spotting the demon ascending skyward, Tiny directs Walling to pursue him at once. He is resolute in reclaiming the stolen core. From beneath, the demon targets the ascending rider with another lightning strike. Genus springs upward to intercept the incoming blast. Liam stares in disbelief as Genus withstands the full brunt of a seventh circle spell. Reckless, Genus holds firm without a trace of doubt. He executes the opening equinox form of Valentia swordsmanship. The icy resonance of his blade collides fiercely with the dark current. Shadows begin to gather tightly around him. In that moment, he remembers the king's directive. King had stressed that safeguarding Tiny was vital to the world's survival. One must keep faith, even when the road is harsh. Eno's touches down solidly, determined to fulfill the monarch's command. He provokes the demon follower into focusing solely on him. Liam cautions him about the mounting threat, while the tension escalates. The demon servant's patience begins to thin. Genus assumes Tiny is now their only hope. The demon seems entertained by Genus and Liam standing side by side, aware they are challenger-class knights. Deciding to gauge their true strength, he prepares a serious assault. Black lightning amasses in his grip before erupting outward with overwhelming pressure. Both knights steel themselves and refuse to yield an inch. Liam channels every ounce of power into maintaining the barrier. Then he surges ahead, releasing his strength. Fierce sword arc tears toward the demon follower. The demon barely acknowledges the strike. Instead, he drives lightning into the ground, causing a massive detonation that shatters Liam's assault. He taunts them, certain their efforts are meaningless. That smug certainty falters when he senses a surge behind him and turns too late. Genus' technique whirls around him like a raging cyclone. Force slams him downward. Liam hurries to Genus' side, relieved they still stand a chance and confessing he never imagined Sir Tiny would have such an ally. Genus ignores the implication of friendship as events shift once more. A chilling voice slices through the battlefield. The demon rises again, cloaked in spiraling dark lightning as a protective shroud. Now aware of Genus' true identity, he derisively calls him Valentia's hound. Liam grasps the meaning at once, and Genus realizes his cover is blown. Revealing himself as Sirius, the demon vows to personally end their lives. Dark lightning compresses into an even more dreadful formation. It hurtles toward them, and both knights know they cannot completely withstand it. The impact detonates nearby, hurling them backward. Gaining his footing, Genus fully appreciates the terror of this adversary. He lowers into stance, prepared to rush in before another spell forms, but just as he moves, an overwhelming presence disrupts his focus and halts him abruptly. Elsewhere, demon follower bearing the sacred relic glances back to see Tiny charging straight at him atop Walling. Tiny attacks without pause, and the blow throws the demon off balance. He plummets into the ocean beneath them. Watching him fall, Tiny briefly believes the battle is finished. That belief shatters as the figure rises again from the waves. It is hustle, and above the sea he feels assured of his advantage. He mocks Tiny for choosing to fight in water, his favored domain. Undeterred, Tiny charges again with hammer lifted, intent on altering the outcome. Hustle steadies himself for retaliation. He summons surging torrents of water as weapons, swearing to make the ocean Tiny's final resting place. Water engulfs Tiny from every direction. Convinced of victory, Hustle is startled when Tiny's voice rings out from above. Looking up, he sees Tiny suspended high overhead, a sight that leaves him stunned. Tiny's growth in strength surpasses all expectations. With a mighty swing, Tiny launches his counteroffensive. He darts through the sky, closing the gap and delivering crushing blows. Hustle opts to withdraw rather than confront him directly. Plunges into the depths, attempting escape with the relic. Beneath the waves, he conceals the artifact within a whale and tries to slip away unnoticed. Tiny follows the trail and dives toward the whale, smashing its neck with his hammer. The strike compels the creature to spit out the sacred relic. As he seizes it, relief washes over him, yet he refuses to let Hustle flee unpunished. He recalls there is still a score to settle. Lifting his hammer once more, he brings down a lightning-charged blow upon the whale. Blood clouds the sea before a violent blast erupts. The whale sinks lifeless into the depths. Tiny exhales, but dread tightens his chest. If events continue like this, he cannot safeguard the relic and Karan will be doomed. Realizing this, he knows only one path remains. He must confront the Kraken alone. A crushing wave of malevolent pressure grips his skull, the agony intensifying rapidly. He hastily unwraps the sacred relic. Raising it toward the heavens, he pleads with the colossal creature to cease its assault. He cries out that innocent people nearby are suffering. The Kraken rejects his plea, declaring that all must perish to purge the world's corruption. With the relic removed from its rightful shrine, the beast feels released from its ancient vows. Gigantic tentacle rises, poised to crush the city below. It makes clear there is no intention of relenting. Tiny plants his feet firmly and commands the monster to stop. His defiance redirects the Kraken's fury squarely at him. Creature identifies him as the one wielding the sacred power. It demands to know why it should ever forgive the agony of losing its offspring. The force of that divine wrath strikes Tiny so violently that blood spills from his lips. Despite the torment, he perceives that beneath the rage, the beast's heart is shattered with grief. Sharing in that sorrow, Tiny vows to track down those responsible for the creature's slain offspring. He urges the Kraken to place its faith in him and bring the destruction to a halt. Beast questions his capability, yet Tiny openly admits he will become stronger no matter what it takes. His sincerity sways the Kraken, and the divine beast ultimately consents to stand with him. Close by, Genus slowly regains consciousness. Liam feels a wave of relief when he sees Genus breathing. Genus confesses he truly believed that battlefield would be where he met his end. Focus soon shifts back to the demon's servant. He is grinding his teeth, fury written across his face. Despite the unfavorable turn, the villain refuses to surrender. Rising skyward wreathed in black lightning, the follower jeers at the knights and gathers a massive tide of darkness meant to incinerate everything. Before the spell can be completed, a colossal tentacle crashes into him. He quickly understands the strike was deliberate. Kraken begins pummeling him repeatedly without pause. Liam stares in bewilderment, unsure why the beast has suddenly singled out their foe. The Kraken leaves the follower scarred with a lasting injury. Genus pieces together what is unfolding, realizes the creature's power is not harming the knights in the slightest. From that, he concludes Tiny truly accomplished his goal. Even battered, the demon follower refuses to yield. He summons an eerie, unnatural force. Massive crimson blossom materializes overhead. The monstrous plant expands rapidly, sending vines outward to ensnare the knights. Genus and Liam slash at the writhing tendrils. Follower shrieks and seals himself within the tightening petals, leading the knights to suspect he is retreating. Instead, the giant flower suddenly pivots toward the city. Liam lunges with all his strength, yet his blows fail to pierce it. The vines fling both knights aside as if they weigh nothing. They struggle back onto their feet and dash toward the castle in a desperate attempt to intercept the threat. As they near the city walls, they halt in stunned disbelief. Castle guards remain at their posts, but resemble hollow, wandering corpses. The knights' eyes are vacant and chilling, and they repeat the same phrases over and over. They chant about death and honor, as though controlled by an unseen master. Not far away, Hustle slams his palm down in rage. The interference has ruined a crucial part of the plan. Even so, he convinces himself the objective can still be salvaged. He taunts the so-called feeble knights, daring them to stop him. Genus and Liam overhear everything. When he speaks of a goal, Liam instantly realizes the path leads straight to the king's chamber, meaning the king himself is the true target. The possessed guards charge at them, still echoing their warped commands. Knowing there is no time to waste, Liam tells Genus to cover part of them and rushes ahead. He strikes with precision, using the blunt edge of his blade to avoid killing them. Though it pains him to see fellow knights like this, he forces himself onward. Reaching the king is the only thing that matters now. Genus observes that Liam is deliberately holding back. He decides to temper his own strikes as well. Inside the throne room, the demon follower already stands before the king. Knight is suspended midair by coils of dark lightning, struggling in vain. The demon crushes the man's face and hurls him to the ground mercilessly. He approaches the throne and mockingly introduces himself, as if offering twisted courtesy. King immediately identifies him as the architect of the chaos. The demon confirms it proudly and declares that the Karan lineage will end this very night. Black lightning envelops him as he prepares to strike. Before the blow falls, Genus appears from behind and attacks. The demon scoffs at him, claiming such strikes are meaningless meaningless. At that moment, Liam attacks from the opposite flank. They apologize to the king for their delayed arrival, explaining they reached the castle only moments ago. Relief washes over the king at the sight of Liam alive. The demon laughs coldly, saying their presence only adds to the body count. He gathers a vast concentration of dark lightning, preparing to unleash a catastrophic blast. Liam quickly grasps the situation. Even if he evades it, the king will not survive the impact. There is no alternative. He apologizes swiftly and pulls Genus in front of him as protection. Genus barely comprehends what is happening before. The attack slams into them. In that split second, Liam remembers the king appointing him royal guard and entrusting him with the city's safety. The smoke dissipates. Liam kneels on the fractured floor while Jim lies unconscious. Genus is sprawled nearby without awareness, and regret overwhelms Liam. He chastises himself for not always fighting, as if his life were at stake. He feels undeserving of the title noble. The king steps forward despite the risk, and reminds him that evil preys upon doubt and weakness. What matters most is refusing to surrender, even after foolish mistakes. Liam begs the king not to overexert himself, yet the king insists he is fine. Soon after, Genus regains consciousness. He erupts in anger, declaring he survived by his own strength and condemning Liam for using him as a shield. He makes no effort to hide his bitterness and refuses to forget the incident, while Liam accepts fault and promises to repay the debt later. Now the enemy still hovers above. Astonished they endured his strike. Furious, he draws in even greater reserves of dark power. Genus realizes instantly that they have only one opportunity and must obliterate his corrupted energy entirely. The demon releases his attack, convinced it will finish them. Genus responds by activating his second form. He swings his blade, unleashing the Song of Wild Winds. Overwhelming force shocks the demon, who cannot believe a challenger-rank knight wields such might. At the same time, Liam strikes from behind with the fourth technique of Karan's Royal Guard. He delivers the blow with absolute power. The combined assault crashes into the demon like a massive stone. He howls as his body dissolves into smoke and disappears. For a fleeting instant, they assume the battle is done. The king collapses from exhaustion, and his attendants rush to his side in alarm. Genus senses immediately that something is amiss. He notes they only severed one of the demon's arms, meaning he managed to escape. Elsewhere, the wounded demon snarls in frustration. He attempts to summon shadows, but they no longer answer his call. Nearly 30% of their forces were committed to this operation, yet he still ended up injured. Control over the situation is slipping through his fingers. He lifts his gaze to the sky and sees Tiny riding high above on Walling. Clutching the sacred relic, he stares in stunned disbelief. Somehow, that once insignificant boy now stands at the heart of the storm, and the demon follower can only gape at Tiny in shock. Tiny responds with a calm tone, almost as if he is teasing his opponent. His composure only deepens the demon's fury as dark sorcery gathers in the raised palm. He confesses he cannot fathom how Tiny claimed the relic, yet decides the reason no longer matters. A torrent of corrupted energy is unleashed straight toward him. Rather than withdraw, Tiny grins and signals Walling to advance. The wolf surges forward, charging directly into the oncoming blast. Bold move leaves the demon follower stunned. Tiny activates Iron God, shifts his center of gravity flawlessly, anchoring himself before exploding forward with a lighter frame at launch. His reinforced body pierces the dark wave head-on and tears through it. Demon can hardly process what unfolds before his eyes. Tiny continues advancing without the slightest hesitation. He declares openly that he is coming to end this. Calling to Walling once more, he murmurs, bounds swiftly and rushes ahead. His hammer crashes into the demon, driving him violently toward the ground. The demon follower sneers in ridicule. Yet Tiny senses his opponent's diminished strength and prepares to conclude the fight. Abruptly, the demon raises a single finger and amasses a frightening concentration of dark power. Missing a leg, he grins as sinister energy floods the sky. He admits Tiny has forced him into this last resort as the magic surges wildly. Tiny instantly recognizes the nature of it. The aura resembles a sacrificial blaze. Demon shrieks that he will incinerate Tiny in unbearable agony. A devastating explosion of darkness erupts outward. Tiny senses the peril at once, knowing distance will not save him in this crisis. In that desperate second, he recalls the lesson from the sacred relic. Ordinarily, awakening the soul demands transcending human limits, yet he remembers his prior encounter with his own spirit and grips the relic tightly. He shuts his eyes and centers his thoughts. The demon follower assumes victory is already his. Then he feels the atmosphere shift. Tiny activates Soul. Shock spreads across the demon's face, as an expert-rank warrior should never achieve such a feat. Before he can respond, Tiny opens his eyes and strikes decisively. His weapon descends in a fierce clash that throws the demon off balance. Demon tumbles from the sky, screaming in disbelief as he falls. Tiny positions himself beneath him, realizing his plan has worked. In desperation, the demon seizes Tiny's arms, refusing to concede defeat. He vows to rip him apart, even if it costs his own life. Tiny does not struggle. Instead, he smiles faintly. The reason becomes obvious as the Kraken looms behind them. Panic flashes across the demon's face as he claims the beast will not capture him again. Tiny tightens his hold on the demon's leg, preventing escape. Demon warns that Tiny will perish too, and Tiny calmly replies that this guarantees the demon's death. Before the demon can break free, a colossal tentacle crashes down and engulfs him, and when the smoke clears, he is gone entirely. Tiny begins to plummet, panic returning as he realizes he lacks the mana to summon walling. From such a height, survival is impossible. He curses his fate, refusing to accept death in this manner. Suddenly the descent halts, and he finds himself atop the Kraken. Surface feels unusual yet stable, as the divine beast supports him gently. Kraken speaks without fury in its tone, thanking Tiny and confessing its wrath has finally subsided. Tiny smiles and dismisses it modestly, and soon the kingdom of Karun spreads news of the events. Demon followers nearly brought ruin upon the land, yet a young hero prevented its collapse and defeated them. Even the Kraken threat was resolved, and in honor of his valor, King bestows upon Tiny the title of Shining Knight. 3 months later, uninterrupted training makes Tiny's improvement unmistakable. Watching him now, Genus struggles to believe how dramatically he has evolved. Tiny explains that he devotes himself entirely to self-improvement, also employs a hidden growth technique that accelerates his progress. As they stroll together, Genus observes how thoroughly the kingdom has recovered during his healing, with most battle scars erased. Tiny reminds him of his severe injuries and questions whether he should already be up and about. Genus shrugs it off, admitting lingering aftereffects slow him somewhat, especially since Liam once used him as a shield, yet he insists he has recovered. He shifts the conversation back to Tiny, forcing out a sacred artifact's power at expert rank, and battling a superior foe must have left hidden consequences. Tiny confesses his hands still shake, and his body and mind feel slightly misaligned. Though he laughs about it, Genus recognizes such signs may hint at deeper harm. Tiny studies his trembling hands and reflects on the truth. Mana and stamina nearly exhausted in battle. His soul and body had fallen out of harmony. During recovery, he accidentally discovered a way to harness soul power. It resembles mana on the surface, yet operates by entirely different principles. By substituting it for depleted mana, he lessens the strain on his body. He quietly demonstrates by forming magic without mana, and a conjured blade rises to split a nearby stone. That instant confirms he has stepped onto a new path. He realizes the legend of becoming an aura master through soul cultivation may be true, and because he refused to surrender then, that opportunity now stands before him. Relieved by Tiny's recovery, Genus brings up another matter. He presents a letter detailing their next destination. The Duke intends for them to proceed directly to Elfenheim. However, Genus suggests stopping at the capital first to report everything to the Valencia family. Tiny reads the contents with care. He knows the second calamity will occur during the Azran imperial wedding. Elfenheim may simply serve as a diversion. Remembering that Genus died in his former life, Tiny suspects someone is attempting to draw them away from real danger. Even so, he is aware the third disaster awaits in Elfenheim. He must also meet Estina there. He recalls Chloe asking him to treat her like a sister. She has become someone precious to him, nearly family, and he feels compelled to protect her if possible. At the same time, his thoughts wander to the capital, where in his past life even Genus, Captain, failed to avert tragedy. If they both intervene now, perhaps history can change. After careful consideration, Tiny reaches a conclusion. He decides they will travel to the capital first. Genus smiles, pleased that this matches his own wishes. Meanwhile in the palace, the king addresses the assembly, including Tiny and Genus, announcing that reconstruction proceeds steadily. Following the Radiant Knight's council, warnings about sacred artifacts and demon followers are dispatched to all nations. These efforts aim to restore peace and prosperity to Karun. Now the time has come for Prince Henry's coronation. The king gently places the crown upon Henry's head. Henry accepts it with humility, confessing he still doubts his worthiness for the throne. Yet he still wishes to thank the Radiant Knight once again. Tiny feels puzzled since he was already thanked earlier when he borrowed the sacred relic. In his mind, the rewards he has received are more than enough. However, Henry firmly states that it is still not enough. At a simple gesture from him, soldiers step forward carrying a special object. Henry explains that enchanted armor would be unnecessary for Tiny at his current level of growth. This gift, however, is something entirely different. It is an artificial relic once used by a former king of Karun during his travels, known as the Necklace of Mana. Because Henry holds Tiny in high regard and wishes to reward him properly, he presents one of Karun's royal treasures. He recounts that it belonged to the Traveler King and places the necklace before Tiny. Tiny stiffens, thinking the offering is far too precious for him to accept. Henry clarifies that he had planned to grant transcendent armor, but each piece is registered as a national treasure. Therefore, he selects the necklace instead, noting that it still contains 6th-class magic. Tiny feels overwhelmed. Though he knows Henry is sincere, such generosity weighs heavily on him. He reflects on transcendent armor, especially the 7-circle type that grants superhuman power. It is so rare that even the continent's 10 great knights have scarcely handled it, with only weapon masters truly wielding it. King reassures him that even if all its mana is depleted, the necklace replenishes itself within a day. Hearing that, Tiny bows respectfully and accepts it as a great honor. Henry places it directly into his hands and tells him that whenever he sees it, he should remember the city stands firmly behind him because of this bond. The crowd surrounding them erupts into cheers. Henry raises Tiny's hand proudly, proclaiming his title of Radiant Knight before the people. Later, beyond the city gates, Genus speaks fondly of the citizens who celebrated them so wholeheartedly. Unexpectedly, Tiny decides to hand the necklace to him. Genus freezes in astonishment, can almost feel the immense value of the treasure in his grasp. Tiny explains that he cannot yet control such vast mana and would fail to use it properly. For now, it would be wiser for Genus to safeguard it. Genus agrees to register it through the tower and vows to protect it until Tiny is ready. Tiny feels relieved, knowing he needs Genus at full strength. As he turns away, a heavy thought lingers in his mind. He remembers that he is guiding Genus toward the place where he once died in a previous life, and that memory weighs quietly on his heart. Soon they arrive at a river, and Genus assumes they must hire a boat. Tiny refuses, deciding to save both time and money. He summons his moon wolf and moves ahead without hesitation, leaving Genus stunned before he quickly climbs on. As they glide across the water, Genus clutches tightly, fear gripping his body. Tiny calmly notices his discomfort and checks on him. Genus tries to endure, but the speed overwhelms him. Tiny realizes that while riding Walling feels natural to a master, it is difficult for others. Eventually, Genus can no longer suppress it and vomits from severe motion sickness. Once they reach the opposite bank, both collapse onto the ground, gasping and exhausted. Nearby townspeople stare at them in confusion. Genus admits he truly thought he might not survive the ride. He suggests that next time they should rent horses instead. Suddenly, Genus senses that something is wrong. Tiny feels it as well at the same moment. His violet wallet is gone. Thinking back quickly, he suspects it fell into the sea while he was busy helping Genus. Genus immediately blames himself, his voice trembling with guilt. Tiny reassures him that money can always be earned again. He adds that free cities usually keep emergency funds for unexpected troubles. He gestures toward 2 large men nearby who are harassing a young boy. Soon a sharp scream slices through the air. Later that evening, as they approach the castle, Tiny reflects that in a free city, those money pouches likely already changed hands. Genus, still tense, addresses Tiny formally as Radiant Knight. Fear and resolve mix within him as he gathers his courage and asks whether Tiny intends to risk damaging his reputation. Genus believes acting without proper investigation will only sow chaos, so he urges restraint before resorting to force. Tiny smiles faintly, appreciating Genus' sense of duty. He even remarks that Genus rides 3 times faster than an ordinary horseman, revealing impressive talent. Tiny follows behind him, hoping bringing Genus along was the right choice. Genus signals that he understands. Suddenly, Tiny accelerates and overtakes him, leaving Genus momentarily stunned. Before the coming ceremony, Tiny decides to ask about something important. He mentions the second prince, and Genus replies that the prince's public image is respectable and that he is known to be close to the crown prince. This information makes Tiny uneasy. In his previous life, rumors claim the second prince attempted a coup and died alongside the crown prince. That memory conflicts with what he hears now, causing him to question the truth within the imperial family. Meanwhile, inside the palace, a young child rests peacefully in the empress's lap. The second empress, consort Karsha, already realizes their plan has failed disastrously. When a demon follower contacts her through a glowing orb without details, her anger deepens. She reminds him they prepared for years and spent 3 full months arranging every step before acting. With all that effort wasted, her trust begins to fracture. The demon follower tightens his grip on the orb in irritation. He tells her she may abandon the agreement whenever she wishes. This response only fuels her anger. He calls the situation humiliating for them. He reminds her that she once desired the hateful Azran bloodline erased entirely. He urges her to consider carefully, since chances like this rarely appear twice. Her hand trembles, ambition outweighs fear. He demands assurance that their ultimate objective will succeed. He answers with confident guarantees. At that moment, her son wakes and calls for his mother. Her expression softens instantly. She sets aside the orb and turns gentle. He speaks about his upcoming class and worries about being only half imperial without golden eyes. She refuses to let that insecurity take root. She wants him to grow strong, encourages him to keep striving just as he always has. His mood brightens at once, proudly promises that once he becomes as strong as his older brothers, he will carry her on his back and run around the palace 10 times. She smiles warmly, expressing unwavering faith in him. The child continues chatting about his recent class, aware of the dark schemes unfolding around him. Elsewhere, among the demon followers, the second elder gathers his subordinates. He acknowledges their failure but insists that even with greater preparation, the result might not have changed. First elder is gravely wounded and forced into seclusion to recover. A large portion of their resources has already been squandered. Anger shifts toward Tiny, blaming him for the collapse of their plans. They trace his route and learn that he is heading toward Asura. With a significant event about to occur there, their suspicions deepen. Still, they cannot establish any clear tie to Valentia, as their greater mission takes priority. The elder commands them to refocus on the grand scheme involving the Blue Fox. Back at the palace, the Crown Prince reviews a report noting that someone has voluntarily requested an audience. The figure before him is the second prince, Royd Van Asran. Royd states that he plans to collaborate with a domestic intelligence faction. The Crown Prince remarks that such covert work does not suit Royd, who prefers strict rules and direct command. Before their exchange can go further, his knight interrupts from behind. The conversation shifts to the second Empress and Tenel, about whom little news has surfaced. Royd reveals that their mother recently summoned the Knight Commander once more. The commander still leads the Imperial Knight Corps, and since these summons continue, Royd believes the Corps authority must be reinforced. He senses their father's lingering mistrust of the Imperial Knights influences these matters. Royd adds that their mother still treats Tenel like a child despite him being 14. That immaturity stands out even more when compared to a boy of the same age, who leaves a far stronger impression. The older man remembers that very boy striking him so hard he spun through the air multiple times. Both he and his subordinate were left stunned by that memory. That same boy now dominates rumors spreading across the continent. When Royd reacts angrily that such boldness went unpunished, the man accepts responsibility, saying he deserved it, and then clearly reveals Tiny's identity. The radiant knight who saved Karun from catastrophe is that very person. Royd freezes in shock, connecting the name to the one who stopped the Kraken and captured devil worshippers. Though rumors claim he is a half-dwarf around 20, the Crown Prince insists he is merely a child, unsettling Royd deeply. Crown Prince quietly expresses hope to meet him someday. Meanwhile, in Asrian at Valentia's second estate, Tiny stands before Esgard. Esgard stares at him in disbelief. He is astonished at how much Tiny's body has matured within a year. His blunt reaction irritates Tiny, especially after all that he has recently achieved. Nonetheless, the Duke soon acknowledges his accomplishments and commends him. Yet praise is not the true purpose of this meeting. Esgard turns the discussion to the pressing matter ahead. Second calamity is expected within the Imperial Palace during the Crown Prince's wedding. Without internal help capable of tampering with the Imperial barrier, such a plot would be impossible, and because of that, Esgard concludes a traitor must exist within the Imperial family itself. Great Barrier is more than a simple magical wall. It connects to the capital's outer defenses and filters out malicious energy before entry, freezing and suppressing corrupted mana throughout the city like unseen protection. Only select individuals move freely within it, namely the Imperial family, Imperial Knights, and Imperial Wizards, while all others remain affected. Therefore, no large-scale disaster could occur inside the palace unless someone inside interferes with the barrier. That leaves only one conclusion. A traitor exists among the high-ranking Imperial members. Esgard narrows his trust to the Crown Prince alone. He also excludes the second prince from suspicion. They revisit thoughts about the second sister to reassess matters. This implies another individual has fallen under demonic influence. Such corruption would only succeed against someone unaware, his tone turning sharp. Tiny reacts immediately, feeling indirectly accused. Esgard criticizes his impulsive nature, saying explanations rarely restrain him. Tiny often charges ahead without proper thought. Outwardly calm, Tiny hides how deeply the criticism stings. Esgard reminds him he had been ordered to travel to Elfenheim. Tiny explains he had his reasons for refusing, and Esgard lets it pass for now. Their discussion is cut short by a servant's arrival. He urgently reports that Weapon Master Grid has requested a sparring match within the Kingdom Alliance. Currently, only one superhuman stands at the pinnacle, Grid Van Selden, the Weapon Master, whose strength is known worldwide. During the prolonged war between the Kingdom and the Alliance, he repeatedly clashed with Esgard and helped hold the Alliance together. Even after peace returned, he continued challenging Esgard, fueling their rivalry. 3 years ago, Grid achieved Aura Mastery, reaching the highest tier, and a year later Esgard attained the same rank, placing them as equals. Tiny vividly recalls how one of their battles shook the world, leaving an unforgettable mark. He clenches his fist and crushes the paper in frustration, sensing the timing is terrible. Instead of ensuring stability, someone seeks to measure strength again. Noticing his irritation, Tiny suggests accepting but attaching conditions beneficial to their broader strategy. A week later, the Colosseum outside the capital overflows with spectators as preparations conclude for the superhuman duel. The audience gathers in overwhelming numbers. Some whisper that the Radiant Knight is present, while others doubt it, saying he should appear much younger. Unease spreads too, with questions about why the Emperor permits such a dangerous spar. Injuries caused by aura do not heal easily. Grave wound could mean a national loss. Rumors circulate that the Emperor may not fully endorse the Crown Prince's marriage. These murmurs reach Genus' ears and anxiety drives him toward the Duke. He voices concern about the Emperor's true motive for approving the match, yet Esgard remains composed. Even without official permission, he would have sought it himself. He believes the Emperor allowed it out of trust. Tiny senses a shift, as Esgard now shows stronger loyalty and diminished suspicion compared to before. Suddenly, an announcement echoes that the Crown Prince has arrived. His presence challenges rumors of discord between Valentia and the imperial family. Tiny studies him carefully, convinced the Emperor still harbors reservations toward Valentia. Crown Prince must surely be aware of that tension. Tiny and Esgard bow respectfully. From the prince's choice to attend despite sensitivities, Tiny decides he can trust him for now, and the prince warmly greets Esgard after their long separation. Then shifts his attention to Tiny, nearly failing to recognize him due to his growth. He mentions his fiancée wishes to see Walling, and he understands, and carefully channels mana to summon Walling within the barrier. He shrinks it into a small, harmless dog-like form and presents it calmly. The prince cradles the tiny wolf with visible relief and assures Tiny they share the same side. Afterward, he departs from the arena. Esgard informs Tiny that he has already cautioned the Crown Prince about demon followers. Additional guards now patrol the palace, particularly near Chloe. Tiny accepts this responsibility without hesitation. Soon a dense fog sweeps across the Colosseum. The air grows cold, and confusion ripples through the crowd. Through the swirling mist, Duke's opponent emerges, radiating the same overwhelming aura as before, and he observes closely, remarking that Grid remains unchanged. A suffocating tension fills the arena as Grid strides in and confronts Egard face to face. Among the spectators, Tiny sits next to a visibly anxious Genus. Grid opens with a derisive chuckle, taunting Esgard for daring to stand against him. Moved, Esgard coolly remarks that Grid's arrogance is evident in the way he barged into an official ceremony, uninvited simply to stir chaos. Maintaining regal poise, Esgard questions whether Grid even grasps how insignificant his standing is, and Grid bristles at the casual tone, snapping that such speech is unbecoming of nobility. Esgard only answers with a faint smile, advising Grid to reflect on his own reckless conduct instead of nitpicking someone else's choice of words. As Mana gathers around him, Esgard calmly states he would rather sound blunt than behave as disgracefully as Grid. Grid responds by unleashing his own mana, signaling that the exchange of insults has ended. The announcer cuts in loudly to declare the rules of the duel. He reminds the crowd that transcendent-grade weapons are forbidden and reveals a special condition requested by Esgard. Whoever loses must obey any command given by the victor. Driven by lingering resentment, Grid unsheathes his weapon with clear intent. He sneers at Esgard's choice of a sword, but Esgard sharply tells him to abandon his foolish bravado. Boasting about his new position as an aura wielder, Grid insists he now outranks Esgard and vows to bring him down. Those haughty words ignite Esgard's simmering anger. He lifts his blade and delivers a swift, straightforward strike. Grid blocks the attack with ease, scoffing at the lack of force before retaliating with a sharp counter. The impact sends Esgard hurtling backward across the arena. Esgard steadies himself and regains his footing. Grid gathers power for a heavy charge, eager to display what he calls authentic sword mastery. Dashes ahead, thrusting his sword directly toward Esgard. To his astonishment, Esgard executes a simple edge parry. Grid understands the danger a moment too late. The basic maneuver redirects the entirety of Grid's destructive aura and strength back at him. Esgard follows with a counter slash, forcing Grid to raise a shield to evade. Grid springs high into the air to widen the gap between them. From below, Esgard dryly thanks him for the display and offers to repay it in kind. Grid only laughs and conjures an enormous arrow of ice above the battlefield. Esgard stares upward in alarm as the projectile plummets and detonates in a thunderous blast. Struggling to keep his balance on the shattered terrain, Esgard braces himself. Grid presses the assault without hesitation. He unleashes a hidden skill known as Icicle Cascade. Storm of icy spears pours down, yet Esgard lowers his guard, brushing them off as trivial. That misjudgment triggers another violent explosion when the spears strike. Grid shouts that his secret art is far more intricate than Esgard ever realized. Esgard merely exhales in annoyance before driving his sword into the ground, producing a counterblast that sweeps the area clean. Grid freezes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Esgard accomplished such a move. The haze begins to fade. Tiny and several onlookers smile in amazement. Though dense mana still blankets much of the arena, the remaining spectators tremble, questioning whether these two fighters are monsters given their terrifying speed. Esgard mocks Grid once more. He asks whether true swordsmanship really requires drowning the battlefield in magic. Grid concedes that a blade alone may not secure victory, acknowledging Esgard as a formidable long-time rival. Esgard reacts with disgust at how casually Grid abandons his earlier claims. Unconcerned with pride or embarrassment, Grid declares the beginning of the second round. He charges in again with unmistakable killing intent. Their swords collide once more in a ringing clash. Grid scoffs at Esgard's obsession with honor, while Esgard rebukes Grid's chaotic and undisciplined technique. Force of their colliding auras builds to such an extent that a massive blast erupts, forcing the mages sustaining the arena barrier to channel additional mana to prevent it from breaking. Watching in fascination, Genis observes that Grid's mastery of the freezing element is a textbook example of high-level combat. When Tiny asks who is likely to prevail, Genis admits he cannot say for certain. Two combatants have wielded aura for vastly different periods of time. In the next instant, Grid is suddenly driven backward. He spins his blade in a tight arc, gathering himself for a decisive technique meant to conclude the battle. RG senses that the Swordmaster is on the verge of being overcome. Though events typically unfold in a predictable manner, he notes that this time the conclusion will not follow the usual script. Determined to end it, Grid draws in every reserve of mana and dashes ahead. Frosted lances crystallize around his sword and streak toward Duke Esgard as he charges, aiming to crush him in a single overwhelming assault. He fuses sorcery and steel into one unified blow. Rather than stepping back, Esgard deploys a formidable barrier, allowing the icy projectiles to curve away and shatter before ever grazing him. Grid hesitates briefly, caught off guard by the flawless defense. Recovering at once, he unveils another tactic, lifting his weapon as torrents of mana surge outward. He hacks down repeatedly without pause. Enormous currents of energy explode outward, rattling the entire stadium with their force. Spectators observe the eastern portion of the protective wall crumble first. The western side soon follows, and as fractures race across the northern barrier, the crowd erupts in alarm, checking frantically for injuries, though thankfully none are found even as fear spreads. Even Genis is left speechless by the devastation. The haze finally disperses. The announcer proclaims the verdict. Esgard von Valensha is declared the victor, and cheers thunder through the arena as many hail the Empire's swordsman, insisting a separate weapon master is unnecessary. Meanwhile, Genis celebrates openly, relief written across his face. Grid steps ahead, his body quivering. He addresses Esgard without hesitation. He cannot reconcile himself with the outcome. In his mind, that final attack should have struck true. Yet he remembers that the instant his sword reached Esgard, the Duke had already fortified himself with a barrier. In that same fleeting moment, Esgard retaliated decisively. It recalls the mana within him warping violently and his footing collapsing, the distortion nearly ripping him apart. He understands now that had Esgard completed the counterattack, he would not have survived. Aware of that fact, he conceded defeat, but now he insists on answers. Esgard explains evenly that the art is called force field control, deceptively simple in appearance yet undeniably powerful. Grid struggles to grasp how anyone could invent such a technique. Esgard offers no further clarification. As champion, he steps forward to state his demand. Grid steels himself, anticipating disgrace or political fallout. He fears the loss may tarnish the alliance's standing. He confesses he never once imagined falling to his longtime adversary. Still, an oath cannot be ignored. He declares he will forfeit his life if he cannot honor the condition. Esgard has no desire for execution. Instead, he asks that Grid remain in the imperial capital until the crown prince's wedding concludes. That alone is the victor's stipulation. Crowd responds with astonishment and respect. Many commend Esgard's magnanimity toward a former foe, yet Grid feels uneasy, suspecting hidden motives. Esgard tells him to stay and learn the reason firsthand. Grid departs, frustration simmering within him. By morning, word of Esgard's triumph has swept across the empire. Citizens begin calling him the Sword Emperor, the title resounding everywhere. The following day, Tiny quietly reviews the reports, noting Esgard has received the same epithet as in the previous timeline, confirming history is partially repeating itself. A sudden knock breaks the silence. An aide informs Esgard that Grid seeks an audience. Grid promptly enters the chamber, sits down, and immediately addresses the matter. Esgard drops formalities and speaks candidly, as years of rivalry render courtesy unnecessary. Grid counters that nobles must uphold decorum even behind closed doors, particularly before attendants. Tiny remarks that those in authority must show restraint, noting such discipline is often forged through hardship. Grid snaps in response. Unfazed, Tiny recalls a private incident, mentioning that in youth Grid once slew his own cousin after failing to restrain his strength. The memory strikes like lightning, and Grid leaps up angrily, demanding how Tiny learned that secret. Tiny answers that Grid himself revealed it in another timeline, but Grid denies any prior meeting and rejects the claim. Last, Esgard steps in and uncovers the truth. The skill that overcame Grid originated from the very Tiny standing before him. Grid, seething, fixes Esgard with a sharp stare and demands to know his intentions, addressing him by a familiar nickname. Esgard notes that Grid only uses that shortened name when truly agitated. He urges him to settle down, emphasizing the gravity of the discussion. Grid forces himself to steady his breathing. If Esgard orchestrated this meeting, it cannot be trivial. Even so, he mutters that relying on them feels like placing faith in a perilous ally. Esgard remarks on how rare it is to hear that nickname again. Grid brushes it aside, saying the full title is a nuisance. He motions impatiently for answers, while Tiny observes that some truths must be experienced rather than simply explained. That cryptic response further irritates Grid, who warns he will lose patience if the vagueness continues. Tiny chuckles, amused that time has not mellowed him, before Esgard quickly interrupts. He tells them to stop sparring verbally and address the issue, and Tiny reveals that in the original timeline Grid would now be 56. Their destinies were not meant to intersect until 15 years later, when Silver would streak his blue hair, and Tiny's certainty leaves him unsettled. Grid sinks into a chair, shaken by the precise detail. He admits he can almost envision that older self. Yet if such a future existed, how bleak must it have been? Tiny reassures him that events will change, as the 10 knights plan to act before calamity unfolds. Grid scowls at the unfamiliar title, noting that only 7 knights are known. Apart from Tiny, he questions the whereabouts of the remaining 2, and Tiny replies they cannot be contacted yet. One called the Grim Reaper is still training in an undisclosed location. Demonic Knight remains confined within the Sage's Tower of Magic. Though the titles seem dramatic, Grid grasps their significance. Should war truly erupt, extraordinary powers will be required. He finally understands why he was asked to stay in the capital. It is to avert impending disaster. Tiny affirms this immediately, and Esgard comments on the Duke's sharp insight. Grid's attention turns to the unusual technique from their duel, and he presses for details. Tiny confesses that in the future, he personally teaches that skill to Esgard. Disclosure strikes Grid like a thunderclap. Grid pushes further, asking what the official verdict of their past confrontation had been. Tiny replies that it was judged a draw. However, in pure mastery of the sword, Esgard ultimately outstripped him. He gained the Swordmaster title only after Grid acknowledged his superiority. Grid refuses to let that stand and demands an immediate rematch. Tiny leans in and counsels restraint rather than haste. He offers glimpses of powers Grid will acquire later, whispering pointed advice. As understanding dawns, Grid's eyes widen at the newfound potential within himself. Esgard watches quietly as the strain in the room diminishes. Then Grid recalls another part of the discussion, the 5 transcendent weapons, of which he now controls 3. Tiny confirms that his arsenal will indeed expand further. Still, Grid cannot overlook the central issue. Why would they reveal knowledge of what is yet to come? Wouldn't safeguarding that foresight provide them with a clear upper hand? Tiny answers immediately, explaining that if the timeline shifts the wrong way, the entire world could collapse as a result. He has never sought fame or wealth. More importantly, he trusts that Grid is a man who keeps his promises, even if it costs him everything. Statement pierces straight to Grid's heart. Grid lets out a laugh as the strain between them finally eases. He concedes that after hearing all this, suspicion serves no purpose. He agrees to cooperate with their strategy. Esgard quickly cautions him that this discussion must remain absolutely confidential. Grid shoots back that he is not an idiot. Tiny eyes him doubtfully and reminds him that in the future, he and Heinen often boast about secrecy only to stir chaos afterward. Grid looks irritated yet cannot fully refute it. Esgard bluntly advises that when unsure, silence is wiser than reckless talk. With reluctance, Grid accepts the counsel and departs. After he leaves, Tiny and Esgard stand quietly near the window. Tiny questions whether disclosing so much information was truly wise. Esgard remains unwavering in his confidence. He explains that Grid's power is indispensable. By lineage, Grid will become central to negotiations between the Empire, the Alliance, and the Magic Tower. Tiny nods, choosing to believe Grid will honor his word. Yet one worry still lingers in his mind. He softly asks when Esgard plans to tell Genus the truth. Esgard hesitates at the question. Tiny wonders whether earlier disclosure might help Genus brace for what lies ahead. Esgard decides to postpone it, believing the information would only weigh Genus down during the current crisis. After all, no one treasures Genus more deeply than he does. Tiny insists they must prepare for every possible scenario. Esgard agrees, adding that he and the Crown Prince are monitoring developments closely. Tiny shows obvious suspicion toward the Crown Prince. Esgard asks him to explain that distrust. Tiny replies that the imperial family once ruined their own nation through internal rivalry. Esgard warns him to mind his words, as imperial intelligence is likely already investigating them. Tiny confesses that his true fear is that the looming danger may not involve demon followers at all. Esgard answers that if it is merely a succession dispute, he has no legal authority to interfere. Tiny understands this could mean watching helplessly, even if the capital is threatened. Esgard expresses doubt that the palace defenses would crumble so easily. Tiny, however, remains unconvinced. He suspects someone within the imperial bloodline may be colluding with demon worshippers. When Esgard asks what he intends to do, Tiny reminds him that he is not subject to Valanche's laws. With a sly grin, he says he will track down the suspicious royals, incapacitate them, and slip away unnoticed. Esgard considers the idea reckless, but eventually ceases his objections. They then turn their attention to Tiny's physical conditioning and mana refinement. Esgard observes that Tiny is on the brink of attaining blader rank and offers to supervise his training personally. Tiny recalls how brutal that regimen was in his previous life. Even so, he steels himself and follows Esgard to begin. A full month of rigorous practice ensues. Tiny surpasses expectations, mastering combat techniques and heavy weapon handling with remarkable accuracy. Each hammer blow lands with overwhelming force. He even learns to generate tornadoes through controlled mana projection. Knowing that most bladers can already extend their aura at this stage, he pushes himself relentlessly. Esgard remains uneasy that Tiny's scheme could brand him a criminal. Tiny, however, concentrates solely on strengthening his mana and managing his time efficiently. Eventually, Genus arrives. Esgard informs him that Tiny is about to achieve blader rank. He instructs Genus to visit the Dragon's Eye headquarters once it becomes official. Genus doubts that someone so young could advance so quickly. Yet upon entering the training grounds, he is stunned by the sight of a towering tornado. He watches Tiny strain past his limits to master a technique reserved for bladers. A thunderous blast rocks the chamber. Genus shields his face from the scattering debris. Tiny successfully unleashes the secret art known as Turbulent Storm. He rejoices in triumph, but immediately feels the backlash on his body. His back aches and his stomach churns. His mana forces his physique to adapt to newfound power. Genus observes quietly before applauding. Both impressed and entertained, he admits he never expected such a young talent to reach blader rank. Tiny is surprised to see Genus and asks his purpose. Genus explains Esgard requested his presence after hearing Tiny was nearing his limits. Tiny internally mocks Esgard as his stomach rumbles audibly. Genus remarks that it must be about time for lunch. Tiny confesses he is famished after the intense training. Genus proposes they dine together and hints at something important to discuss. Tiny inquires further as Genus guides him to a refined nearby restaurant. Later, Tiny notices his newly dyed red hair and questions the necessity. Genus explains it was Esgard's direct instruction. Since Tiny has a mission, he must remain inconspicuous. His reputation as Radiant Knight is already widespread. As they walk, bystanders whisper, speculating he might be half-elf and commenting on his striking hair. Genus quietly reveals Tiny's new alias, Tauren, a trainee knight of the Valanche household and Genus' assistant. Tiny questions the choice of name, and Genus replies that Esgard insisted upon it. Tiny thinks Esgard's commands feel rather severe. Genus warns him to choose his words carefully. Tiny apologizes, admitting he feels conflicted and irritated. Genus reassures him that mastering one's emotions unifies mind and body, creating a base for greater advancement, a principle he himself learned from Esgard. Tiny recalls a memory from his past life when he knocked several men down. Estino had asked whether he had gone too far, and he admitted he had. She told him that emotional control would allow him to reach heights he never imagined. Back in the present, Tiny observes that his mana has shifted in color since attaining blader rank. Genus explains that according to the Valanche clan's secret cultivation method, the hue of mana mirrors one's resolve and soul essence. Maintaining composure strengthens resilience and prepares one for greater power. Tiny realizes the color reflects his spirit and wonders why it transformed. Genus explains that a spirit has condensed, solidifying his soul's strength. Tiny experiments by blending mana and soul force in his palms. One hand feels light while the other grows heavy. Genus asks what he intends to do. Tiny concentrates intensely, compressing both forces together. He then releases them in a measured detonation. A glowing circle ascends skyward, unleashes a powerful surge of wind and catches everyone nearby off guard. Sheena's gazes in astonishment and calls it remarkable. Tiny confirms that he has successfully mastered the technique. Genis finds himself unable to process what he has just seen. Tiny confesses that he does not completely grasp it either, though he knows a breakthrough has occurred. Genis comments that mastering a wide-range technique in a single day is remarkable. Tiny expresses gratitude for the instruction. Genis assures him there is no need for thanks. After all, they are family. Outside, murmurs follow Tiny, with people cautioning one another to keep their distance. He draws eyes and whispers wherever he walks. They arrive at a lavish restaurant designed for nobles. Tiny grumbles that it is overly extravagant and suggests returning to the mansion for a meal instead. Genis smiles and tells him never to underestimate the captain of the Blue Wing Knights. Once inside, Tiny begins consuming dish after dish. Servers continue bringing more plates without pause. Genis watches in disbelief at his appetite. He admits some individuals can eat far beyond expectations. Tiny reflects that his mana reserves have expanded, and his gravity attribute has doubled. Now only truly powerful opponents can challenge him. Genis asks if he is satisfied, and Tiny replies he could still eat more. The waiter reports he has eaten 150 servings worth 11 gold coins. Genis sighs and pays, regretting the expense. He studies the menu carefully. Tiny wonders why Genis ordered only a single dish. His gaze shifts to the restaurant sign outside. He then questions Genis about the establishment, sensing it is far from an ordinary venue before confirming anything. Genis casually flicks his finger, sealing off all surrounding sounds with mana. Tiny marvels at the precision and control of his attributes. Genis explains that outwardly it appears to be an upscale restaurant. In truth, it serves as the capital headquarters of Dragon's Eye, the intelligence arm of the imperial family. Present, the crown prince oversees it following the succession. Genis states that for the Valentia family, this is currently the safest location. It was Esgard's directive to bring Tiny here, knowing he understands the network's vast reach. Genis adds there is another purpose for this visit. Chloe's wedding will occur in 10 days, and only imperial relatives, imperial knights, and direct Valentia descendants are invited. To bypass this restriction, Tiny will pose as Esgard's aide, since Esgard doubts the knight's competence. Tiny remarks that they should act sooner. Genis reminds him he must remain in his undercover role. He also hands Tiny an address to use if an emergency arises. Examining the paper, Tiny asks what it contains. Genis explains it marks the location of another sacred relic. Since Tiny already guards the Quran artifact, he believes he can protect this one too. After brief hesitation, Tiny confidently says he can handle it. Genis urges him to memorize the map. When they finish, Tiny bumps into someone. At first he pays no attention. Then he peers past the disguise and recognizes the Crown Prince. Moments later, Tiny sits directly before him as the Crown Prince expresses surprise at his presence. Without wasting time, Tiny states he already knows the Prince and Esgard are hunting demon followers. The Prince confirms this. He also voices strong faith in Tiny's capabilities. Tiny asks to be informed of internal imperial affairs so he can prepare for possible dangers. The Prince does not respond immediately. Tiny wonders if he has spoken out of turn. He even anticipates a reprimand from Esgard for his boldness. To his surprise, the Prince agrees. He explains that Dragon's Eye has gathered extensive intelligence. He asks what specific information Tiny seeks. Tiny bluntly asks whether anyone within the imperial family is suspected of plotting a coup. The Prince shocks him by naming 3 possible factions. First is the Second Empress, mother of his brother. Tiny is startled that suspicion falls on her rather than the brother. The Prince continues. He recounts rumors that the Emperor once destroyed her family after they refused his proposals. Though unconfirmed, if true, it gives her powerful motive. When Tiny asks about the second faction, Prince indicates the Imperial Knights. Feeling mistreated compared to mages, they could become prime candidates for rebellion. Finally, he names the most startling possibility. His own father, the Emperor, though he does not fully know why. The Emperor harbors deep resentment toward Esgard, especially after Esgard's celebrated exhibition victory. He is reportedly angered by Esgard's popularity and advises Tiny to tread carefully. Intelligence suggests the Emperor commands a formidable secret militia. As this information is classified, he urges Tiny to keep it confidential. Tiny thanks him sincerely. The Prince then rises, as he must escort Chloe to see the Emperor today. Chloe is concluding her etiquette training. Instructor praises her swift progress before dismissing the session. Once alone, Chloe's fatigue becomes evident. She cannot understand why posture and hand placement matter so much. Seeing Vivian only at night lately leaves her stress, and she briefly wishes she had committed herself to the temple instead. At that moment, her fiancé's arrival is announced. He is surprised by his appearance, She remarks on his frequent visits, causing him to blush. He shyly admits that seeing her brightens his entire day. Faint blush rises to her cheeks as well. Soon he mentions her scheduled meeting with his father. Chloe confirms she remembers. He asks her to endure any harsh words from the emperor for his sake. When she questions him, he explains that his father bears resentment toward her father. Chloe has heard such rumors but dismisses them. She reasons that if they were true, she would not have been chosen as daughter-in-law. The prince assures her he differs from his father and hopes for a better future together. He adds that the emperor is especially irritable due to pressure surrounding the marriage. When he seeks her understanding, she agrees. Privately, however, she resolves to inform her father of the emperor's hostility. Later, they go together to greet the emperor. Prince courteously inquires about his father's health. The emperor responds with biting sarcasm that he is perfectly well, particularly since his son manages the estate matters for him. The prince respectfully replies that he acts only under imperial decree and that ultimate authority remains with the emperor. The emperor then coldly orders him to return that authority. Prince begins to comply, stating he will obey if commanded. The emperor interrupts, arguing that surrendering power would provoke the nobles. He understands that no one desires a ruler who yields citizens to the magic tower or knights, nor one who alienates them. The crown prince reminds him that his current position adheres strictly to imperial law. This response only fuels the emperor's irritation. He voices his anger not only toward the legal system, but also toward his son's decision to choose Chloe. Crown Prince recalls that his father despises the idea of him marrying the daughter of a man who dares to stand as his equal. When the prince argues that Sword Emperor is merely a title, Chloe cuts in before he can finish. With formal poise, she introduces herself as the daughter of Esgard, the Empire's blade. Her boldness catches the Emperor off guard. She acknowledges her father's recent fame from the exhibition victory, yet insists that his renown strengthens the Empire's prestige. The Emperor lets out a sharp laugh. He muses that his son has chosen someone just as stubborn as himself. He admits he cannot dislike a girl with such spirit. Still, he wastes no time warning her and her father, and at that instant, Walling senses a surge of menace radiating from him. At the same time, Tiny receives a warning through his familiar. He understands that Chloe is the Emperor's true target. Meanwhile, the Emperor continues boasting about bloodline supremacy and divine authority to rule. He hints that anyone daring to rise above the imperial line will be crushed. Chloe realizes his fixation on the Azran lineage, yet she suspects his ambitions may extend beyond the empire itself. She swallows nervously at his words, and before she can reply, Crown Prince steps before her, gently urging his father to calm down. The Emperor dismisses them with indifference as they withdraw. Left alone, he reflects on how far his son has strayed. Thought clearly displeases him. A shadowed figure questions his harshness, and he shrugs it off as the grumbling of age. The shadow presses him about his true resentment toward Esgard. The Emperor's mind drifts back 4 decades, when a 10-year-old Esgard first entered the palace as the Emperor began sword training. He had offered to mentor the boy, but Esgard's extraordinary talent led him to defeat the Emperor instead. Humiliated, he abandoned dreams of knighthood. He turned to magic, only to discover he lacked aptitude there as well. Yet he insists his opposition to the Valentia family is not personal. He simply refuses to accept their name, standing equal to the imperial house. His eyes, such influence threatens the empire's very structure. He considers it bordering on betrayal. He is angered that his son fails to grasp this view. Constraints of law frustrate him just as much. Because of those laws, he cannot wield absolute control over the continent. The imperial house is shackled by rules, while nobles continue gaining strength. He believes only total authority can truly unite the continent. The shadow voices agreement. Emperor is convinced he can seize dominance once the Empress and demon followers act. The shadow cautions that they still lack the power to eliminate Esgard. The Emperor acknowledges this, which is why he seeks greater strength. When he asks about the secret weapon, she admits it is not ready. He knows the girl possesses remarkable potential, and the shadow confirms she is the finest prodigy in Shadow Core history. With proper cultivation, she could become the ultimate assassin and or a master under his command. Yet it will require 10 years, the shadow reassures him. He adds that combined forces with the magic tower should suffice to bring Esgard down. The Emperor responds with a satisfied smirk, then inquires about his son's movements, and the shadow reports the prince is observing through Dragon's Eye without acting. The Emperor orders her to supply the prince with necessary intelligence, but conceal the final scheme. She understands the prince will uncover the truth only when it is too late. The Emperor reasons that if demon followers kill Esgard, he can blame the nobles' unchecked growth for the tragedy. Shadow assures him they will manipulate events accordingly. Suddenly, she receives a coded message in an ancient tongue. She informs the Emperor that new information has arrived from their agents. He welcomes the news with satisfaction. Elsewhere, Tiny reports to Esgard that the Emperor threatened Chloe as well. Esgard is stunned, and Tiny briefly jokes about assassinating the Emperor before stopping himself. He retracts the comment after meeting Esgard's chilling stare. Esgard wonders what drives the Emperor's hostility, questions whether a defeat 40 years ago still festers. Despite all this, Esgard remains prepared to support the Emperor. Tiny dismisses the old incident as trivial, which angers Esgard, who sees the gravity of the situation. Tiny counters by asking if it is worse than facing the Demon King's army. Esgard reluctantly admits it is not. Tiny states solemnly that these internal disputes will seem minor once the Demon King's forces descend. At that point, humanity must stand united. Having witnessed it before, he speaks from experience. Esgard replies they still cannot ignore present dangers and must strengthen mankind. Esgard envies the straightforward mindset of his young ally. Tiny, however, dislikes being labeled that way. Nonetheless, Esgard thanks him for helping clear his thoughts. Their moment ends as Genus rushes in, announcing an emergency. He reports that Dragon's Eye has detected multiple uprisings in towns under direct imperial rule. As Esgard prepares to respond, Genus reveals the Emperor has ordered the Valentia family to suppress them. Handing over the decree, Esgard reads that he must quell a rebellion in a small town to prove himself worthy as a future in law. He notes grimly that the deadline coincides with the wedding day, and he doubts ordinary town soldiers would rebel on their own. Genus suspects demon followers may be orchestrating the unrest. He worries about the suspicious timing. After considering it, Tiny concludes the demon followers aim to divide the capital's forces. Esgard agrees, saying the enemy likely intends to strike during the wedding. Genus admits they lack solid evidence of that plan. Even so, Esgard is convinced it will happen. He promises to explain later, but first, they must address the immediate crisis. Genus lists the affected towns such as Serengal, League, and Karina. Imperial knights and mages have already been dispatched to Serengal and League, including fire and ice specialists. That leaves Karina, positioned between the Empire and Valentia, giving them the option to send their own forces. Esgard concludes they must deploy their strongest knights to finish matters before the wedding. Genus agrees but raises a concern. Valentia's elite knights are currently stationed in the capital. If sent to Karina now, they will not return in time for the ceremony. Esgard realizes this may be the Emperor's attempt to weaken his strength. He briefly considers ignoring the order, shocking his subordinates. He clarifies he will not truly defy it. Chloe and his family matter most, and withdrawing would damage her standing. He cannot help wondering if this was the Emperor's intention from the start. Out of nowhere, Tiny devises a strategy to complete everything within a single week. He intends to confront the rebels personally. They quickly realize he plans to ride Walling, and he confirms that assumption. Journey will require 3 days to reach the town, and 3 days to return. That leaves just 1 day to eliminate the demon followers. Genus admits the plan sounds feasible on paper, yet extremely risky in reality. Esgard concurs, pointing out that Tiny would face numerous knights, soldiers, and hidden traps, making the danger unacceptable. Tiny argues that victory demands bold gambles, as he has always lived by taking risks. He asks Esgard to secure the imperial family's sacred artifact for his use. When the Crown Prince hears this request, he is astonished. He questions how Tiny could possibly wield such a massive relic, until his aide explains that Tiny can control Karun's artifact core. Surprised by this revelation, the prince grants permission. It serves as his way of compensating for his inability to oppose his father. Soon, the Emperor learns that the sacred relic has vanished. He immediately suspects the Crown Prince's involvement. He notes that the disappearance occurred after Torin of the Valentia family entered the palace. Brushes it off at first, believing the artifact is merely symbolic. However, the shadow informs him that Torin is heading toward Karina. He adds that if Tiny wields the relic, he can purge demon followers with holy radiance and cleanse corrupted townsfolk. The Emperor fumes, realizing the Valentia family may avoid casualties. In anger, he commands that Tiny must not return alive. The shadow assures him a secret weapon has already been dispatched, confident she can handle a single knight. Meanwhile, a young girl secretly observes Tiny as he travels toward Karina. He notes Walling resembles a direwolf and cannot pursue due to his speed. She decides to wait along his return route, assuming he will retrace his path. During the journey, Tiny grows hungry after surviving on a single boar for 3 days, and Walling grumbles as well. He wonders if advancing to the 4th stage as a spirit mage is possible, but Walling says it is beyond them for now. He recalls reaching the peak in his previous life, confident the method remains unchanged this time. Difference now is his additional growth as a spirit mage. Strengthening his soul quality could open the path to becoming an aura master. Thought excites him, believing he will attain the 4th stage eventually. He hopes Astina might assist him. Last, he arrives at Karina. His objective is to crush the rebellion swiftly and depart. Outside Karina's inner castle, the rebel leader insists his actions are justified, claims his family endured generations of oppression under the town's lord, once treated as nothing more than a plaything. Thus he believes killing the current lord is warranted. A demon follower named Gyerny reassures him he has done nothing wrong. As the new ruler, he must confront what lies ahead. Gyerny knows Tiny is coming with the sacred relic and confirms he departed 3 days earlier. Assuming a few days remain before arrival, he urges preparation. Lord is startled, realizing he must face this alone. Gyerny explains they cannot intervene directly, while Tiny holds the holy artifact. Lord panics, uncertain of his next move. The follower advises using a specific tactic, leading the knights to lay a trap. Left without alternatives, he consents. The demon followers insist everything serves the coming new world. He waits for Tiny, consumed by visions of that future. Elsewhere, the demon followers gather to plan their countermeasure. They doubt the Lord can defeat Tiny, but intend to analyze his abilities and discover how he transports the relic. Suddenly, chaos erupts outside, signaling Tiny's arrival. Panic spreads as they realize he arrived sooner than expected, though their leader attempts to steady them. One follower peers outside, confirming Tiny stands before them. Leader orders the trap activated at once, despite protests about survival. He insists escape is futile since none can outrun walling. Before they manage to trigger it, Tiny calls them out to face him directly. He grips Ammer's core in his palm. Holy light floods the area, overwhelming the demon followers. Leader recognizes the artifact's power and urges activating the trap immediately. He begins chanting a spell, prepared to sacrifice himself for their envisioned world. Yet his incantation is abruptly cut short by Tiny's swift action. Tiny hurls his hammer toward him. Tremendous blast shakes the surroundings. Tiny is stunned, aware his strike alone could not cause such devastation. He deduces the leader triggered a final self-sacrifice, likely weakened under the artifact's sacred glow. Suddenly, he freezes at the sight before him, a massive stockpile of explosives. He recalls a companion's warning that demon bombs surpass artifacts in power and detonate upon heating. He notices the casings already beginning to fracture. Frustration tightens his jaw, knowing he must act instantly. He chooses a newly practiced skill from his time in the capital. Channeling mana into his hands, he unleashes a wide-scale destructive technique. The resulting detonation is colossal. He struggles to suppress the overwhelming force. Both he and Walling are hurled backward by the shockwave. Later, he stands amid shattered terrain, grateful to have survived the epicenter. He suddenly remembers the palace will search for the relic and must be informed. He rushes into a nearby building, demanding a communication device from the new lord. The lord begs for mercy. Tiny repeats his demand, but the lord claims such advanced tools do not exist in this remote town. With no alternative, Tiny speeds back toward the capital. He curses Karina's outdated state, apologizing to Walling, who barely recovered, as they race to return before the wedding. His words abruptly halt. A sudden weapon slices through the air near him. He halts Walling just in time as an arrow streaks past. It whistles inches from his head. Realizing his sharpened senses saved him, he wonders who set this ambush. Another arrow flies toward him. It grazes his cheek, and before he can recover, a spear lunges at him. He instantly recognizes the technique as belonging to the Grim Reaper. He questions why she has come to this place. He instantly wishes he hadn't spoken, remembering that in this version of events, she has no idea who he is. In the blink of an eye, she lunges at him once more. He catches her incoming blow with his bare palm and immediately retaliates with an attack of his own. Tiny is cornered and exhausted. He hasn't caught a break since resolving the chaos in Karina. His mana reserves are nearly drained dry. He steadies himself, weapon raised, anticipating her next move. When she strikes again, his steel armor absorbs the impact. He deflects every arrow she fires, yet there is a hidden problem. The shadow toxin smeared on the arrows is slowly weakening him. The situation grows dire as he risks dying if this continues. However, he refuses to kill someone destined to join the 10 Knights, so he opts for another tactic. He reveals that he is aware she serves the imperial household. After hesitating, she asks how he could possibly know such a thing. She falls for it, though in the future she likely would have stayed silent. Fortunately for him, she is still green and inexperienced. He boldly claims he even knows her technique is named Shadow Art. Finally piques her interest, since she believes only she knows that detail. Explaining that her future self told him, he goes on to say he can use the technique as well. He understands this bluff will consume the last remnants of his mana. She remains unconvinced and fires yet another arrow. By then he is already attempting to mimic her skill. She instantly notices he is performing illusion step. Tiny is relieved she took the bait, as he lacks the strength to repeat it. He presses further, insisting they share the same lineage. When she cautiously asks if he is the radiant knight Tiny Morse, response is not what he anticipated. She doubts he is truly a Morse descendant despite the rumors. When Tiny confirms it without hesitation, she still refuses to accept his claim, because she herself carries that bloodline and thought she alone survived. This revelation shocks him, as even her future self never mentioned belonging to the Morse clan. Luna insists she always believed she was the final heir of the Morse line. That belief is why she aligned herself with the imperial house. Her goal was to reclaim her land and restore her family's name. Now that she thinks he shares her blood, finds she cannot kill him. Still, she demands to know how he discovered her ties to the Empire. He notes that she is far from naive. He explains that only the Imperial and Valentia families were informed of his trip to Karina, so the attempt on his life must have come from the Imperials. He seems satisfied with that reasoning. Tiny then questions her about her assignment and why she was sent to ambush him. She admits she does not know the deeper motive and is simply carrying out the Emperor's command to eliminate him, whether before reaching Karina or before returning to the capital. Tiny quickly concludes he is not the true objective. The real target is the Valentia house. He is outraged that while demon loyalists cause chaos in Karina and seep into the Empire, the Emperor focuses solely on political maneuvering. Inwardly, he questions Esgard about defending such a corrupt imperial line. He stresses his need to hurry back to the capital and calls her big sister. That completely convinces her, since he is only 14 and younger than her. She readily accepts the role. He embraces him warmly and acknowledges him as family. Tiny feels remorseful for deceiving her and intends to apologize some. Though concerned about her failed task, she reassures him she will manage the report herself. Elsewhere, the demon followers convene and are stunned to learn Tiny survived the blast. They are even more alarmed that he could arrive at the imperial capital within 3 days. Fearing he might expose the hidden explosives, one remarks that no one would believe his claims anyway. Another speculates he may sneak into the capital under a false identity. Regardless of disbelief, they acknowledge he still threatens their scheme. They resolve to advance the uprising sooner than planned. Their underlings object, arguing it will ruin their strategy, since the wedding is the only time the entire imperial family gathers together. The leader counters that another opportunity exists. He refers to the rehearsal held the day before the ceremony to practice etiquette, believing every imperial member except the emperor will attend. When someone asks why the emperor would not be present, the leader instructs them to have the blue fox handle him. At the same time, the second empress becomes aware of the demon followers' scheme. Rule remarks that events favor them, particularly with the emperor removed from the equation. Otherwise, he would complicate their efforts. She dismisses the idea that the emperor was ever formidable. In her view, he claimed the throne only by birthright as the eldest son. She is surprised that Gruul, captain of the Imperial Knights, would fear him. Gruul explains that the emperor himself is not the issue, but the Imperial mages, especially the pure-blood sorcerers he commands, pose a serious threat. She cautions him about the Imperial family's assassins. Gruul insists those assassins are nothing more than legend. Her anger flares because she has witnessed them personally. They slaughtered her family before her eyes. She reminds him she knows their cruelty better than anyone. He has come this far driven solely by vengeance. Gruul soothes her by kneeling and promising their child will ascend the throne if their plan succeeds. He warns that failure means their utter ruin. He is already fully aware of that reality. Meanwhile, the Emperor is informed about the revised strategy. The Shadow reports that the second Empress altered the barrier stone's access date and predicts the strike will occur during the rehearsal. The Emperor notes that all Imperial family members except him will attend. Shadow suspects they plan to assassinate him, while he remains isolated. The Emperor dismisses the demon followers as insignificant and doubts they could challenge Esgard. He even prefers Esgard to handle them. Shadow warns he cannot guard the Emperor if occupied with Esgard. The Emperor reassures him. He claims to have alternative safeguards and is asked if killing Esgard is truly required to secure absolute authority. Rather than respond clearly, the Emperor commands hourly updates on the situation. Once assured of his safety, the Shadow is to dispose of Esgard. He also instructs the Shadow to bring Ludwig along. Though Ludwig is fated to die, the Shadow hesitates before being sharply dismissed. As he departs, he reports that the Karina rebellion has been suppressed. The Emperor is displeased that Tiny remains alive. The Shadow explains that every measure was taken, yet the Emperor's fury leaves no room for justification. His concern is not Tiny's survival. He fears the Valentia family achieved success without suffering losses. Enraged, he commands the Shadow to eradicate the Valentia house. The Crown Prince also becomes aware of the Second Empress's intentions. His aide reports that Gruul has mobilized his forces and adjusted the plan, predicting an attack during the rehearsal. The Crown Prince poses the same concern. The Emperor absent, the Knight responds that her allies will handle him. The Crown Prince understands those allies are demon followers. Ixalan asks whether they should intervene, but the Crown Prince doubts they can kill the Emperor without internal assistance. He is told that as long as Ludwig remains by the Emperor's side, it will be challenging. Crown Prince concurs, observing that Ludwig is the sole knight who has remained faithful. He realizes the Emperor's resentment toward Esgard led him to mistreat the knights, pushing them into betrayal alongside the Empress. Now he must also prevent his father from taking Esgard's life. Explains to Ixalan that this moment offers him a way to purge his family's corruption without staining his own hands. Ixalan is stunned when he realizes the prince has no intention of stopping the rehearsal attack. In fact, he plans to let it proceed. The Crown Prince instructs him to alert the Valentia household, tells them to arrive at the Crane Palace one day before the rehearsal, so he can inform Esgard of the scheme there. In her chamber, Chloe feels drained by the endless wedding arrangements and longs for the simpler days of bridal lessons. She admits she misses Walling and even dreams of having an adorable child. Vivian remarks that Chloe once seemed like a little girl to her, yet now she is about to wed. Seizing the moment, Chloe teases her, urging her to confess her feelings to Genus. Vivian rejects the idea of being in love, though she acknowledges she admires him. Chloe offers to pass along the confession herself, but Vivian vehemently declines. Chloe then admits she envies Vivian, freedom to fall in love without complications. Vivian wonders aloud whether Chloe is dissatisfied with her upcoming marriage. Chloe replies that it is her duty to her family, and that the Crown Prince is realistically her best match. Even so, she jokes that she wishes Vivian could attend romantic outings in her place. Their talk is interrupted by a knock from the Crown Prince. Chloe quickly straightens her hair, steps inside, notices Vivian there, and announces that he has something crucial to discuss. Tiny and his familiar at last arrive in the capital, utterly exhausted, yet he knows he must report to Esgard immediately. Out of nowhere, he spots the Valentia brothers hurrying toward him. They brief him on the revised strategy and stress that he must head to the wedding hall at once. Inside the hall, everyone has assembled for rehearsal, as the priest calls for silence before beginning. Gruul stands among the attendees as well. His demon accomplice previously instructed him to gather mana into the orbs when the signal comes, and hurl them to summon the destroyers to finish the job. When Gruul had asked how he would know the right moment or receive a cue, the follower merely assured him he would sense it. Now positioned within the ceremony, he still has no clear sign of when to cast the orb. He also observes Esgard carefully watching his subordinates, which makes Gruul suspect Esgard may have caught on. He resolves that Esgard must be removed, promptly calls forth Estruul, and commands him to deal with Asgard. Meanwhile, Esgard feels something amiss, though the details remain unclear. Up to this point, no trace of dark energy has been detected. Acting on the Crown Prince's advice, he surveys the hall closely, but finds no decisive. He recalls that only yesterday the Crown Prince warned him of a demon plot to stage a coup during the rehearsal. Esgard proposes canceling the rehearsal altogether. The Crown Prince refuses, seeing it as the ideal trap to expose the demons, and instead asks Asgard to guard the imperial family. When Esgard asks if the Emperor knows about this threat, the prince confirms that he does. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince scans the surroundings, taking everything in. There remains one puzzle he cannot solve. Gruul intends to breach the palace barrier. Even aided by demon followers, that feat should be impossible for Gruul alone. He reassures himself that Esgard will intervene if matters spiral out of control. His hands tremble slightly as he struggles to steady his thoughts. Suddenly, his younger brother Tenel clasps his hand. Thinking the prince might be troubled by the marriage, the Crown Prince's stern look softens. Tenel is the most pure-hearted among his siblings, and he fears the boy may resent him after today. He attempts to calm him by saying he looks forward to the wedding. Tenel remains doubtful. The prince explains he carries many burdens that Tenel will only grasp once he matures. Tenel offers early congratulations on his brother's marriage. Crown Prince's attention is pulled away by Esgard's voice, who is chastising his sons for attending. Esgard abruptly halts mid-sentence, upon spotting a miniature Walling which signals Tiny has returned. One brother explains that since Tiny cannot join the rehearsal, he waits outside with their knights. At that instant, Walling leaps into Esgard's palm. Through the familiar, Tiny conveys an urgent warning, reports nearby artifacts devoid of mana, and is attempting to locate them. Esgard quickly deduces these mana-free objects are central to the enemy's original scheme. At that moment, Estruul addresses him. He voices concern that a serious incident may occur during rehearsal. He states that he and his men have orders to allow only the imperial family and their delegations inside, and requests Esgard's compliance. Once the implication sinks in, Esgard is livid, as suggesting he would sabotage his own daughter's wedding is deeply insulting. Estruul calmly replies that he is merely executing commands. Esgard presses him, demanding to know whose command it is, and threatens his life if he refuses to answer. Murmurs ripple through the crowd at the sight of Esgard, confronting an imperial knight. The Crown Prince notices the tension rising and intervenes to restrain Esgard. He reminds the knight that he is effectively barring a father from his daughter's rehearsal. Estroel apologizes, yet reveals he is acting under the Emperor's direct command. He further warns that defiance would amount to treason. Meanwhile, Tiny, observing through Walling's eyes, worries for Esgard, but prioritizes locating the bombs. He knows they resemble dark beads, so he dashes around searching for and attempting to neutralize them. Back inside, Esgard is shocked that such orders supposedly came from the Emperor. The Crown Prince interrupts, urging acceptance despite Esgard's objection. He offers an apology and asks Esgard to comply. Watching closely, Gruel concludes the prince must be aware of something. Regardless, Gruel decides that if Esgard cannot be targeted, the orbs will instead annihilate the imperial family. Esgard keeps arguing, insisting the knight must be fabricating the order. The prince stresses they lack immediate proof, and verifying it would waste precious time. Esgard cautions that under these conditions, he cannot safeguard the family, and brings up the mana-free artifacts. However, the Crown Prince appears unmoved, hinting at a grander design that may sacrifice some innocents, along with the guilty. He assigns Esgard an entirely different responsibility. As the rehearsal advances, the priest announces Chloe's entrance. The audience whispers in admiration of her elegance. The Crown Prince compliments her while taking her hand. As she accepts and they move forward to commence, an unusual noise resounds behind them. Nevertheless, the ritual proceeds, and a participant lights the candles. Meanwhile, Tiny, still within Walling's form, grows, increasingly irritated. He continues searching for the beads. Yet countless beads of varying colors surround him, leaving him uncertain which conceal explosives, and he contemplates destroying them all. Suddenly, a servant detects an odd odor, and guests remark that a scent drifts from the candles. Walling reacts at once. Recognizing the smell as a precursor to detonation, he finally pinpoints the bombs and realizes there is no time for subtlety. He must act immediately to protect everyone. Walling shifts into his complete spirit beast form in order to deliberately frighten the guests, and the tactic succeeds as screams erupt and people flee in panic while chaos consumes the hall. Gruel questions whether this turmoil is the cue he has been waiting for to release the orbs. He quickly realizes that Walling is not targeting the imperial family. Instead, the creature appears intent on sabotaging their scheme. Our boy decides to expel the bombs from the hall after discovering they were concealed inside the cave. Gruel tackles him midair, causing Walling to spit the beads only just beyond the building. With their outer shells already fractured, a tremendous blast detonates moments later. The Emperor observes the explosion from afar. His aide reports that the demon followers deployed unfamiliar artifacts and notes that no casualties have been confirmed so far. The Emperor watches everything through a magical orb. He shows no sympathy for the civilians, and for an instant resembles a concerned father thinking of his sons. A smile curls across his face as he realizes their deaths would advance his ambitions. Their loss would grant him justification to seize the authority currently shared with the nobles, and with absolute control, he could aim to dominate the continent. Subordinate nods grimly in agreement. At the same time, Gruel commands that every member of the imperial family be slaughtered. Following his order, soldiers surge forward and begin cutting down Imperials with blades as pandemonium erupts. Sensing the long-awaited opportunity, he resolves not to let it slip away. He retrieves the explosive marbles from his pocket and considers unleashing them at once. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince searches desperately for Chloe. Around him, injured bodies lie scattered as blood stains the floor and cries echo through the hall. Yet the prince concentrates solely on finding her, since he always anticipates danger. That mindset is why he once told Esgard that removing corruption sometimes requires cutting into healthy flesh. Even so, he never expected events to spiral into such horror. The previous day, he had set every piece in motion. He instructed Ixalan that demon worshippers would kill the Emperor the following day. Simultaneously, he ordered Ixalan to finish the Emperor himself if the cultists failed. Now he realizes he might die before accomplishing any of it. He watches demon worshippers butcher members of the imperial family mercilessly. Fury drives him onward. He charges into battle, and while fighting keeps Chloe at the forefront of his mind. He trusts the safeguards arranged for her, and knows his father-in-law will soon arrive, which helps him steady his nerves. Staying alive becomes essential, because only then will his plans bear fruit. Suddenly, demons materialize before him and lunge to attack. That's where Genus awakens, after the blast having received no warning. He remembers Esgard assigning him to enter as Chloe's knight. From the astonishment on Esgard's face earlier, he realizes even Esgard was unaware of the explosion. Genus attempts to rise, but finds his limbs numb. His mana seems suppressed, and he feels thankful for the mana necklace Tiny gifted him. Thanks to it, he can resist the ceiling effect slightly longer. Spotting Chloe beside Vivian, he feels relief at her safety. Chloe presses a sword into Genus's hand, urging him to hurry, because time is short. He tells him to follow, since they must reach the prince quickly. At that instant, demons emerge there as well. The crown prince keeps fighting, slashing at a demon, and silently praying for strength. Just before it can deliver a fatal blow, Chloe steps in and fells the creature herself. The prince is momentarily stunned, watching her cut it down. Another demon lunges, and Genus warns her, while both Bradley and the princess sense the threat. Genus moves in front of it and intercepts the attack. He urges Chloe to escape with the prince. Facing the demon, he realizes the mana suppression causes his strike to miss its net. He knows he cannot defeat them all alone, but he can at least stall for time. He steadies his stance, determined to hold the line. He unleashes the Valentia sword style in its supreme art second form. It activates his own version of the Song of the Violent Wind. The crown prince observes him shaping twin blades and, at last, recognizes him as the Knight of the Storm. Demons bellow and rush forward. Yet another explosion rocks the surroundings. Chloe sees Genus collapse onto the floor. A demon stretches its claws toward her and the prince. Vivian intercepts it, striking fiercely and refusing to let any demon reach Chloe. Another demon descends from above, attempting to grab her. The crown prince pulls her aside, just in time saving her. He recalls the discussion they had the day before. He had told Chloe intelligence revealed a coup plan for the rehearsal, and though she wished to cancel it, he stopped her after consulting Esgard, which surprised her. Even so, he reassured her that he possessed a strategy to alter the Empire's destiny. To safeguard her, he entrusted her with his relic, never intending for her to face harm. She questioned the artifact. He explained it was his personal treasure called Defensio. Now remembers promising that regardless of circumstances, he would shield her. Meanwhile, our boy regains consciousness after the detonation. His body feels sluggish, telling him he was unconscious for some time, as the shock struck his walling form harder than expected. Even so, he trusts Esgard can handle the next phase, since events have progressed this far. At the palace gates, Esgard demands entry, but the guards bar his path. After witnessing the blast, he grows agitated, questioning why they remain idle. They reply that palace security is under Imperial Knight authority, and assure him those inside will manage it, making clear he should not interfere. Esgard nearly draws his blade, but restrains himself and turns away. Watching from afar, Tiny feels bewildered. The Esgard he knows would never retreat so easily. Such hesitation seems out of character. Tiny moves closer to him. Esgard checks that he is safe and insists they wait, yet Tiny refuses to accept that. He strides toward the entrance, and though the guards recognize him as a Valentia knight, they block him again, claiming Imperial knights will handle matters. Ignoring them, Tiny strikes with his sword. Esgard sharply warns that attacking them constitutes treason. Tiny states bluntly that motives no longer matter. What counts is what they can still accomplish. Guards brand him a traitor and attempt to kill him. Esgard concedes that Tiny has cornered him into action. Acknowledging his debt, he finally unsheathes his sword. Blade drawn, he cuts down the guards and advances toward the palace, almost grateful that Tiny provided justification. Side by side, they clear every obstacle in their path. Esgard then commands the Knights of Valentia to rescue the crown prince and princess. The Valentia knights immediately spring into action. Tiny urges Esgard not to hesitate any longer, since they must force their way inside. The next instant, a fear storm suddenly sweeps. Esgard identifies him as Genus and then asks Tiny what he intends to do next. Tiny springs toward the Imperial barrier and tries to shatter it. Esgard observes this and remarks that Tiny still lacks sufficient power. Determined, Tiny resolves to prove him wrong. Triggers his gravity attribute at 16 times intensity. He knows that everything depends on perfect timing. Reversing gravity with precision, he waits carefully for the exact instant. Then he unleashes a gravity zig, followed by his combat form technique. A thunderous strike smashes into the barrier. Inside, the crown prince and princess hear the deafening collision. Esgard comments on how solid the barrier is, but stops mid-sentence. As Tiny kicks off from his shoulder and drives forward again, Esgard rushes to Chloe and tells her that her father has arrived. He slays a demon in one motion, while Vivian continues battling nearby. A demon attempts to ambush Esgard from behind, yet Chloe spots it first and urgently warns him. He pivots instantly and activates Severing, hidden Valentia sword art that cleaves the demon in two. He notices Chloe standing at the rear with the prince beside her. Tells the crown prince that no secret scheme justifies risking his daughter's life, and the prince insists he is not acting recklessly. Esgard confronts him and says true repayment lies in taking full responsibility for Chloe's safety. Hearing that, Esgard senses the conflict approaching its climax. At that instant, Tiny detects movement behind Esgard. He shouts a warning without hesitation. Esgard swings, but the assailant fades away. The crown prince advises retreat, but Esgard stops everyone in place. He realizes more imperial shadows may exist beyond the rumors he once dismissed. Far away, the emperor observes everything through his orb, convinced He is witnessing Esgard's last stand. He praises Ludwig for suggesting the use of shadows, since that idea enabled the present turmoil, and Ludwig humbly accepts the credit. The Emperor declares that once Esgard falls, he will systematically remove the remaining nobles and claim sole rule. He even regrets that Tiny survived the riot, and Ludwig remarks that the Ice Mage's spirit would not break so easily. The Emperor agrees, yet insists Tiny must die to secure total authority over the magic tower, and after Duke, he will handle the others. Ludwig recalls being told the Emperor's death would initiate the plan, and when questioned about the Imperial staff, he stresses it must be taken seriously since it is far from ornamental. He describes the Emperor as lacking genuine magical talent and gaining his sword skills only through Esgard's guidance. The Emperor survives by relying on artifacts, most of which Ludwig deems inferior to his own strength. Yet he treats the staff with caution, because it can nullify the mana of any mage under the tower, including him. And when asked how he will kill the Emperor, Ludwig replies confidently that he already has a plan. Shortly after news arrives that demons have infiltrated the Emperor's chamber. The Emperor explodes in anger, berating his attendants for failing to secure the palace. Ludwig calms him by explaining that the chamber's defensive magic can suppress low-tier mages. He then requests one of the Emperor's artifacts, stating their system needs it to operate. The Emperor hands it over and orders immediate deployment. An attendant takes the artifact and exits, and Ludwig watches closely, concluding that the Emperor is even more foolish than anticipated. Elsewhere, Esgard clashes with the shadows. He swings repeatedly, yet his blade fails to land solid hits. Shadows engulf the area, and no matter how often he strikes, they remain. Vivian steps forward to assist, but Esgard urgently warns her that the shadows are still active. One shadow turns toward her to attack, but before it can, Tiny intercepts with his sword, telling Vivian her mana is restricted, forcing her to rely on physical strikes. Quickly explains that normal attacks cannot harm shadows. The Crown Prince links the chaos to the second Empress, suspecting she altered the barrier flow, causing instability. Even so, he recognizes these foes as belonging to his father's faction, not the demon cult. Since the Emperor's office lies at the palace center, he concludes Esgard is their true objective. Esgard commands Tiny to protect the Emperor. Tiny is startled because he harbors no trust in the ruler. The Emperor insists they need justification, and that saving him will grant reason to purge the Imperial Knights later. As Esgard prepares to depart, Tiny promises to return soon and urges him to survive. The Crown Prince observes Tiny leaving. He calculates that if Tiny moves now, Ixalan might reach the chamber first, which still suits the plan. Ixalan sees smoke rising after the explosion and considers that the cult may also target the Emperor. He reminds his companions not to forget the Crown Prince's assignment. Moments later, someone calls claiming to be lost, and Ixalan recognizes the voice, feeling shocked. Inside the chamber, Ludwig assaults the Emperor, sensing resistance that tells him the staff has not yet been moved far enough. Frustration rises as he suspects impatience and blames the Queen for draining excessive mana while altering the barrier. Nevertheless, he remains confident since the man carrying the staff answers to him, and using force, he restrains the Emperor, who demands to know if Ludwig serves the cult. Ludwig rejects the accusation with disdain. He proclaims himself the rightful Azuran heir and declares the throne his by birthright. He views the Emperor as unworthy, ruling only through lineage, and believes he should have died earlier for the Empire's peace. Since the Emperor depends on artifacts, Ludwig intends for him to suffer without them. He believes that with the Emperor's death during the cult attack, stability will return, and he will ascend. At that moment, Tiny storms into the chamber, confronting Ludwig. He demands to know if Ludwig orchestrated the palace catastrophe. Ludwig questions who he is, having never seen him before. Tiny dismisses the question as irrelevant. Ludwig instantly casts a spell that fills the room. Tiny advances calmly without hesitation. Irritated, Ludwig mocks him, saying he falls short of expectations, and then unleashes his full power. The force slams Tiny violently against the wall. From the impact, Tiny deduces Ludwig is at least a sixth circle mage. More troubling is that Ludwig casts repeatedly without visible preparation. Tiny rises again and attempts to close the gap. Ludwig fires another rapid spell. Even under pressure, Tiny senses a crucial detail. His mana body detects Ludwig drawing on excess mana leaking from the Imperial barrier. Realizing this, he believes he can anticipate the pattern. Charges once more, while Ludwig attacks relentlessly, certain of victory. Tiny activates gravity transfer and shifts position. Guided by instinct, he tracks the trajectory of Ludwig's magic. He predicts the sequence of its direction, first ahead then below, and finally. Ludwig assumes Tiny is cornered and shows confidence. At the precise moment, Tiny drops his stance. In the next instant, he reverses gravity and launches upward. Ludwig blocks, once more belittling him for challenging the wrong foe. Tiny retreats, slightly regulating his breath, realizing something shields him enough to endure. He understands that a slower reaction would have crushed him, and Ludwig lowers his guard briefly. Tiny seizes that instant and dashes forward at full speed. Just as the blow is about to connect, Ludwig spins around and releases another surge of magic that strikes Tiny head-on. Impact knocks his weapon from his grip and sends him crashing down once more. Ludwig questions why he refuses to surrender while he learns that the Emperor is still breathing, and that realization urges him to hurry. Deciding to finish everything at once, he strides toward the Emperor. Lying on the floor, Tiny gauges what little strength he has left, doubting his body can withstand another direct blast. Suddenly, an arrow slices through the chamber. The archer reveals himself as Sir Grid, apologizing for his late arrival and explaining that the winding path to the island palace slowed him. Ludwig stiffens upon seeing the weapon master and questions why the Sword of Alliance is here. Tiny remarks on the timing, and Grid readily admits he should have come sooner. He concedes the delay lacks honor, and upon studying Ludwig, closely recognizes him as the blue-blooded sorcerer. Grid confesses he did not anticipate facing him, and casually recalls their first encounter, even musing about leaving Ludwig to Tiny afterward. Ludwig bristles, accusing Grid of meddling in imperial affairs, and warns that leaving now would spare him consequences. Grid glances at the restrained Emperor and counters that this resembles a coup disguised as internal business. He even considers that, if necessary, Ludwig could conveniently take the blame for the Emperor's death. Enraged, Ludwig unleashes a torrent of flames. Grid activates his aura and withstands the fiery assault, forcing Ludwig back within bounds before launching a swift counterattack. In a flash, Ludwig disappears, and Tiny shouts that he is now behind Grid. Grid pivots, instantly wondering if that maneuver qualifies as a technique. Ludwig coolly replies that it was merely bait and deflects Grid's strike again. Grid then notices Tiny rising into the air to charge, once more determined not to let Ludwig proceed. Losing patience, Ludwig casts another spell, sending Tiny slamming back to the floor. Ludwig smirks at the sight of him falling yet again. Grid advances with a powerful swing, but Ludwig ducks beneath it, retaliates instantly with magic. Grid surges forward, unleashing a brutal strike, commanding him to fall. Ludwig grows irritated when his magic fails to crush Grid. Before he can recalibrate, Grid closes in and attacks once more. Ludwig scoffs, claiming Grid has no new tricks and that he already understands his style. At that exact moment, Tiny lunges from behind. Their energies clash, and a violent blast tears through the chamber. A shockwave breaks Ludwig's grip on the Emperor. Gasping for air, the Emperor demands to know what became of Ludwig. He asks whether Ludwig is dead or escaped, and Grid answers that he has fallen, advising the Emperor to rely on himself from now on. Trembling, the Emperor stands and approaches Ludwig's body. He stares in disbelief, struggling to process the treachery. He mutters furiously that Ludwig dared covet the throne and vents his rage at the corpse, demanding who granted him such audacity, and insisting he alone elevated him to power, thus justifying this fate. Tiny and Grid watch silently as the Emperor rages. After regaining composure, the Emperor settles back onto his throne. He praises their efforts and promises substantial rewards. Grid declines, explaining he came solely out of loyalty to his friend Duke Esgard. The mention of Esgard reignites the Emperor's fury. Shaking with anger, he questions why that name persists and proclaims himself the sole sovereign authority. In his mind, fate itself belongs exclusively to him. Old grudges resurface as he recalls how long Duke Valentia has opposed him. Grid and Tiny exchange puzzled glances. The Emperor suddenly accuses them of conspiring with the Duke. He convinces himself that Valentia collaborated with demon followers to stage a fake rescue and sees glory, claiming he cannot be fooled. Grid studies him closely, questioning his sanity. The Emperor dismisses the doubt, boasting that even the Alliance will soon fall under his rule. At that provocation, Grid raises his sword toward the throne. As central axis of the Alliance and heir of Selden Kingdom, he declares he cannot ignore such accusations, interpreting them as hostility. Tiny intervenes, placing a hand on Grid's shoulder, reminding him the Duke will address the aftermath. Grid lowers his blade and turns aside, saying as a foreign guest he should refrain from further involvement. He briefly commends Tiny's resolve before departing, adding that whatever follows is beyond his concern. Tiny senses a measure of acknowledgement as commotion rises outside. The Emperor assumes the prince's escorts have arrived. Ixilin enters, crediting Tiny for his role and assuring him they will handle the Emperor now. The Emperor demands Tiny's identity, and upon hearing his tie to the Valentia family, the repeated name intensifies his rage. He orders Tiny to leave immediately, and as Tiny steps out, unease lingers in his thoughts. He summons Walling and leaves the familiar behind as a safeguard. Ixalan studies Ludwig's body, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. The Emperor beckons him closer and names him head of the Imperial Knights. His first directive is unmistakable: Tiny must not exit the palace alive. Ixalan accepts the command, quietly contemplating the gravity of his new rank. Then he signals the escorts, who seize and restrain the Emperor. The Emperor shouts, accusing Ixalan of treachery. Ixalan declares him dethroned and proclaims himself Emperor Vincent Vanislan, explaining the former ruler endangered the empire through delusion and reckless schemes. The former emperor continues screaming, branding them traitors. Ixalan draws his sword, ready to deliver judgment. Under the name Bradley Vanisren, he announces the execution of Vincent Vanisren for his crimes. The fallen emperor pleads and threatens to appeal to the crown prince. Walling observes in silence. Ixalan ends it swiftly by slitting the emperor's throat. Once calm returns, Exilian meets the crown prince, who has already assumed the mantle of emperor. Seeking confirmation, he asks about the former ruler, and Exilian reports the matter concluded, and the previous emperor dead, assuring Bradley that removing him was necessary to prevent a catastrophic war. That justification steadies Bradley as he prepares to shoulder the throne's burden. He recalls the night's chaos, remembering how Genus and Duke Valentia fought to shield Chloe, and how Grid, despite arriving late, helped eliminate the threat, ensuring her escape. Bradley then turns his attention to the shadow forces. Exilian explains most were eliminated during clashes with the Valentia Knights and Grid, though the deputy escaped earlier, leaving remnants. The shadow unit obeys only the recognized emperor, therefore they plan to reappear after Bradley's coronation. Bradley moves on, asking about Karsha and Gruel. He is told both were arrested once the riot subsided. Exilian adds that the missing Prince Tenel has been found hidden by Gruel after the chaos. The revelation unsettles Bradley deeply. Exilian reveals Tenel is believed to be Gruel and Queen Karsha's son, and that the coup aimed to crown him. Bradley presses his temples, already burdened by betrayal, and now facing a plotted uprising. Even so, he recognizes that, as emperor, he cannot evade responsibility. He resolves that Karsha and Gruel must be executed to eliminate the threat. Exilian cautions that Prince Royd may resist the execution of his mother Karsha. Bradley concludes no spark of discord can remain, and that Royd must accept the necessity, while Tenel, though born of scandal, will remain within the royal family. With immediate political concerns addressed, Bradley orders Exilian to assemble everyone. He intends to honor the person who can turn the tide of the crisis with something far beyond a typical prize. Not long afterward, Tiny is summoned to stand before the newly crowned emperor. Bradley proposes granting him a transcendent-grade weapon as compensation. From his previous existence as Nocturne, Tiny already comprehends the nature of such artifacts. They possess extraordinary and uncommon abilities, and discovering one that truly fits is no simple task. Feels that the Nocturne he is destined to claim later might already suffice. Nevertheless, he bows respectfully and states that he wishes to ask for something different. Bradley hears him out as Tiny requests liberation for the Morse bloodline, who are still constrained under imperial authority. Exilian points out that Tiny is also heir to command the Shadow Troops. Bradley answers with caution, explaining that immediate and complete freedom is impossible. Still, he vows that within 6 months, the Morse descendants will be set free. Tiny voices his sincere thanks. Bradley remarks that granting only that favor could undermine imperial prestige. Therefore, he permits Tiny to choose one transcendent weapon from the palace vault, though it will be entrusted to him rather than fully owned at once. Tiny agrees to those terms. He recognizes the emperor's constraints and values the concession. Just then, the Ice Flame mage steps forward, greets Tiny kindly, and notes that the boy's manners exceed his expectations. Introducing himself as a pillar of the magic tower, he explains that he has orders to escort Tiny to the imperial vault. They pass through corridors lined with strict security. The mage explains that this treasury surpasses any noble's collection, embodying the empire's long legacy with unparalleled protection. Tiny surveys the surroundings with restrained anticipation, as he has never entered this place in either lifetime. Behind fortified gates, he glimpses staggering riches. Echoes of his former life rise within him. Demons invade. The Empire pours every resource into the battlefield. Humanity's campaign, along with allied races, depends heavily on imperial supplies. Witnessing the treasury firsthand makes him grasp the immense scale of that authority. Age cautions him not to lose himself in awe. Tiny explains that wealth does not distract him. He feels a subtler presence calling to him. It may be the sole resonance required to ascend as an aura master, and ignoring this chance would bring lifelong regret. The mage lays out numerous transcendent artifacts suited for someone below superhuman rank. Tiny anticipates only a couple of choices, but finds an array including boots, bracers, armor, and he inspects them one by one, seeking the item linked to soul resonance. The mage reassures him he may handle them without concern. Tiny extends his hand toward a pair of boots, The mage details that only those who attain blader class before a specified age can wield them. Boots maintain constant third circle wind magic and permit a single use of seventh circle magic weekly. They drastically boost speed and are famed as the Wind Ruler. For a hammer user, such swiftness could enable lethal surprise assaults and decisive finishing blows. After an extensive explanation, the mage places the boots back, leaving Tiny astonished by the lengthy description. Tiny mentions he is merely 14, prompting visible shock from the mage. Even so, he chooses to review other artifacts. His gaze settles on a wristband next. The mage clarifies that only a mage exceeding third circle proficiency can activate. The band augments physical strength and grants sixth circle defense daily, seventh circle weekly, and eighth circle monthly. Forged by an ancient transcendent to safeguard his daughter, its gender limitation is uncertain, yet its might is unquestionable. Tiny knows that eighth circle magic could even withstand Gluttony's strike, yet he senses it is not his answer. At last, the mage reveals the final relic. Its activation requirements resemble solving a riddle. It demands mastery of soul resonance and a bonded partnership with a soul entity. The instant Tiny hears this, anticipation surges within him. He reaches out immediately, and upon contact, his armor begins to morph. The mage hastily advises him to comprehend its abilities first. Tiny calmly observes the shift, understanding its significance. This strength aligns perfectly with his chosen path. Represents the stepping stone toward becoming an aura master. The Ice Flame mage watches as the armor reshapes itself around Tiny's frame. Seeing it respond independently, he realizes Tiny fulfills its conditions. Tiny concentrates on the armor's true capabilities. The mage explains it evolves in power alongside its wielder's spiritual growth. As proficiency increases, it fortifies the spirit body and enhances soul resonance, clarifying everything for Tiny. In his previous life, he never uncovered the secret to aura mastery, but now the solution stands before him. He discovers its name is Divine Armor Animus, a title that alone signals its worth. Shortly afterward, the Duke arrives to escort him and inquires whether he has met the Crown Prince. As they depart, the Duke notices the new armor and learns it is transcendent. Seeing how naturally it suits Tiny, he regards it as exceptional fortune. Inside the carriage, Esgard shares what he has heard from Grid and links the calamity to the pureblood sorcerer, which Tiny confirms. The Duke feels reassured that Grid intervenes at an early stage. Otherwise, Tiny's life might have been lost. Esgard views the outcome as a close brush with death. Tiny perceives that the Duke still conceals certain thoughts. Knowing the course of events already, he mentions the former emperor. Esgard halts him, warning that as a vassal he should not pry into matters above his station. Ignorance offers safety, particularly regarding those of higher rank. Tiny senses the contrast, because this man differs from the swordmaster etched in his memory. He therefore discloses that the shadow-wielding assassins served the deceased emperor, a fact Esgard had already learned from the Crown Prince. Tiny then highlights the advantage brought by the emperor's passing. The hunter pursuing him is gone, and the new ruler carries vulnerabilities. The Duke dismisses such reasoning, insisting a vassal must not exploit these circumstances. Tiny counters that blind obedience is wrong if imperial commands are misguided. He reminds Esgard that Grid reported the emperor's intention to ignite war. The revelation unsettles the Duke. Tiny presses further, noting that when the Duke's daughter is threatened, he cannot even draw steel, unlike the resolute man from his past life who embraced sacrifice for a higher cause. Esgard bristles at the comparison. Tiny calmly explains that those convictions once came from the Duke himself. During the clash with the monster King Gluttony, 3 of the 10 greatest knights were used as decoys. That strategy allowed them to approach Gluttony. In that era, everyone trusted Esfardi because he always weighed what mattered most. When the Duke asks if that means sacrificing innocence, Tiny recalls that he once vowed to atone with his own life after achieving victory. The memory shakes Esgard, who believed himself prepared but now recognizes his heart still wavers. Concedes that he must change. For the moment, that is the only assurance he can give. Tiny accepts that answer. Upon returning home, Tiny steps down from the carriage feeling as though ages have passed since he last saw Chloe. Inwardly, he still regards her as an older sister. Instant she spots him, her reaction is dramatic. At the ceremony, she scarcely glanced his way, but now she studies him intently. Small, charming child from her memory has vanished. Vivian hurries after Chloe, puzzled by her behavior. Both women stare at Tiny in disbelief. His physique has transformed entirely. Chloe even wonders if the moon wolf at his side is truly Tiny. She scoops up Wallang, still unable to process his growth. Tiny simply smiles and admits he has changed greatly. Chloe struggles to reconcile the boy she knew with the young man before her, while Vivian gently urges her to compose herself. Esgard observes Chloe's odd reaction before he can intervene. He dashes off clutching Wallang, the wolf casting one last look at Tiny as Chloe mutters that he used to be adorable, leaving Tiny baffled by her response. Later on, the Duke holds a private meeting with Grid. He discusses the information Tiny shared regarding the Emperor. Grid waves off the outdated nickname Esgard uses and turns to the core matter. Listens carefully as the Duke reiterates that the Emperor is preparing to wage war. Grid states that the public report says Ludwig, Karsha, and Gruul, allied with demon followers, assassinated the Emperor and were executed for it. Esgard is aware of that official narrative, yet he demands to know what truly happened. Grid affirms that Tiny spoke the truth, adding that the Emperor openly sought to dominate the alliance. Grid confesses that had he not crossed paths with the Crown Prince's knights that night, he would have slain the Emperor himself. He sensed hostility in their faces and anticipated some response, but never imagined such extremes. Esgard laments his failure to see it earlier and believes he might have prevented it another way. Grid argues that even if the Duke had known, he would have squandered time shielding a frail old ruler. He outlines the aftermath plainly, explaining that the Empire has attributed the Emperor's death to demon followers. Should that demonic threat be dismissed, turmoil would erupt throughout the country. In that scenario, keeping the former Emperor alive would only deepen the crisis. From Grid's standpoint, this was the most favorable conclusion. He concedes that both he and Esgard share the same weakness. Emotion can cloud reason. Urges the Duke to picture a world where he never stepped in. Chloe and the Crown Prince might have perished. Grid presses him to awaken and abandon rigid personal morals. When doubt overwhelms him, he should seek counsel instead of deciding alone. Hearing this, Esgard remembers Tiny's earlier advice. He realizes that results matter more than excuses and acknowledges that Grid's path is correct. Accepting his own narrow view, he resolves to overcome it and agrees it is time to proceed with the next phase. Later, the trio don dark robes to conceal their identities. Esgard intends to observe how citizens react to the Emperor's passing. He brings Garen, trusting his insight, since Garen is skilled at surveying territories even though he must now do so discreetly. The Duke wants genuine opinions, expecting Garen to converse directly with townsfolk. As they prepare, Garen spots a familiar youth nearby. Tiny removes his hat and reveals his face. Only months have passed, yet Garen is stunned by Tiny's rapid growth. Tiny explains he has accelerated his development through mana training, making the change less mysterious. Ever since the duel with Drexler, Garen has known Tiny is extraordinary. Now even his features appear more mature. Tiny answers with composed assurance. Esgard interrupts their reunion, reminding them the mission takes priority. Upon entering town, they hear constant chatter about the Emperor's demise. Whispers claim he cooperated with demon followers, and anxiety spreads because if the capital cannot safeguard its ruler, nowhere seems secure. Citizens fear for the Empire's fate and the stability of the world. Garen realizes people know only the announced version, and since the new Emperor blames demon followers, fear multiplies quickly. Esgard notes that Azrin has become the focal point of concern regarding demonic danger. Soon allied powers will receive the same warning, especially as the new Emperor reveals information about hidden bombs. Tiny recalls that in his past life, many calamities began with internal wars, and exposing concealed identities would accelerate disorder. Esgard agrees that unveiling everything now would complicate decisive action. Though the Empire remains powerful enough to steady the other four factions, he admits their current efforts are pivotal. He casts an appreciative glance toward Tiny. Embarrassed by the praise, Tiny lowers his gaze. The Duke resumes his stern demeanor and tells him to keep his composure. Tiny responds respectfully, but at that moment his cap slips away. Onlookers recognize him as the brilliant knight who defeated the traitor and possibly the savior of Kharan. Spotting the Duke nearby, they recall his presentation of the Morse family to the new Emperor, and Tiny's dark features lead many to link him to that lineage. A crowd quickly forms, and Garen realizes candid discussion is no longer possible. They withdraw from the gathering, while Tiny feels unsettled because the Morse name holds deep meaning to him. Garen tries to reassure him, saying the family was minor nobility and is gone. Tiny remembers his vows and knows the connection truly matters. Esgard wonders when Tiny became so renowned. Garen explains that after ascending the throne, the new Emperor publicly praised Tiny for rescuing Kharan and the Azrin house, spreading his fame far and wide. The Duke believes this reputation will prove useful since Tiny must soon journey to Elfenheim, where recognition may sway stubborn elves. Garen then inquires why Tiny is being sent there. Tiny answers frankly that demon followers seek a sacred relic, so someone must guard it and convince the faithful. Garen unexpectedly mentions he has a companion in Elfenheim, astonishing both Tiny and the Duke. He recounts meeting an elf traveling to Elfenheim during a mission in Rodman's territory. A candid exchange forged a genuine friendship. Tiny finds the story straightforward. Garen insists that honesty can quickly build strong bonds. To demonstrate, he produces a token gifted by the elf. The emblem appears authentic, convincing them of his claim. Esgard then commands Garen to accompany Tiny. Shortly after, Garen mounts his horse while Tiny rides his family. For departure, the Duke informs them he has dispatched Jay ahead to prepare. Tiny agrees to find Jay once they arrive, promising to return with success. As he rides away, Tiny teasingly calls the Duke an old man. Duke feigns irritation, but quietly prays for their triumph. Meanwhile, demon followers learn that Tiny has interfered again, and that Ludwig is dead, while the crown prince now reigns. Their anger flares because Ludwig boasted of success, yet failed miserably. They suspect their scheme was exposed. One proposes a traitor within their ranks, but another dismisses it, noting the emperor's death would not have occurred if that were true, so they consider alternative explanations. Perhaps a hero has emerged, and the goddess intervenes once more, prompting them to recall ancient teachings from Mala. The flawed world's overseer can only watch fate, yet excessive meddling distorts destiny and weakens dimensional barriers. When cycles fracture, ruin arrives sooner than intended. They remember the goddess resetting eras by raising heroes and binding them to demons. Evidence of their triumph, they believe, still lies within the demon station and the great labyrinth. They revise their scheme, which originally targeted Elfenheim after the Empire. With Elaine gone, however, they redirect attention toward the Orc Alliance. Another concealed element awaits there, and the Elder proposes a test. If Tiny proceeds directly to Elfenheim, he may indeed be the chosen champion. In that case, they must destroy him for the New World. But if he heads to Bader, the Orc capital, a spy likely hides among them. As they deliberate about destiny and the approaching end, Tiny and Garen press onward on their journey. Vast grasslands unfold ahead. Garen announces they have reached the Orcs' plains. After traveling for a full week, they arrive at the expansive fields governed by Orcs beyond the Empire's frontier. The trip has taken longer than expected, and Garen apologizes, saying alone he could have arrived in a day. Tiny assures him the delay is trivial since he needs Garen's aid to access Elfenheim. Garen then warns of the land's primary threat, the Orcs themselves. In human lands, coin can resolve issues, but here the weak cannot cross freely. Only those who accept and win warrior trials earn passage. Tiny is already aware of this custom. Heading straight toward Elfenheim means confronting 3 tribes, and the quickest route is to defeat them all, so he urges haste. Garen remembers the Duke's order not to question Tiny's knowledge, and to support him wholeheartedly. Holding to that instruction, he suppresses his curiosity and rides forward beside Tiny. Before long, Tiny engages an Orc warrior while astride his moonwolf. The Orc charges atop a crimson boar, attacking savagely and demanding he strike back. Mounts snarl at one another as blades clash loudly. Tiny advises her to swing harder and counters each blow as they trade strikes. He wonders if her massive blade once felt so light in his previous life, because now it seems weightless against him. Garen watches in amazement despite Tiny's smaller stature. His power and endurance dominate as he advances relentlessly. The Orc begins to tire before he does. Even exhausted, she refuses defeat and accuses him of arrogance. Red Boar grows fearful of Walling and crouches low. Beneath her, Tiny moves to end the duel, but Garen shouts for him to spare her life. Tiny restrains his blow at the last second, knocking her to the ground without taking her life. Even after the victory, he senses that the distance between him and true beasts of battle remains vast. He understands that the dread on the field stems less from his own might and more from Wolong's overwhelming. Feels his mastery edging closer to a higher threshold. That realization convinces him that selecting Animus was the right path. Defeated Orcs withdraw, and Garen sees them off while cautioning Tiny that such reckless fighting invites danger. Tiny simply laughs, admitting that combat excites him. Garen remarks that they have already overcome the second tribe, and that he has never witnessed Orcs fall so effortlessly. To Tiny, the challenge proves easier than anticipated, leaving him faintly dissatisfied. Rather than proceeding straight to the next tribe, Tiny proposes visiting Jammingwood, home of the Red Boar tribe they just defeated. He states that traveling west for 2 hours will bring them there, which makes Garen question how he knows. Tiny casually replies that he once heard it mentioned somewhere. Garen senses deeper secrets behind Tiny's knowledge, but chooses not to pry. They arrive at Jammingwood, the apparent gateway to the tribe's domain. An Orc sentinel halts them, pointing out they do not resemble traitors. Garen presents a tooth earned from the warrior trial as proof of passage. Satisfied, the guard permits them entry. Inside, Tiny observes that the Orcs seem colder than expected, and Garen explains that past human-Orc wars have bred lasting suspicion. Tiny remembers that during the Empire's civil strife in his former life, hordes of Orcs swept in to loot. He also recalls how division among the tribes nearly drove them to ruin at that time. The memory unsettles him because while Orcs thrive on battle, internal conflict is another matter entirely. No race chooses self-destruction without cause. Sensing subtle signs of discord, he decides to remain in Jammingwood for a day to watch and listen. Garen agrees readily, saying Tiny never acts without reason and needs no justification. Grateful, Tiny thanks him for his faith. As they wander, Tiny realizes the city is far larger than rumors suggested. since he had only heard descriptions before. If Jammingwood is this grand, he imagines Bader, the capital, must surpass it greatly. He suspects Jerk may be in Bader. Thoughts are cut short when a towering, fully armored orc approaches and demands to know their purpose. Tiny wonders if this is the chief and notes his fluency in the common tongue, while Garen calmly explains they passed the warrior trial and intend only a brief visit. The orc studies Tiny's slight build and questions his strength. Garen defends him, stating that though smaller than most orcs, Tiny ranks among the Empire's brightest talents and brings no disgrace in combat. Intrigued, Chief Bader asks to witness Tiny's skill firsthand. Another orc suggests it is not the proper time for a match, but the chief insists regardless. Tiny accepts, mentioning they are on a tight schedule. He adds they cannot linger long, surprising Garen with his swift agreement. After exchanging words in their tongue, Chief Bader personally escorts Tiny to the arena. Orcs gather in droves, murmuring about the outsider. The chief warns that the crowd's presence might weigh heavily. Tiny answers that he feels no pressure, though he worries that defeating the chief publicly could seem disrespectful. Chief assures him that among orcs, combat is the highest honor, so he need not hesitate. Tiny removes his outer gear, revealing the transcendent armor beneath. The chief recognizes him as the famed Knight of Radiance, yet he shows mild disappointment upon learning Tiny is only Blader class. Tiny replies that rank alone never determines victory. Pleased by the response, the chief challenges him to demonstrate it. The chief strikes first, swinging his hammer. The impact sends Tiny sprawling onto the ground. As he stands, Tiny senses the difference without fully invoking animus and recognizes that the chief's raw power surpasses what he anticipated. Instead of dread, exhilaration rises within him, reminding him of the fierce battles of his past life. He quickly realizes Chief Bader possesses far greater strength than he first assumed. With each crushing blow, Tiny admits to himself that such pressure has been absent for too long, and it draws him back to memories of former wars. The chief swings his hammer once more. Tiny lifts his weapon to intercept it, determined to test his natural strength without relying on armor. He braces himself and shoves back with equal force. Their weapons scrape together as both pour every ounce of strength into the clash. In the struggle, Tiny observes the chief's monocirculation and tribal tattoo, while the chief notes he is not activating his transcendent armor. Tiny answers that his weapon alone will suffice. Hearing this, the chief warns him not to disappoint. Tiny advances first, proving through action that he intends to deliver. They trade punishing strikes without restraint. Watching closely, Garen realizes this duel has exceeded a mere trial. The chief grows fiercer, anger fueling his next attack. Tiny blocks yet again, and instead of strain, he feels invigorated. The intensity reminds him of Jerk's lessons to fight, until either he breaks or the foe does. Memory makes him ponder whether true warriors are forged through overwhelming force. The chief continues pressing forward relentlessly. Tiny answers with all his strength, and as neither yields, the tension peaks, until one of the weapons finally shatters. The surrounding orcs fall silent in astonishment. Chief grins, convinced that Tiny's confidence is genuine. Tiny replies that the same could be said of the chief. Content, the chief clasps Tiny's arm and affirms that the tales about him are true. Declaring the test sufficient, he decides they should speak frankly. He leads Tiny away from the arena, and though uncertain of the intent, Tiny follows. Aaron calls from behind, reminding them he remains present and quickly joins. Inside, the chief seats them at a table and orders a feast, believing fierce fighters deserve hearty food. Aaron accepts with thanks. Tiny eats eagerly and compliments the flavor. Observing his appetite, the chief is impressed, while Garen privately wonders if Tiny's spirit is more orc than human. As the meal continues, the chief reveals his true reason for inviting them. He inquires about Tiny's connection to the new emperor. Tiny explains he cannot claim public closeness, though he once even struck the crown prince. The chief laughs, reasoning that only someone close could dare such an act. Growing serious, he addresses Tiny as the Knight of Radiance and demands an honest answer about whether the Empire plans for war. Aaron stiffens at the abrupt shift, but Tiny calmly asks what sparked the suspicion. The chief explains that unrest spreads through the orc territories. Chief Nergu of the Black Rhino tribe pushes for unity through warfare, aided by a human urging conflict. Because of this, he suspects the Empire's hidden hand. Tiny recalls a past remark about claiming an audience later, and begins to suspect the former emperor's lingering influence. He stakes his honor, and firmly declares the Empire would never endorse such schemes. Aaron is startled, thinking such certainty risky without full proof. Yet the chief trusts him, saying words may lie but blows do not. Since their clash was sincere, he refuses to question Tiny's integrity. Tiny offers his thanks and bump, He clasps fists with the chief in the traditional orc manner and exchanges a few words in their tongue. The chief asks where he learned it, and Tiny replies that a close orc companion taught him much. Through that brief interaction, their mutual trust strengthens, and Tiny reflects that genuine bonds can transcend race and borders. By the next day, word spreads that Tiny is preparing to depart for Elfenheim. The female orc he defeated earlier steps forward and declares she will escort him to the outskirts of the great forest. Garen recognizes her as the same warrior from before, while Tiny quietly notes that she still seems shaken from their duel, which he considers a good sign. He cuts him off, insisting he need not stress that point, and introduces herself as Noran, patrol leader of the Red Boar tribe. She announces she will guide them through the Green Forest, and when Garen mentions the remaining warrior trials, she explains they are unnecessary because her tribe shares strong ties with those near the woods. Garen is taken aback, knowing such close alliances between tribes are uncommon. Noran clarifies that their chief prizes strength and authority, but avoids needless slaughter. Under his leadership, she learned the common tongue, and the tribe flourishes, leading Garen to conclude the chief is truly exceptional. Tiny, however, cannot shake a sense of unease. In his former life, he encountered refugees from Jammingwood, yet never once heard Chief Bader's name. That omission makes him suspect the chief may have fallen before the calamity. As they travel, Tiny broods over the unrest among the tribes and searches for a way to relay information back to the Empire. Feeling urgency, he asks Noran if there is a method to send word from the city, and when Garen questions his concern, Tiny explains that Valentia must be informed since the situation could escalate. Garen relaxes, admitting he expected a different motive. He reveals he has already arranged for news to be delivered, having befriended someone in Jammingwood who will journey to Valencia and report their discussion with Chief Bader. Tiny is surprised he noticed nothing, while Garen assumes Tiny spoke boldly out of certainty, though in truth Garen acted on instinct. He adds that orcs lack ancient magic for communication, so messages must be carried physically, which he believes makes the matter manageable. Tiny wonders when Garen even found time to form such a connection. Garen casually replies that it began at the arena the previous day. To him, trust is not measured by time but by judgment, and he trusts his instincts. Tiny remains silently skeptical, as trust never comes easily to him. Still, they press onward, with Garen confident Tiny will eventually understand as they venture deeper into the plains. Noran pauses to converse with another orc in her native language. Tiny and Garen wait, unable to follow the exchange. Once finished, Noran explains she informed the neighboring tribe that the two knights are guests of the Red Boar tribe and are bound for the Great Forest. Owing to her authority, the tribe grants them safe passage. Garen expresses appreciation for her assistance. Before they depart, another orc approaches, saying he heard of a knight riding a wolf spirit who once averted disaster and believes that figure now crosses these plains. He eyes Tiny and calls him a small human, which irritates Tiny though he keeps silent. Noran reminds the orc that they travel under her tribe's protection. The orc clarifies he means no obstruction. He explains his elder brother has lived long enough to become a spirit and seeks guidance. When Tiny confirms he refers to the dire wolf, the orc nods in agreement. Tiny studies the creature's lean frame and suspects age has begun to weaken it. At that moment, his own wolf darts toward a clump of grass, drawing his gaze. Tiny gathers the herb and hands it to the orc. The orc recognizes it as Quoran grass, but assumes it is merely a bitter plant. Tiny explains it can prolong the wolf's life rather than trigger transformation. Grateful for the help, the orc thanks him yet again calls him a puny human. He introduces himself as Bold, a contender for chief of the direwolf tribe. In exchange, he vows future support whenever Tiny calls upon him. After they part, Tiny reflects on the direwolf tribe's strong sense of honor. Bold reminds him of Jerk, prompting him to wonder what Jerk is doing now, confident he will soon learn. 5 days pass as they traverse the Green Forest, marking 2 full weeks since their departure. The forest's boundary, Tiny thanks Noran for her guidance, and she offers her tribe's blessings before departing. Watching her vanish among the trees, Tiny realizes they have reached the vast forest at last. Noran explains this territory belongs to elves and ancient beasts, and describes the continent's protective barrier that keeps corruption from the demon realm at bay. He goes on to recount the tale he learned about the primordial conflict that resulted in the demon core, the western demonic lands, and the vast great forest. He also speaks of whispers about an enormous labyrinth hidden deep within demon territory, a place whose secrets remain completely unknown. Listening to this, Tiny recalls that in his former life he discovered Nocturne within that very maze, and the memory stirs an old pull in his heart. And so, he knows that venturing there now would amount to nothing but a meaningless death. He tells Garen that he will attempt it someday, and though Garen senses unspoken truths in Tiny, he chooses not to press him. Rather than interrogate him, he offers support as a companion, then grows solemn as he asks Tiny to explain the true aim of their journey. After considering the dangers, Tiny decides to disclose everything. He explains that failure would mean the elves, sacred relic disappearing, and the world tree going up in flames. And Garen immediately grasps that such a loss would unleash corruption upon the forest and slowly doom the world. Realizing the gravity of it, he accepts that the task may cost them their lives, and Tiny even gives him the option to walk away. Instead of retreating, Garen spurs his horse onward. Leaving every second counts, he insists they hurry to Elfenheim without delay. Tiny responds with a faint, approving smile. In another part of the woods, a man dashes forward in sheer terror. A massive ant pursues him relentlessly, clearly intent on killing him. He attempts to fight it off, but cannot escape its pursuit. After 6 continuous hours of writing, Garen finally slows, apologizing as his mana is exhausted. Yet Tiny assures him there is no fault to admit. Nearing the elves' scouting grounds, they realize speed is no longer wise and decide to pause for rest. Garen cautions that lighting any fire is forbidden, because the forest could ignite with ease. Tiny laughs at the obviousness of the warning and jokes about who would be foolish enough to spark flames here. Almost immediately, fire flares up behind them. They spin around to find smoke drifting thickly between the trees. The fleeing man suddenly appears again, the giant ant still hot on his heels. In desperation, he cries out for assistance as the monster closes the gap. A short figure sprints toward them with the ant in pursuit. His stature leads them to suspect he is a dwarf. Tiny knows dwarves occasionally pass through the great forest, but being chased by such a beast signals serious trouble. The man rushes closer, urgently pleading for aid. At that moment, an elf descends from above, questioning whether he is a human spirit mage, and demanding to know why an outsider with no hunter's mark or trader's brand trespasses here. Realizing they need a convincing explanation quickly, Tiny prepares to intervene. Garen steps ahead first, delivering the formal greeting he once learned from an elf prosecutor, and offering proper reverence to the child of the world tree. The elf is visibly surprised, never expecting a human to recite those sacred phrases. Garen explains he learned them from an elf friend, and to strengthen his claim, he presents proof. He reveals the emblem linked to Harwell's distinctive hair. The elf notes that one carries the aura of a wolf spirit, while the other bears a token of friendship. Since such signs hold meaning among her people, she accepts them and grants entry into the great forest. Tiny quietly marvels at how precisely she discerns details like hair color, and Garen clarifies that elves naturally perceive such distinctions. Turning to the dwarf, the elf reprimands him for harming the forest and unsettling its companions. The dwarf argues in his defense that monsters frequently appear. He claims his actions stem from confusion while he was on watch. Garen firmly states that detonations within the forest cannot be tolerated. Frustrated, the dwarf explains that the explosive device is his sole means of protection, and that he crafted it himself. Tiny observes him closely, suspicion rising at the sight of such a weapon carried by a young dwarf in this place. His gaze catches a particular seal engraved on the device. Dwarf immediately identifies it as belonging to Randall's shop, a revelation that startles Tiny. Pressing further, Tiny learns the dwarf is Randall's son, Grandal. With pride, Grandal declares he forged the hammer himself and asks for their assistance. Knowing Randall personally, Garen assures the elf that Grandal is no unknown stranger to them. Considering the mark of friendship, the elf agrees to pardon him this once. She permits him to remain on the condition that he refrains from using explosives until he exits the forest, and Grandal agrees, saying he only seeks something in Elfenheim. The moment, the elf accepts his explanation. Shortly thereafter, another man arrives in haste, searching for Grandal. He checks on him and explains the blast alarmed them, expressing relief when matters calm down and noting that Grandal met travelers wielding weapons he forged. Upon studying Tiny and Garen more carefully, he realizes who they are. They fail to recognize him at first until he displays a badge, revealing himself as Jay. Later, gathered around a small contained fire, Tiny reflects on events after Karun and wonders if Jay established his enterprise soon afterward. Jay confirms that he did, even dispatching people ahead to secure networks. Through trading ordinary goods valued by elves, he gains access to areas near Elfenheim. Tiny grows wary, suspecting Jay may also collect intelligence, but Jay replies that commerce naturally yields information and denies any ties between Grendel and the Black Wing. He adds that he encountered the dwarf only shortly before entering the forest. Jay followed Grendel after hearing rumors that he sought materials for a supreme weapon, something he could not ignore out of respect for Rendell. Grendel then rises and openly declares his ambition to create a weapon surpassing the transcendent blade forged by their king. To do so, he requires a fragment of the world tree from Elfenheim, leaving everyone stunned. Questing even a branch from the elves, who dedicate their lives to guarding that tree, seems utterly unthinkable. Grandal admits he understands how unreasonable it sounds. Nevertheless, he refuses to relinquish his dream, insisting that abandoning it would mean losing everything, and that pursuing it matters more than others' opinions. Tiny finds himself admiring that determination. Overcome with emotion, Grandal explains his father was cast out because of him, and since he has no beard, other dwarves question his skill. He is determined to prove that even a beardless dwarf can rise as a master smith. Tiny feels sympathy at his words, and Grandal quickly assumes he will offer help. Tiny corrects him, but sets a condition that if Grandal succeeds in forging such a weapon, he wants first purchasing rights. Grandal readily agrees and takes responsibility for the outcome, while Tiny cautions him not to expect victory so easily. Garen asks if Tiny truly plans to obtain a branch from the World Tree. Tiny replies that attempting it is at least possible. He feels that outright refusal would sit poorly with him, especially when someone pursues a dream with such relentless determination. 3 days later, they near Elfenheim at last. Garen remarks that the trip lasted several days, while Tiny calculates they arrived a full day ahead of schedule. Having cleared monsters along the way and received provisions from Jay, their travel proves smoother than expected. Tiny also uses Jay to relay news regarding the orc disputes. At the threshold, the grand gates slowly swing open. An elf girl named Ludwell introduces herself as Elfenheim's gatekeeper. She explains that scouts have already reported the arrival of the wolf and Harrowill's companions, welcomes them warmly, and declares she will guide them onward. She instructs them to obey every regulation strictly while within Elfenheim. She further states that if they have matters beyond meeting Harwell, they must inform her as she escorts them inside. Tiny notices the blade at her side and quietly takes note. He continues observing the weapon discreetly as he walks beside her. Goodwell leads Tiny and Garen through the reception area. As they proceed, both men admire the sight of Elfenheim. The architecture appears elegant and unlike anything built by humans, leaving them openly astonished. Garen asks whether Tiny has another elf acquaintance here. Tiny replies that he believes so, though his distant tone hints at history, which Garen notices but does not pursue. Ludwell continues without pause, guiding them straight to a waiting chamber. Inside, an attendant serves elven tea known beyond the forest by that name. Ludwell remarks she is unsure if humans will like it, and Garen drinks appreciatively. Tiny remains silent and contemplative until Ludwell questions him, prompting him to share what he sensed upon entering. He notes that her hand repeatedly rests on her sword whenever she looks at him, and that the tension never fades, leading him to conclude she has already judged him before speaking. Ludwell suddenly draws her sword and presses it to his throat, accusing him of being the Knight of Radiance who slew Elaine and confessing she has awaited this chance since hearing he would come. Tiny stays calm without showing fear. Garen steps between them, preventing the confrontation from escalating. He reminds her that elves can be especially severe when they believe their anger is justified. He also points out that elves value reason above all, and that every act within Elfenheim must be supported by logic. He points out that if she truly meant to kill him without listening, she would never have bothered escorting them inside. Tiny adds that had she truly intended his death, she could have struck him down before they ever crossed the gates. Her brief pause shows that doubt still lingers in her mind. Garen reminds her that the incident with Elaine has already been submitted to the Central Temple, and if the temple clears him, the forest should at least respect that verdict. At those words, Ludwell lowers her blade, yet she stresses that temple approval does not erase suspicion, as elves are sworn to guard against dark forces. She then mentions the stories about him, claiming she has heard he can detect hidden malice and expose demon devotees. The elders intend to verify that power soon, and she hopes the tales prove accurate. And he replies that he welcomes the test, confessing his fear that even Elfenheim's leaders might harbor concealed corruption, and Garen quickly tries to keep him from going too far. Tiny persists, declaring that if his gift proves false, he will bear the consequences himself. Ludwell glances back at his bold statement and warns that his assurance will soon be examined. Before departing, Tiny casually notes the absence of the great spirit Callum and wonders aloud. He adds that Estina will not attend the elders' meeting, a remark that clearly startles Ludwell. She realizes he knows Callum is Estina's spirit and presses him for more details. Tiny calmly denies ever having met her. Choosing not to elaborate, Ludwell dismisses the topic as internal affairs, and Tiny senses from her unease that she conceals something poorly before she leaves. Garen asks whether Tiny plans to seek the guardian of the World Tree directly, and Tiny answers that warning them about demon followers requires face-to-face contact. Garen suggests that their acquaintance Harwell could provide assistance. If Harwell has returned, he would likely be serving among the knights defending against demon region monsters, who operate under the guardians and might know their whereabouts. Garen vows to look for him, and Tiny accepts the offer appreciatively. Elsewhere, an elder devoted to demons learns that Tiny has stepped into Elfenheim. Asura confirms that Tiny entered the forest precisely as they had foreseen. The elder chuckles and produces an artifact that erases traces of dark power while unleashing devastating destruction. Commands numbers 6 and 7 to accompany its bearer and eliminate Tiny. Back within Elfenheim, Garen searches for Hyrule but discovers that every knight has departed. Reporting this, Tiny realizes a massive surge of monsters must have erupted from the demon lands, forcing all knights and scouts into action. Such outbreaks can persist for weeks, meaning they may have no choice but to wait. Garen questions whether they truly intend to remain for that long before deciding anything. Bloodwell soon returns and escorts Tiny to the Elder Hall for his examination. Inside, the Elder Elves sit assembled in full council. An elder introduces Tiny, recounting his fame for averting disasters and hunting dark forces, yet also reminding them he killed Elaine and that this trial will reveal the truth. Tiny answers evenly, noting that elves are known for slow decisions, yet the entire council gathered swiftly today. That alone tells him they were expecting his arrival. Nim reacts sharply, accusing him of arrogance. She insists there is no hidden plot, and that Elaine could never have practiced black magic. Another elder, Darren, urges calm and reminds her the council seeks reason over emotion, while Urena rebukes him for speaking despite his recent appointment. The great elder cuts them off and clarifies that differing opinions exist among them. Precisely for that reason, the trial must continue. Tiny notices they argue in the common tongue rather than Elvish, sensing they intend for him to witness their discord. The great elder confirms Tiny's acceptance of the challenge, and Tiny agrees without pause. At the elder's signal, several wolves are brought forward, and Tiny recognizes them as members of the scout team. He suspects they have been confined specifically for this hearing. The great elder explains that one wolf was tainted by dark energy and slaughtered patrol wolves along with a young elf. The council asks Tiny to identify the corrupted wolf, and once the explanation ends, Tiny steps forward immediately, pointing to one wolf and stating without doubt that it is the chosen one infected by evil. The elders demand to know how he can be so certain. Tiny explains that the spirit bound to him enables him to detect corruption instantly. To him, the stench of evil is unmistakable, and he adds that the wolf's violent behavior stems from sensing the blood of its kin on another. Urena stiffens at his words and prepares to respond angrily. Yet the great elder speaks before she can. He admits the outcome surpasses expectations, since while the council spent days investigating, Tiny identified the corruption in a single glance. Before proceeding, Tiny raises an additional observation. Notes that the wolf's dark energy feels restrained and deliberately concealed, reminiscent of Elaine's case. Urena flares at the mention of Elaine, taking it as an insult, and Darren quickly urges her to remain composed. Great Elder refocuses on facts, stating that as the wolves belong to the Ranger Scouts, if Tiny is correct, then Elaine indeed had ties to black magic. Urena vehemently denies this, claiming such manipulation is a human trait, not elven. The Great Elder silences her firmly and restores order. He protests that such accusations tarnish Elaine's honor. Eventually, however, she bows to his authority. The Great Elder then asks Tiny why the wolf conceals its energy. Tiny explains that the corruption has advanced enough to cause mutation, yet the wolf shows no physical distortion, indicating intentional suppression. Aaron recalls a recent calamity, but doubts it connects to concealed energy. The Great Elder reflects and links it to a recently discovered creature capable of suppressing dark energy. Because of this discovery, scouts and knights have already been dispatched toward the demon lands for investigation. The Elder asks how many know of Tiny's presence, and Tiny admits even the orcs are aware, meaning word has spread widely. Darren suggests their enemies may exploit Tiny's arrival to create distractions and evade him. The Elder asks Urena how corrupted beasts are usually handled, and she replies that they are executed immediately. Tiny questions why this wolf was spared, and the Elder reveals Ludwell proposed keeping it alive for this very trial, prompting Tiny to understand. Ludwell's earlier hostility and her decision now appear as a calculated strategy. Aaron adds that the devil worshippers likely assumed the wolf would be killed and never expected it to serve as evidence before Tiny, causing their concealment to unravel. Tiny considers the broader scheme, realizing the enemy avoids confronting Elfenheim directly while weakening it through orchestrated monster waves. Such tactics imply a grander objective, raising fears that the world tree itself may be targeted. The elders recognize they must swiftly prepare their defenses. Darren reminds them that reserve forces remain in Elfenheim, which Urena interprets as distrust toward the active knights. Another heated argument erupts entirely in Elven speech, and Tiny observes the sharp cadence of their language. The Great Elder ends the dispute decisively, and addresses Tiny once more. He asks for a final confirmation. Tiny must use his ability to determine whether anyone within the palace harbors dark energy. Tiny focuses deeply and surveys the hall with care. After careful scrutiny, he states that none present carry corruption. Relief softens the elder's face, and he then asks what ultimate aim the enemy pursues. Tiny answers that both the sacred artifact Justicia and the World Tree are likely targets, unsettling several elders. Some immediately reject the notion, insisting no elf would harm the World Tree, while others argue vigilance must come first as debate continues. Tiny notices that none mention Justicia directly, understanding that the World Tree embodies the foundation of elven existence and thus commands greater concern. Even so, he wonders privately whether his sensing gift guarantees absolute certainty. Experience reminds him that concealment can deceive even keen perception, as the elven debate intensifies again, till the great elder silences them once more. He declares that strategic matters regarding the World Tree will not be discussed openly, and announces that all suspicion toward Tiny is lifted. Make amends for earlier hostility, they promise to treat him with proper respect. Urina is assigned to escort and attend to him, a duty she accepts despite her displeasure. Later, Tiny walks behind Urina through the palace corridors, the silence between them heavy. She suddenly halts without turning around. She demands to know if Elaine truly practiced black magic. Her voice trembles with anger and disbelief when Tiny hesitates before answering. Frustration mounting, she repeats her question, pressing him to confirm whether Elaine was indeed a black mage.